For 2,200 years, every child in China, from commoner to aristocrat to the imperial princes themselves, has been taught the same story about China's first empire and Qin Shi Huang. He was a peerless conqueror who crushed 6 kingdoms to forge a mighty, unified empire. But he was also a merciless tyrant. He built the Great Wall and a colossal mausoleum, exhausting the strength of his people. He burned books and buried scholars, melted down weapons to cast bronze statues, believing that a populace without knowledge or arms could never rebel. But after his death, a treacherous courtier forged an imperial decree, murdering the rightful heir and placing an incompetent puppet on the throne. With a villain in control, the oppressed commoners, fearing execution or enslavement for violating the harsh laws, rose up in rebellion. In a remarkably short time, the entire empire responded, and the great Qin dynasty crumbled to dust. The moral of this story is clear. No matter how great the ruler, he cannot abuse the power of his people. No matter how strong the empire, it cannot be built upon the suffering of the masses. Benevolence is the true path to kingship. The strict, ruthless laws of the legalists are but a superficial trick. But this isn't the true story. This is just the standard answer we are meant to remember.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to China Puzzle. I am ZYQ. With a flood of new archaeological discoveries, particularly the vast quantities of Qin Dynasty bamboo slips unearthed since 1975, historians now have access to incredibly detailed, first-hand information about the Qin system. As the work of deciphering these slips has progressed in the 21st century, the true picture of the Qin's collapse has gradually emerged from the depths. Let us now follow this mountain of ironclad evidence back to that age of extreme turmoil and uncover the secrets of a dynasty's rise and fall.
The history books are crystal clear on the fall of the first domino. 2 men, Pengcheng and Wu Guang, were delayed by heavy rain while escorting conscripts. According to Qin law, they say, to miss a deadline by law is execution. Fearing death, they rebelled. But in the unearthed text of the Qin statutes on corvée labor, we see the actual regulations for being late. For a delay of 3 to 5 days, the punishment was merely a reprimand. For 6 to 10 days, a fine equivalent to the price of 1 shield. But the most crucial regulation is this. If the delay was caused by a natural disaster, such as rain, the service was waived. There was no punishment at all. So, a question arises. If the historical record is true, Pengcheng and Wu Guang, as junior military officers within the Qin system, could not possibly have been ignorant of these laws. Why did they lie? Were they exploiting the information gap between the complex legal code and the illiterate peasants? Did they fabricate a lie to create absolute terror, forcing their 900 men into a corner with no way out, thereby igniting the flames of rebellion? And if the record is not true, why did later historians attribute the uprising to a fictitious, draconian law? Or let's put it another way. Why did the legal system itself become the object of such fear and condemnation? Pengcheng's uprising occurred in September of 209 BC, exactly 1 year after the death of the Qin Shi Huang. Let's look at what happened in the imperial court during that year. The eunuch Zhao Gao, a trusted confidant of the emperor and a man from a cadet branch of the Zhao royal family, conspired with the chancellor, Li Si. They forged an imperial decree making the younger son, Hu Hai, the new emperor. Using the pretense of the late emperor's will, they forced the eldest son, Fu Su, and his loyal general, Meng Tian, to commit suicide, thereby seizing control of the empire. Then the second emperor, Hu Hai, in an attempt to stabilize the realm, followed in his father's footsteps and embarked on an eastern inspection tour. Upon his return to the capital, Xianyang, he immediately set 2 plans in motion. First, he continued to conscript massive amounts of labor from the 6 conquered eastern states, under the pretext of building the Epang Palace and completing his father's mausoleum. Second, he mobilized 50,000 elite soldiers from across the empire to the capital and began stockpiling grain. This shows that Hu Hai was not the simple-minded fool portrayed in the history books. His tour had shown him the dangerous undercurrents swirling beneath the calm surface of the eastern territories. The old aristocrats, not yet eliminated, were stirring. A new war was on the horizon, and he was taking preventative measures. In the process, on the advice of Zhao Gao and Li Si, he made the laws more severe and executed his own siblings with brutal efficiency. The histories say he slaughtered all of them, but in fact, according to recent scholarship, he likely only killed the children of the first emperor, born to non-Qin mothers. Those who shared his pure Qin bloodline were merely demoted to commoners, eliminating them from the line of succession. Amidst this top-down, near-nationwide state of martial law and a white terror-like political purge, just 2 months later, the rebellion at Dazixiang erupted.
So, when we interpret this event in its historical context, we understand that whatever Pengcheng's pretext was, it must have been a response to extreme pressure, and this pressure was not the normal state of the Qin Empire. It was a byproduct of the high-pressure situation created as the empire prepared for war. The legal system, highly distorted in its execution at this point, became a convenient scapegoat for later generations to attack Qin's rule of law. The next question then is, how did the empire respond to this uprising?
2,200 years ago, without modern communication, by the time news of the Pengcheng and Wuguang rebellion reached Xianyang, over a month had passed. And in that month, a single spark had become a wildfire. Not only had Pengcheng established his own regime, calling himself the King of Greater Chu, but the old aristocrats of the Six Kingdoms had all risen in response. Suddenly, memorials pleading for help flew into Xianyang like snowflakes. In the palace, the second emperor convened a great debate on the future of the empire, and all the opinions fell into just 2 camps, the feudalists and the centralists. You have to imagine at this time, only 12 years had passed since the first emperor had unified the world. Before him, no one had ever truly ruled all under heaven as a single emperor. Even the state of Qin, in its nearly 700-year history, had never permanently controlled the lands east of the Hangu Pass. So, within the empire, there had long been a fierce debate on how to govern such a vast territory. The centralists, led by Chancellor Li Si, were the legalists. They wanted to use the law to create a highly sophisticated state machine paired with an administrative system of commanderies and counties to effectively govern this unprecedentedly vast land and population. This, in fact, was the true weapon and secret to the first emperor's success. The feudalists, led by other members of the imperial clan, argued that no matter how good the system was, it simply wasn't applicable to the entire world. They believed it was better to follow the old traditions, beat the eastern states into submission, and then let them govern themselves as long as they recognized the King of Qin as the Son of Heaven, the overlord of all. From a purely practical standpoint, considering the technology, financial development, and logistical difficulties of the time, directly administering the vast eastern territories was indeed a thankless task. The vast quantities of grain and cloth collected as taxes would rot or spoil long before they reached the capital, or the cost of transport would exceed their value. In return, the central government had to spend enormous resources to train and appoint officials for these regions and bear their administrative costs. From a purely fiscal perspective, 2,200 years ago, ruling such a massive territory with a centralized system was indeed an awkward, unprofitable situation. And the rebellion gave the feudalists the perfect "I told you so" moment. "We told you the East was a mess," they argued. "Your Majesty, look, these rabble just want to be kings of their own little patches of dirt. And those foolish aristocrats are already trying to restore their old kingdoms. Before long, the East will be a bloody free-for-all, just like it was for 800 years under the Zhou Dynasty. Let us seal our borders, let them kill each other, and then we can step in at the end to clean up and reap the benefits. Isn't this the traditional policy our state of Qin has followed for 700 years? The centralists, urged on by Li Si, submitted memorials arguing that this was not a time for economic calculations. This was a battle for the legitimacy of their rule, a fundamental struggle over the very nature of the imperial system. But the second emperor was not his father. Amidst the cacophony of arguments, he chose the one that sounded most pleasing to his ears. "These rabble are nothing but petty thieves and bandits. Let the local officials deal with them. Why must it trouble His Majesty?"
The feudalists had won. The central government made the bizarre decision to stand by and seal its borders amidst a rebellion that engulfed most of the country. It was eerily similar to the United States at the beginning of the two world wars, but America was watching wars on other continents. The Qin Empire was allowing its own limbs to rot and fester. Perhaps from that moment on, the second generation of the empire no longer had any concept of one family under heaven. As Chancellor, the only concession Li Si could win was to have his own son, Li Yu, dispatched to govern the most important granary in the east at Xianyang. He had preserved the empire's bridgehead for a future counterattack.
With the central nervous system of Xianyang having voluntarily severed control over its own limbs, the Qin Empire descended into a surreal political landscape. For the provincial governors in the east, this strategic abandonment was a death sentence. Imagine you were the magistrate of Pei County or the governor of Quiji Commandery. When you see your territory engulfed in flames and your desperate pleas for reinforcements go unanswered, what do? Wait, that's a death sentence. Suppress the rebellion yourself? You don't have enough troops. For these Qin local officials, there was only one path left. To survive, they had to become rebels themselves. And this perfectly explains a mystery that has long puzzled historians. Why do we see so many officials from within the Qin system among the leaders of the anti-Qin rebellion? In Pei County, the Qin-appointed magistrate actually opened the city gates and tried to invite Liu Bang back to lead, hoping to trade his loyalty for a ticket on the new lifeboat. In Quiji, the highest-ranking administrator of the entire commandery, Yin Tong, actually sought out Xiang Liang, the uncle of Xiang Yu, and tried to make him his general, with himself as the commander of a new rebel force. This wasn't the government forcing the people to rebel. This was the government forcing the government to rebel. It was the central government's isolationist policy that forced these cells, which were supposed to protect the empire, to metastasize, to seek self-preservation through cooperation with the rebels. The grassroots administrative system of the Qin Empire, due to the collapse of its top-level design, suffered a collective, systemic defection in just a few short months. However, just as the feudalists thought they could trade the chaos of the East for peace in their heartland, reality kicked them squarely in the teeth. In the winter of 208 BC, a general under Chen Sheng, leading a motley army of several 100,000 peasants, deserters, and convicts, simply strolled through the supposedly impassable Hangu Pass and charged all the way to the Xi River, just a few dozen kilometers from Xianyang. The Hangu Pass, where one man could hold off 10,000, had been Qin's security valve for centuries. Even at the height of the Warring States period, the combined armies of the Six Kingdoms had been stopped in their tracks before it. How could it be kicked open by a bunch of peasants who had just put down their hoes? This wasn't just a military defeat. It was a resounding slap in the face to the second emperor and the feudalists' isolationist policy. Huhai was utterly panicked. He discovered to his horror that the eastern barbarians he had dismissed as mere bandits had not, as Zhao Gao had promised, started killing each other. They were coming straight for his throne. In a state of profound shock and terror, the second emperor began to doubt. Could the feudalists have been wrong? And at this moment of existential crisis, a sidelined centralist seized his chance. The minister of the palace treasury, Zhang Han, stepped forward. This official, in charge of the imperial finances and construction projects, proposed an incredibly bold plan. Since the regular army could not be mobilized in time, they should pardon the 200,000 convicts working on the mausoleum at Mount Li, give them weapons, and turn these laborers into soldiers who would die to protect the empire. Huhai approved. For the centralists, this was not just a military counterattack, it was a political comeback from the brink of oblivion. Zhang Han did not disappoint. He forged this mob into a fearsome army. In a single stroke, they crushed the peasant army that had entered the pass. They retreated. Zhang Han immediately asked the emperor, "Do we pursue?" To pursue meant to go east, to charge back into the chaotic lands of the Six Kingdoms. And how far should they go? Was it enough to just eliminate Chen Sheng? Or should they fight to restore the glorious, unified Great Qin Empire? The emperor said, "Let us consider."
At this critical juncture, the feudalists panicked. They chose a fatal line of attack, the fall of the Hanggu Pass. They raised a question: how exactly did those bandits just waltz in? An investigation was launched. The man the emperor appointed to lead it was his most trusted confidant, Zhao Gao. What he didn't know was that Zhao Gao was, through and through, a feudalist.
The victory at the Qi River was a shot of adrenaline for the terrified Emperor Huai. After a full month of hesitation, he finally made the decision that would seal the empire's fate. We fight back. He ordered Zhang Han to lead his newly blooded Mausoleum Legion east out of the Hanggu Pass. Once unleashed, Zhang Han was a terrifying force of nature. He was like a combine harvester at full throttle, tearing across the ancient eastern plains. The armies of Wei were shattered. The relief forces of Qi were annihilated. The great general of Chu, Xianyang, was killed in battle. The black banners of Qin once again flew over the banks of the Yellow River, and the man supporting Zhang Han's blitzkrieg, the man who secured his rear, was none other than the centralist Chancellor Li Si's own son, Li Yu, the governor of Sichuan Commandery. Li Yu was like a nail, driven deep into the most critical strategic hub in the east, the Ao Granary at Xianyang. This was the breadbasket of the world. Through the canal system of the Yellow and Ji rivers, Li Yu continuously supplied Zhang Han's front lines with grain and weapons. It was a perfect iron triangle. Zhang Han killing on the front lines, Li Yu supplying from the rear, and Li Si strategizing in the capital. For a moment, it seemed the tide had turned. The invincible Qin Empire, it seemed, was truly back. As victory reports flooded into Xianyang, the mood in the city shifted from oppressive fear to manic euphoria. The path of great unification was once again proven to be correct, viable, and powerful. However, this dawn of a new imperial age was, in the eyes of the feudalists, a hellfire. This was the last thing they wanted to see. It was a cruel political paradox. The empire's victory was the feudalists' doom. Fear breeds madness. They had to break the empire's spine before Zhang Han was completely victorious. They couldn't defeat Zhang Han on the battlefield, but they could kill Li Si in the court. To survive, to seize power, the feudalists decided to do whatever it takes. Zhao Gao, in charge of the investigation into the fall of the pass, posed two key questions to the emperor. Why was Chen Sheng's army able to march right through Sichuan Commandery and straight to the Hanggu Pass? Why could Li Yu defend the Ao Granary, but not the borders of his own commandery? Why? Zhao Gao answered his own question. I have discovered that Chancellor Li Si and Chen Sheng's chancellor are from the same hometown. He is a traitor. There was nothing more to be said. The emperor, already turned against Li Si by Zhao Gao's previous machinations, ordered him thrown in prison. It is said that in his dark cell, the once all-powerful chancellor was tortured mercilessly. Whenever the emperor sent someone to verify the confession, Zhao Gao's men would beat Li Si until he confessed to treason. But when Zhao Gao's own interrogators came, any attempt by Li Si to defend himself was met with even more brutal torture. Trapped in this hopeless despair, Li Si's spirit was broken. He finally confessed to the crime, colluding with the enemy, with the intent to rebel. In 208 BC, on a public street in Xianyang, Li Si was cut in half at the waist. Just before his execution, he looked at his second son beside him and spoke his heartbreaking last words. I wish we could take our yellow dog and go out the east gate of our hometown to chase rabbits together again. Is it still possible? But the truth is not always so sentimental.
When historians have scoured all the records, they have found a deeply intriguing detail. Li Si had indeed written at length about his contributions to the empire. He had repeatedly denounced Zhao Gao as a usurper. But in all the written records, he never once directly denied the specific charge of exchanging letters with the rebel army. He only ever said, "I have merit." He never dared to say, "I didn't do it." This leaves a vast space for historical imagination. Perhaps in the brutal struggle between the feudalists and the centralists, the ones who were willing to do whatever it takes were not only on one side.
The execution of Li Si was not just the death of one man, it was the end of an era. With Li Si gone, the second emperor, Hu Hai, fell completely under the sway of Zhao Gao. He believed all the accusations of the chancellor's treason. Fear turned into a murderous rage. A great purge of the centralist faction swept through Xianyang. The right chancellor, Feng Kuji, and the general, Feng Ji, two pillars of the empire, were forced to commit suicide. And on the front lines, Li Yu, having lost his father's political protection and logistical support, was left isolated and helpless. He was killed in battle. The entire team of unification loyalists that Li Si had built was uprooted. The imperial court of Qin was suddenly empty, leaving only Zhao Gao and his shadow. Zhao Gao, having achieved his goal, became the new chancellor. With absolute power in his hands, he could finally implement his long-contemplated downgrade plan. He sent secret envoys to the 6 eastern kingdoms. The bargaining chip was simple. Qin was willing to abandon the great unified empire built by the first emperor and recognize their independence. They would all return to the state of the Warring States period, respecting each other's borders and redividing their spheres of influence. At this time, Zhang Han, on the front lines, caught wind of these developments. This brilliant general, fresh from a major victory at Dingtao, where he had killed the Chu commander Xiang Liang in a night raid, suddenly felt a bone-deep chill. He realized that his desperate fight on the front lines, in the eyes of the court, no longer had any military significance. It was merely a bargaining chip on a negotiating table. The court's strategy had changed, from pacifying the rebellion to using war to force a negotiation. Zhang Han no longer dared to advance east. To advance meant to expand the war, to defy Zhao Gao's will to contract. And so, after his great victory at Dingtao, with an overwhelmingly superior force, Zhang Han made a decision that has baffled military historians for centuries. He did not pursue the remnants of the Chu army. Instead, he turned north, crossed the Yellow River, and joined forces with Wang Li's Great Wall Legion to besiege the city of Julu in Zhao. Militarily, this was a move born of overconfidence. But politically, it was an act of coordination with Zhao Gao's negotiations. The Qin court hoped that Zhang Han and Wang Li would win a decisive victory in Zhao, inflicting enough pain on the feudal lords to secure a respectable exit deal for Qin, to keep their heartland and some territory, and to go back to being the king of Qin. However, man's plans are no match for the plans of heaven. Zhao Gao and Zhang Han had counted on the weakness of the feudal lords, but they had not counted on the madman, Xiang Yu. In Chu, Fanzeng and Xiang Yu killed the hesitant Song Yi and seized control of the army. They burned their boats and smashed their cauldrons, crossed the river, and shattered the iron wall of the Qin army at Julu. Wang Li was killed, and the Great Wall Legion was annihilated. The biggest bargaining chip on Qin's negotiating table had just turned to dust. And then came a fatal blow from behind. While all eyes were on the meat grinder at Julu, Liu Bang appeared silently in the south. In a surprise attack, he defeated the Qin general Yang Xiong, cutting off Zhang Han's line of communication with the Qin heartland. This meant that Zhang Han had not only lost his supplies, but his route of retreat was now blocked. At this moment, the second emperor, at Zhao Gao's urging, made the decision that broke the camel's back. Enraged by Yang Xiong's defeat, he had Yang Xiong executed and sent an envoy to severely reprimand Zhang Han. This decree broke Zhang Han's spirit completely. With Xiang Yu attacking from the front, Liu Bang blocking his rear, and Zhao Gao baying for his blood in the court, Zhang Han finally understood. As a relic of the Great Unification era, there was no place for him in Zhao Gao's new, smaller Qin. In 207 BC, at the ruins of Yin, Zhang Han surrendered with his 200,000 Qin soldiers. The military pillar of the Qin Empire had completely collapsed. Earlier, the king of Chu, on behalf of the allied lords, had made a famous political promise to the world, the Covenant of the King. He who first enters Guanzhong shall be its king. Later generations often see this as a foot race between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, but in reality, it was a devastating act of psychological warfare waged against the Qin interior. The subtext of this covenant was, no matter who you are, whether you are a noble of the Six Kingdoms, a surrendered Qin general, or a Qin official, as long as you turn against your masters, kill the second emperor, and hand over the heartland, the feudal lords will recognize you as the king of Guanzhong. This was the true Covenant of the King. It wasn't meant for Xiang Yu, it was a call to arms for the people of Qin. The effect of this poison pill was immediate. At Xianyang, a struggling Liu Bang received advice from his strategist, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang saw the true nature of the covenant. He advised Liu Bang not to attack the city, but to relay the promise to its Qin commander. Surrender now, and you too can be a marquis, or even keep your post. The commander of Xianyang surrendered. Liu Bang had an epiphany. He marched on, holding the banner of the covenant high, no longer a conqueror, but an envoy of ennoblement. The Qin governors and magistrates defected one after another. Liu Bang's army swept through, almost without a fight, all the way to the Wu Pass. This poison pill was also delivered to Xianyang, to Zhao Gao himself. A secret envoy from Pengcheng, the chief strategist of Chu, delivered the same message to Zhao Gao. If he could kill the second emperor, the allied lords were willing to recognize him as the new king of Qin. Zhao Gao was tempted. He would betray the second emperor, just as naturally as he had betrayed the first. He would trade the emperor's head for a ticket to become the king of Guanzhong. In September of 207 BC, the atmosphere in Xianyang was suffocating. The bad news kept coming. The emperor repeatedly blamed the feudalist faction and Zhao Gao. This was a fatal signal. Zhao Gao felt a terror he had never known. He knew that Hu Hai, for all his incompetence, would eventually wake up when the flames reached his own eyebrows. He would look for someone to blame for losing the empire, and that scapegoat could only be him. To survive, Zhao Gao had to strike first, but before he did, he needed one final confirmation. In this teetering court, how many men still recognized the emperor, and not him? And so, at a famous court assembly, Zhao Gao had a deer brought in. He pointed at the deer and said to the second emperor, "Your Majesty, I present you with a fine steed." The second emperor laughed, thinking Zhao Gao had gone mad. "Chancellor, are you mistaken? This is clearly a deer. How can you call it a horse?" Zhao Gao did not smile. He turned his cold gaze upon every minister in the court. "My esteemed lords," he asked, "tell me, is this a deer or is it a horse?" A deathly silence fell. Some ministers said nothing, for they dared not lie, but also dared not offend Zhao Gao. Some, with a final shred of loyalty to the Qin state, truthfully said it was a deer. But many more, those who had long since pledged their allegiance to Zhao Gao, unanimously declared it was a horse. The result was bloody. After the assembly, all the ministers who had said deer were secretly executed by Zhao Gao on various charges. Through this extreme stress test, Zhao Gao completed his final purge of the court. He now had absolute control. Even if he killed the emperor, no one would dare to say a word. The path to the coup was paved. And then, that very same month, the final death knell sounded. The Wu Pass, the last great gate to the Qin heartland, was breached by Liu Bang. When news that Liu Bang's army was on the Guanzhong plain reached Xianyang, the second emperor was utterly terrified. He could no longer deceive himself. He began to rage at Zhao Gao. "Didn't you say the eastern bandits were all defeated? Why are they at our doorstep?" Zhao Gao knew the moment had come. The emperor was now a liability, an obstacle to his negotiations with the eastern lords. Zhao Gao feigned illness and stopped attending court. Secretly, he summoned his son-in-law, the magistrate of Xianyang, and his brother, Zhao Cheng, and gave the order to assassinate the emperor. The Wangyi Palace, the imperial retreat the second emperor had used to escape the war, became his tomb. When the magistrate, Yan Lei, stormed the palace gates with over 1,000 soldiers and put a sword to the emperor's neck, the young ruler finally saw the cruel reality.
In his final moments, the second emperor displayed a desperate, pathetic will to live. He begged Yan Lei, "I no longer want to be emperor. Can I be the king of a single commandery?" Yan Lei shook his head. Then, a marquis of 10,000 households? Yan Lei refused again. "Then let me and my wife and children live as commoners, just like ordinary people. Surely that is acceptable?" Yan Lei looked at the man who had once owned the world and delivered the cold verdict. "I am here on the Chancellor's orders to execute you for the good of the realm. No matter what you say, I will not agree." In despair, the second emperor, Hu Hai, took his own sword and killed himself. It had been merely 3 years since the death of his father.
In September of 207 BC, with the blood still fresh at Wangyi Palace, Zhao Gao, wearing the imperial seal of the second emperor, strode into the grand hall of Xianyang Palace. In that moment, the man who had single-handedly orchestrated the empire's destruction was just one step away from the supreme position. He tried to sit on the dragon throne, even wanting the ministers to hail him as the new emperor. But he was met with a dead silence. The ministers, whether his sycophants or the few remaining old guard, all lowered their heads and said nothing. It is said that at that moment, the great hall itself began to tremble, as if the very beams of the palace were rejecting the usurper. Zhao Gao understood. He had killed all the direct descendants of the first emperor, but he still could not cross the chasm of bloodline. On the ruins of this vast empire, he was still just a lowly steward. To appease the court and to continue his downgrade plan, Zhao Gao was forced to compromise. He chose Ziying, the son of the first emperor's brother. But the title he gave Ziying was no longer emperor. At this moment, as a thorough feudalist, Zhao Gao finally spoke his true heart. The land of Qin was originally the state of Qin from the Warring States period. Now that the 6 kingdoms have been restored, the title of emperor is no longer appropriate. From this day forward, Ziying shall renounce the title of emperor and be known as the King of Qin. Pay close attention to this detail. This was not just a change of name, it was the official death certificate of the Qin Empire. It meant that the sacred, unified empire established by the first emperor was, in legal terms, officially dissolved. Qin had reverted to being one of the 7 warring states. Zhao Gao and the feudalists believed that by removing the crown and lowering their heads, they could earn the forgiveness of the Eastern lords. However, Ziying was not the puppet Zhao Gao had imagined. This member of the imperial clan, who had endured for years in obscurity, saw through Zhao Gao's endgame the moment he accepted the crown. He knew that Zhao Gao was only keeping him alive as a bargaining chip. The moment the negotiations broke down, or the moment Zhao Gao decided to make himself king, his fate would be worse than the second emperor's. To live, he had to kill Zhao Gao first. On the 5th day of his reign, Zhao Gao demanded that Ziying go to the ancestral temple to fast and announce his accession. It was an obvious trap. Zhao Gao planned to kill the new king in the shadows of the temple, just as he had killed the last. Ziying turned the tables. He feigned illness and refused to go. Zhao Gao grew impatient. The all-powerful chancellor made a fatal mistake. He went personally to Ziying's private quarters to urge him on. The moment Zhao Gao stepped through the door, history's judgment fell. Ziying's personal eunuch, lying in ambush, struck. There were no words, no trial, just a single, clean stroke. Zhao Gao, the man who had destroyed an empire, fell in a pool of his own blood. Ziying then ordered the extermination of Zhao Gao's entire clan. The people of Xianyang celebrated. The dark cloud that had hung over the state for 3 years had finally dispersed. The cancerous tumor had been removed. The new king of Qin, now in real control, made a last, desperate stand. He did not want to surrender. He mobilized the last remaining troops in the heartland and sent them to defend the southern gate, the Yao Pass. He was gambling that the Qin army, with the advantage of their home terrain, could hold off the eastern bandits one last time. But his opponent was no longer the peasant army of old. He was facing Liu Bang, now evolved into a top-tier politician, and Zhang Liang, a strategist of the highest order. Faced with the Qin defenses, Liu Bang adopted Zhang Liang's plan. He did not launch a frontal assault. First, he had flags planted all over the surrounding hills, creating the illusion of a massive, overwhelming army. Then, he sent envoys with heavy bribes to the Qin commanders. And in the moment of the Qin commanders' hesitation, Liu Bang launched a devastating surprise attack. At the Battle of Lantian, the last major force of the Qin army was completely routed. This was not just a military defeat, it was the collapse of public morale. The people of the Qin heartland, after 3 years of tyranny, war, and turmoil, were utterly exhausted. They no longer believed their king could protect them. In October of 207 BC, the king of Qin had been on the throne for a mere 46 days. Liu Bang's army was now camped at Bashang, just outside the walls of Xianyang. The end was near. Ziying understood. The mandate of the state of Qin was exhausted. To save the people of Xianyang from a massacre, to preserve the ancestral temples from being burned, the last ruler made his final choice. Outside the city by the side of the road, a cold autumn wind blew. A plain white carriage drawn by white horses approached slowly. The man in the carriage was not a majestic king, but a man dressed as a prisoner. A silk cord was tied around Ziying's neck, a symbol that his life was now as fragile as the cord, to be led away or strangled at the victor's will. In his hands, he held the imperial seal and the tiger tallies for commanding the army. He knelt by the side of the road. The moment Liu Bang accepted the imperial seal, the great empire founded by the first emperor, the empire once thought to last for 10,000 generations, officially came to an end. Qin had fallen.
But this was only the end of the Qin Empire, and it wasn't even the end for King Ziying and the state of Qin. Their end would come a month later, when Xiang Yu, burning with the fire of vengeance, stormed into Xianyang. He killed Ziying, massacred the city's inhabitants, and burned the Epang Palace to the ground. The fire raged for 3 months without being extinguished. Only then was the state of Qin, along with the family of the first emperor, finally reduced to ashes. And this was far from the end for the feudalists and the centralists. The struggle between these two ideologies would continue through several more brutal wars and decades of turmoil before the dust finally settled.
When one thinks of the Qin Empire, or even ancient China, the first image that comes to mind is the world-shocking terracotta army. And this magnificent army reflects the invincible military machine that swept away 6 rival kingdoms and unified China. One could say that China's very existence today as a unified nation is built upon the myth of this legion's invincibility. But with the sudden collapse of the empire after the first emperor's death, this myth was shattered. And at the Battle of Julu in 208 BC, a miracle of warfare occurred. A peerless hero led 50,000 men to crush a Qin army of 400,000. After this battle, the Qin army was no more. The Qin dynasty was no more. A year earlier, the collapse of the great Qin Empire seemed inevitable. After 2 impoverished farmers raised the banner of rebellion in Zhexiang, a tidal wave of revolt instantly swept across the realm. The common people, crushed by Qin's brutal laws, rose up, killing local officials and seizing granaries. Chaos reigned. And for the old aristocrats of the 6 kingdoms so recently conquered, this was the perfect moment for revenge. In a very short time, nearly all of the 6 old kingdoms had been restored. East of the Hangu Pass, it seemed, the land no longer belonged to Qin. However, no collapse happens overnight. While the once mighty empire was weakened by its rigid rule and bloody political infighting, its backbone, the Qin army, unleashed a final astonishing burst of combat power. The old Qin warriors would not go down easily. As a rebel army of over 100,000 peasants surged into the heartland, an unexpected figure emerged in the capital, Xianyang. His name was Zhang Han. He was not a professional soldier. He was the minister of the palace treasury, the emperor's chief financier and architect. With the rebels closing in, Zhang Han made an astonishing proposal. He requested to pardon the hundreds of thousands of convicts and slaves toiling on the first emperor's mausoleum, and to arm them for battle. This was an act of profound irony. One of the main reasons for the chaos was the dynasty's relentless conscription of labor to build this very tomb. The harsh Qin laws had turned countless ordinary people into criminals, who were then marched to this bottomless pit of labor. In a sense, the mausoleum and the ant-like masses toiling beneath it were the ultimate symbol of Qin's tyranny. And now, these very ants were being asked to fight to the death to save the empire that enslaved them. Was it even possible? In Chinese history, such a scenario had played out once before. When a rival army approached the capital of the Shang Dynasty, the Shang armed their slaves, only to be met with a mass betrayal on the battlefield. The dynasty fell in a single day. What would happen this time? As it turned out, the idea wasn't the problem, it was the man executing it. The desperate court agreed, seeing it as a way to buy time. But no one expected what came next. Under the command of Zhang Han, and critically, led by a corps of professional junior officers from the regular Qin army, this mob of convicts and slaves was forged into an army of death. Twice, he led them to victory against the peasant rebels. Bolstered by the arrival of some regular army units, the emperor put them all under Zhang Han's command and sent them east of the Hangu Pass to crush the rebellion. Zhang Han did not disappoint. This cobbled-together mausoleum legion was invincible. He shattered the main rebel force, defeated 7 other rebel generals, killed the rebel leader Chen Sheng, conquered the revived state of Wei, and killed the king of Qi. Then, at the Battle of Dingtao, he defeated and killed the commander-in-chief of the Chu army, Xianyang, the most accomplished general among all the rebel forces. Finally, he smashed his way into Handan, the capital of the Zhao kingdom, and cornered the king of Zhao in his last stronghold, the city of Julu. By 208 BC, just 1 year after the rebellion began, the resistance had reached its darkest hour. If the Mausoleum Legion of convicts had already pushed the rebels to the brink, the next piece of news plunged them into suffocating despair. The Great Wall Legion had arrived. Without understanding Qin's military deployment, it's hard to grasp the weight of these words. The Qin Empire had 3 main armies. One was the capital garrison. Another was the Southern Army, sent to conquer the regions south of the Yangtze. And the third, the most elite of all, was the Great Wall Legion, permanently stationed on the northern frontier in Juyuan Commandery. Their mission was singular, to defend against the fierce Xiongnu cavalry of the northern steppe. For 9 years, this army had built the Great Wall, honed their tactics, and fought the nomads. They possessed the empire's most powerful crossbows, its strongest armor, and its richest experience in open-field warfare. At its peak, it numbered 300,000 men. Even after reductions, it still fielded over 200,000 elite soldiers. The Great Wall Legion was, arguably, the most powerful army on Earth, and its current commander was a man named Wang Li. In the Qin military, the name Wang meant victory. Wang Li's grandfather, Wang Jian, had personally commanded the armies that conquered 3 of the 6 kingdoms. His father, Wang Ben, had conquered another 2. The Wang family was the soul of the Qin military. They had buried 5 of the 6 kingdoms. So, in Wang Li's eyes, this rebellion was nothing more than the last dying embers of a fire his family had already extinguished once. When the summons finally came to march south and put down the revolt, he did not hesitate. He force-marched his army, traveling light. They carried only essential combat gear, racing down the straight road that led to the capital. The heavy equipment, armor for the heavy cavalry and infantry, powerful crossbows, siege engines, artisans, and provisions, would follow later. Eager for battle, Wang Li arrived at the front. But to his shock and fury, he discovered that Zhang Han, the architect, had been appointed supreme commander of all Qin forces. This meant that he, Wang Li, a third-generation general from the most revered military family in the empire, had to take orders from a glorified bean counter. But the laws of Qin were absolute. He swallowed his pride, determined to win a swift and glorious victory to reclaim his rightful place. And that glorious victory was waiting for him right in front of his eyes, Zhulu. Now, Wang Li led his army, a force born for slaughter, south into the heartland. Their goal was clear: to join forces with Zhang Han's Mausoleum Legion and utterly annihilate the rebellion at Zhulu. In the winter of 208 BC, the city of Zhulu became a city of the dead. Wang Li's 200,000-strong Great Wall Legion surrounded the small city. In desperation, the Zhao defenders poured water down the city walls. In the freezing winter wind, it instantly turned to ice, creating a slick barrier the Qin soldiers could not climb. Lacking his heavy siege engines, Wang Li settled in for a long siege, using the city as bait to draw in more rebels. As expected, reinforcements from the other rebel states arrived. But when they saw the black-clad legions of Qin, when they saw the great banner bearing the name Wang, they all stopped. Fear. A deep, bone-chilling fear. No one dared to attack. They simply built their camps and watched as the city of Zhulu slowly starved. But then, just as Wang Li was preparing his final assault, disastrous news arrived. His decision to force-march his army south had been a strategic blunder. With the main legion gone, the northern frontier was left exposed. The Xiongnu had seized the opportunity, swarming over the border and reconquering the northern territories. This meant that Wang Li's heavy equipment and the vast stores of grain stockpiled in the north were now completely cut off. This created an absurd situation. His 200,000 elite soldiers were now stranded. They had no heavy armor for their cavalry and infantry, no siege rams to break the walls. And most critically, they had no food. Fortunately, they still had Zhang Han's Mausoleum Legion. Zhang Han controlled the Ao granary at Xianyang, the empire's national food reserve. Despite the chaos, this strategic granary still held enough grain to feed the 400,000-strong Qin army. But this meant maintaining a fragile supply line from the granary to Zhulu. The distance was over 300 kilometers. The only viable option was to transport the grain by water. And here, we must understand a crucial piece of geographical history. Unlike its course today, 2,200 years ago, the Yellow River flowed directly through Xianyang, where the Ao granary was located. From there, the river ran northeast. This created a perfect aquatic highway. Grain from the Ao granary was loaded onto barges, sailed downstream on this ancient course of the Yellow River, and then transferred into its tributary, the Jiang River. This route took the supplies directly to a place called Jiyuan, less than 50 kilometers from the front lines at Zhulu. From Jiyuan, the grain was simply transferred to wagons for the final leg of the journey. The final 50 kilometers were the only part of the journey that needed protection. And so, a stalemate formed around Zhulu. The besieged city was the epicenter. To the north, a combined rebel army of 400,000 men watched, too paralyzed by fear and disunity to act. Wang Li's Great Wall Legion formed a tight ring around the city. To the south, a contingent of Zhang Han's Mausoleum Legion, perhaps 100,000 strong, guarded the supply line. And Zhang Han himself, with the main body of his army, held the critical transport hub at Jiyuan. Both sides were waiting for the other to make a move. The move finally came. The besieged king of Zhao had sent desperate pleas for help to the king of Chu, the nominal leader of the rebellion. Though still reeling from their recent defeat, the Chu army was the strongest among the rebel states. the king of Chu made a crucial strategic decision. He split his forces into two armies. The first was a smaller force of only a few thousand men, led by the newly ennobled Liu Bang. Taking advantage of the fact that the main Qin armies were concentrated at Julu, his mission was to march west on a long expedition to attack the Qin heartland of Guanzhong. Even if this audacious campaign failed, it would serve as a vital diversion, drawing away Qin's attention. The second, the main Chu army, was composed of 50,000 battle-hardened veteran soldiers, tasked with marching north to relieve the state of Zhao. The commander-in-chief of this main army was Song Yi. The second in command was the slain General Xiangliang's 23-year-old nephew, Xiang Yu, and the third in command was the king's own substitute father, Pengcheng. But the commander, Song Yi, was a talker, not a fighter. He marched his army to the city of Xianyang and then simply stopped. We will never know if it was because Xianyang was perilously close to Dingtao, the very place where the great General Xiangliang had been defeated and killed by Zhang Han, that filled Song Yi with a paralyzing fear of facing Zhang Han himself. But whatever the reason, in a rescue mission where speed was everything, he held his army at Xianyang for a staggering 46 days. Xiang Yu, burning for revenge against Zhang Han, repeatedly pleaded for permission to advance. Song Yi not only refused, but issued a chilling order. Anyone who was fierce, disobedient, or glory-seeking would be executed. Xiang Yu, unable to endure it any longer, conspired secretly with the third in command, Pengcheng. They found their perfect moment. Song Yi was hosting a lavish farewell banquet to send his own son off to the state of Qi to become its new chancellor. At that very moment, a torrential rain began to fall. Amidst the freezing cold, stuck in this strategic limbo, the army's already low morale was now a tinderbox ready to ignite. Xiang Yu stormed into the command tent, beheaded Song Yi, and announced to the stunned soldiers that he was acting on a secret order from the king of Chu to execute Song Yi for plotting treason with the state of Qi. The soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Then, while Pengcheng dispatched a messenger to inform the king of Chu, Xiang Yu immediately marched the army with great speed toward Julu. After crossing the Yellow River, Xiang Yu's army reached the banks of the Jiang River, with Julu visible on the other side. The young general ascended a high point and surveyed the battlefield. And with his innate military genius, he immediately spotted the massive flaw in the Qin deployment. As we said, Wang Li's Great Wall Legion was starving. Every grain of rice they ate depended on Zhang Han shipping it from the south. To protect this fragile lifeline, Wang Li deployed the Great Wall Legion's signature creation, the Great Wall itself. Along the 50-kilometer supply route, the Qin army constructed a Yongdao. This was a covered way, a fortified road flanked by earthen walls and wooden palisades specifically designed to defend against cavalry raids. And just like the Great Wall, it was equipped with beacon towers and mobile units, allowing for a rapid response to any harassment along the line. It was like an umbilical cord, connecting Zhang Han's base to Wang Li's siege. This was a highly effective system, honed over years of fighting nomadic tribes, combining both transport security and instant communication. The only problem was, their enemy now was not the Xiongnu. In fact, this fortified road was the most obvious target imaginable. But the 400,000-strong allied army did nothing. No one dared to break formation and attack it. They knew that a solo, deep strike would inevitably be met by a pincer attack from Wang Li's Great Wall Legion and the Mausoleum Legion troops stationed south of the city. Why stick their necks out? But Xiang Yu was fearless. He immediately dispatched his fiercest general, Yingbu, and another commander with 10,000 Chu cavalry across the Jiang River to launch a series of devastating raids on the fortified road. The Chu cavalry's combat discipline, siege experience, and efficiency far surpassed that of the Xiongnu. Under Yingbu's command, they employed multi-point harassment tactics, their goal not to annihilate, but to disrupt, harass, and sever the transport. This dense, multi-pronged assault quickly overwhelmed the defensive capacity of the Yongdao's garrison. Yingbu knew a massive Qin counterattack was imminent. He knew his 10,000 cavalry, with their backs to the river, could be annihilated. He placed all his hope in his commander-in-chief, believing he could persuade the allied armies to launch a coordinated attack. But he was wrong. Xiang Yu never even attempted to contact the other feudal lords. He didn't have the time, and he certainly didn't have their trust. Who would obey a 23-year-old junior general from the Chu army? Just because he was the nephew of Xianyang, the grandson of the great general Xianyang. So Xiang Yu wasted not a single moment on these futile communications. He led his remaining 40,000 Chu soldiers across the Jiang River. And then he gave an order that would echo through Chinese history. Pofu Chenzhou. He commanded his soldiers, "Sink all the ships, smash every cooking pot, burn all the shelters. Each man is to carry only 3 days' worth of dry rations." Xiang Yu was telling his own soldiers and the Qin army across the field, "We have no retreat. In 3 days, we will either be eating in the Qin camp or we will be corpses on this riverbank." From the moment Yingbu's cavalry began their raids, the battle on the banks of the Jiang River became a bizarre spectacle. 10,000 cavalry attacked a fragile earthen fortification, repeatedly charging, breaking through palisades, setting fire to structures, then retreating to regroup. Then charging again, retreating just before the enemy's rapid response force could arrive. They were not without losses. The powerful crossbows of the Great Wall Legion exacted a price for every charge. But the narrow battlefield of the fortified road worked in their favor, preventing the Qin from bringing their full-ranged firepower to bear. And surrounding this small battlefield, nearly 800,000 soldiers were watching. Among them, 300,000 Qin troops were frantically redeploying, freeing up mobile units to launch a decisive counterattack on this small cavalry force trapped against the river. Another 400,000 allied rebel troops had finally begun to move, cautiously advancing their positions to the flanks of Julu, occupying high ground and building temporary fortifications to watch from afar. And on the banks of the Jiang River, 40,000 Chu soldiers anxiously watched as their comrades were ferried across. Time passed in this tense dance of maneuvers. By the time Xiang Yu's 40,000 men had fully crossed the river and mobilized for war, they joined the returning cavalry, formed up for a full-scale assault, their backs to the water. The history books do not record the thoughts of the other rebel generals, only that they watched from the ramparts. Zuobi Shangguan. They watched from the safety of their newly built fortifications, a phrase that would later become a Chinese idiom for standing by and doing nothing while others fight. Of course, their inaction was understandable. From a tactical perspective, the 50,000 Chu soldiers had walked into a death trap. Their retreat was cut off. In front of them, the fortified road was still partially intact, and most critically, the Qin had finished their deployment. While Wang Li's main force remained engaged, the nearly 100,000-strong reserve force from Zhang Han's Mausoleum Legion, stationed south of Julu, had now arrayed for battle. 100,000 Qin soldiers against 50,000 Chu soldiers who had just force-marched to the battlefield. Everyone knew what was coming, but everyone underestimated the Chu, and everyone underestimated Xiang Yu. Before the Qin could fully deploy, the Chu army, led by Xiang Yu, fell upon them like a pack of starving wolves. The battle began. A brutal, ferocious clash erupted along the fortified road. The histories record that every Chu soldier fought as 10 men. This was not a literary exaggeration. Trapped with no hope of retreat, the Chu army unleashed the absolute limits of human endurance. Most of them were men of Chu, burning with hatred for the Qin who had destroyed their kingdom. Old hatreds, new desperation, and the raw instinct for survival turned them into killing machines, oblivious to pain. Their war cries shook the heavens. The histories say, the sound was so terrifying that the horses of the other rebel armies dared not even neigh. Once, twice, 3 times, 9 times, the two armies clashed in brutal, head-on combat, and 9 times the Chu were victorious. This was the legendary 9 victories in 9 battles. Every Qin counterattack was personally repelled by Xiang Yu. Zhang Han's once invincible mausoleum legion was broken. Imagine the scene. On the cold, desolate riverbank, tens of thousands of Chu soldiers roared amidst a mountain of corpses. Each time you thought they would collapse from exhaustion, they rose again, screaming, fighting beyond all physical limits. Xiang Yu himself, leading his elite cavalry, charged again and again into the Qin formations, driven by a vow of vengeance. This giant of a man, nearly 2 meters tall and strong enough to lift a ceremonial bronze cauldron, was a demigod of death. Covered in blood, he fought on and on. In that moment, Xiang Yu was not a man. In the eyes of the Qin, he was a war god, clawed up from the depths of hell. The 100,000-strong Mausoleum Legion, undefeated until now, had never faced such a suicidal battle. They were psychologically shattered by the ferocity of Xiang Yu and the Chu army. They broke and fled south. And only then, when Wang Li, who had assumed Zhang Han's legion could handle the fight, realized the battle was lost and tried to send reinforcements, it was too late. Zhang Han's army was in full retreat. And now, the other feudal lords, who had been watching from the safety of their fortifications, finally saw which way the wind was blowing. They swarmed in from the flanks, cutting across the fortified road, following in the footsteps of the Chu army, and completing the total encirclement of Wang Li's Great Wall Legion. When the battle on the riverbank was over, the other rebel generals came to pay homage to Xiang Yu. The records of the grand historian gives a vivid detail. They crawled on their knees into his command tent, not one of them daring to look up at his face. At the age of 23, Xiang Yu had become a legend. He was now the supreme general of the feudal princes, the commander-in-chief of the entire rebel alliance. With the supply line severed and its relief force shattered, Wang Li's Great Wall Legion, still surrounding Julu, was now utterly alone. They had no food, no reinforcements, and their morale had hit rock bottom. And now, the Supreme General Xiang Yu waved his command baton. This time, it was not the Chu army fighting alone. The full 400,000-strong rebel alliance, now under his unified command, after a siege of several days to wait for Wang Li's army to starve, descended upon the remaining Qin positions like a tidal wave. The Great Wall Legion, the army that had once made the Xiongnu tremble in fear, was annihilated in a storm of hunger and steel. Several generals were killed or committed suicide. Their commander, Wang Li, was captured. Half of the Qin Empire's military might had just evaporated. But the war was not over. The Qin commander-in-chief, Zhang Han, still had over 200,000 men, now retreated to Jiyuan. The balance of power had shifted, but he was not yet defeated. Xiang Yu gave him no time to rest. For the next 4 months, he hounded Zhang Han's army. 3 times Zhang Han tried to outmaneuver him, and 3 times he was utterly defeated. All Zhang Han could do was retreat and defend. He still had a steady stream of grain coming from the Ao granary. He was waiting for reinforcements from the capital, or at the very least, an order to retreat. But the messenger he sent to the capital was kept waiting outside the palace gates for 3 days. He never even saw the emperor or the chancellor. The messenger escaped back to the front and delivered a single, chilling message. Whether you win or lose, you are a dead man. The commander who had once swept across the land finally broke. In the summer of 207 BC, near the ruins of the ancient Shang Dynasty capital of Yin, Zhang Han surrendered his army of 200,000 men to Xiang Yu. By a strange coincidence, the last time a slave army had betrayed their masters and decided the fate of a dynasty was at the Battle of Muya, not far from this very spot. Militarily speaking, the Qin dynasty died on this day. Some histories say that Wang Li was taken captive, but given Xiang Yu's personality and his deep-seated hatred for Qin, another version is more likely. It is said that Xiang Yu personally executed Wang Li. It was a sacrifice to the spirit of his grandfather, Xianyang, the last great general of Chu, who had been killed by Wang Li's grandfather, Wang Jian. It was the ultimate revenge of the Chu aristocracy against the Qin generals. But the flames of revenge, once lit, are hard to extinguish. The 200,000 surrendered Qin soldiers became Xiang Yu's nightmare. Though disarmed, they were still men of Qin. As the Grand Army marched west, the Qin soldiers began to whisper among themselves, fearing that if Xiang Yu failed to take the capital, their families back home would be executed by the Qin government. The rumors reached Xiang Yu's ears. And so, on a dark night, south of the city of Xinyang, the Chu army struck. The 200,000 unarmed Qin prisoners were driven into deep pits or slaughtered in their sleep. It sounds like a horror story, but it is real. In 1912, when workers were building a railway near the ancient site of Xinyang, they unearthed a mountain of human bones. It was a mass grave, 400 meters long and 250 meters wide. The skeletons inside were piled in layers, twisted and broken. This was the proof. On that night, history's definition of Xiang Yu would be forever changed. No longer just a war god, but something else. The Overlord, the title he would later choose for himself. The Battle of Julu ended with the complete annihilation of the Qin army. Xiang Yu, in the most brutal and direct way imaginable, had shattered the seemingly indestructible shell of the Qin Empire. He had proven that if you dare to burn your own escape route, if you dare to look death in the face, nothing is impossible. But he did not win the world. The courage he showed at Julu made the other lords fear him, but the cruelty he showed at Xinyang made the world despise him. And why he buried 200,000 men alive is still debated. But there is one reason all agree on: he was in a hurry. Because just before this, the small diversionary force led by the low-ranking officer Liu Bang, the man sent west with only a few thousand soldiers, had already marched into the Qin capital of Xianyang. This remains one of the most enduring mysteries in Chinese history. As the Qin Empire faced the abyss of destruction and the land was engulfed in the flames of war, when every faction threw their last ounce of courage and flesh and blood into a brutal, decisive struggle, where was that invincible Qin army that had once swept across the realm and unified the Six Kingdoms? History tells us that the Northern Frontier Army maintained its absolute loyalty. They abandoned the Great Wall defense line and marched south to rescue the empire, only to be completely annihilated by Xiang Yu at the Battle of Julu. But what of the other elite force? What of the Lingnan army that had swept south, conquering everything from present-day Shanghai all the way to northern Vietnam? With a massive force of 500,000, enough to turn the tide of the entire war, why were they absent from the battle for the Central Plains? Let us explore the story behind this enigma and uncover the intricate ties between these 500,000 Qin soldiers and Vietnam today. In the late autumn of 209 BC, chaos erupted in the Grand Palace of Xianyang. The second emperor of Qin and his high ministers were in a state of panic. A rebel army of hundreds of thousands, ragged but battle-hardened, had somehow broken through the legendary Hangu Pass, a fortress said to be impregnable. Now they were sweeping through the heartland, their vanguard already at the Qi River, just a mere 50 kilometers from the capital. The Great Qin Empire, a behemoth that had just swallowed the world and believed it would endure for 10,000 generations, suddenly found the Reaper's scythe at its own throat. The second emperor looked at his court and asked a question that plunged him into despair. Where are our county militias? Where are our main armies? It was a colossal irony. The first emperor had spent decades forging a hyper-militarized empire, but now, at its very heart, the Guangdong region, there was a fatal military vacuum. The first emperor had been too confident and too greedy. To maintain his vast domain, he had pushed all of his elite forces to the farthest frontiers. Now the capital was practically an empty city. In desperation, the court official Zhang Han stepped forward. He proposed a radical idea: conscript the convicts and slaves laboring at the emperor's mausoleum to form a new army. The court agreed without a second thought. but everyone knew they were a mob. They might slow the rebels' advance with their flesh and blood, but they could never stop the true armies of vengeance led by the nobles of the old conquered states. For the great Qin to survive, it needed to summon its true legions. On the vast, war-torn map of the empire, 2 points of light still shone. They were the 2 trump cards left by the first emperor, and in the second emperor's eyes, they were his last hope. The first was in the north, the Great Wall Army, 30,000 strong, hardened by years of brutal warfare against the Xiongnu nomads. They were the empire's sharpest spear. The second was in the south, the even larger, more mysterious Lingnan army. Historical records claim this force numbered a staggering 500,000 men. A decade earlier, they had been sent south to conquer the jungle tribes of the Baiyue. It was a force capable of sweeping across the entire continent. The second emperor, jolted from his dream of a self-sustaining fortress, now desperately needed his father's 2 armies. Without hesitation, he dispatched his highest-ranking messengers. 2 groups of envoys, with feathers in their caps and golden tablets of authority, galloped out of the beleaguered capital. One rode north towards the Great Wall, the other rode south towards the sweltering jungles. The fate of the empire now rested on the hooves of these few horses. Soon, news came from the north. The commander of the Great Wall Army, Wang Li, had been waiting for the call. Upon receiving the edict to save the king, his legion acted with astonishing efficiency. They made a huge sacrifice for the empire, abandoning the defensive lines they had held for years, even at the risk of a renewed Xiongnu invasion. Even while the main army was still gathering, Wang Li dispatched 2 of his top generals with a mobile vanguard force to race south to Xianyang. They were immediately integrated into Zhang Han's Lishan army, becoming the professional military backbone of that convict force. Then, after completing its mobilization, the main body of the Great Wall Army, a black tide of iron and steel, swiftly marched south. It was their arrival that gave the Qin forces a brief, brilliant resurgence on the battlefield, crushing numerous rebel leaders, including the formidable Xianyang. The northern army had not failed the empire, but everyone was still waiting for the other, much larger force. If 300,000 men from the Great Wall could turn the tide, what would happen if the 500,000-strong Lingnan army appeared on the battlefield? The defenders of Xianyang scanned the southern horizon daily. Zhang Han, in the lulls between brutal battles, prayed for the sight of their black dragon banners. But a month passed, then 2, then 6. The messengers sent south had vanished as if swallowed by an abyss. Not a single echo was heard. No sound of marching hooves, no rumble of supply wagons, not even a verbal reply. The great Lingnan army, 500,000 strong, had disappeared from the face of the earth. Let's turn back the clock to 223 BC. The state of Chu, the largest and most stubborn of the warring states, had finally fallen. The commander of the victorious Qin army, Wang Jian, grandfather of the Great Wall Army's commander, Wang Li, was at the pinnacle of his career. But before the smoke of battle had even cleared, an urgent edict arrived. Surrender your command. The old general wisely complied and retired. But what to do with his 600,000 battle-hardened soldiers? Disband them? No. For the ambitious first emperor, unifying the Central Plains was just the beginning. His gaze was already fixed on the blank space at the southern edge of the map. A year later, a new order was given. The first emperor took 300,000 of the most elite troops from the army that conquered Chu and reorganized them. Their new commander was a notoriously ruthless general named Tu Sui. His mission? March south, cross the 5 ridges, and extend the Great Qin's administrative system to the very ends of the earth. The army marched into the south, but they soon discovered an enemy unlike any they had ever faced. The historical texts refer to the diverse peoples of this vast southern land as the Baiyu. This was not a single nation, but a multitude of tribes living in the endless jungles and river networks. They didn't build walled cities, they lived in stilt houses. They didn't fight in disciplined phalanxes, but every one of them was a natural-born special forces soldier, moving through the dense jungle like monkeys and through the rivers like otters. For the Qin army, accustomed to large-scale warfare on the northern plains, this was an alien world. Initially, the Qin advance was unstoppable, but when they pushed deep into the territory of the Western Wu people, near the modern border of Guangxi and northern Vietnam, the war turned savage. The Western Wu leader was killed, but his people did not surrender. They vanished into the mountains and began a brutal guerrilla war. For the next 3 years, the Qin army was trapped in a nightmare. The histories describe their plight. The army was useless, unable to advance. For 3 years, the soldiers dared not even take off their armor or unstring their bows. Then, one moonless night, the Yue warriors launched their final assault. They cut the Qin supply lines and surrounded their main camp. In the chaotic battle that followed, the once invincible Qin commander, Tu Sui, was killed. The Qin army was routed. It was the most devastating defeat the first emperor had suffered since unification. But amidst this carnage, a young second-in-command was watching, learning. His name was Zhao Tuo. He was barely in his 20s, a native of the northern province of Hebei. He watched his commander's belief in brute force lead to annihilation. He watched his fellow soldiers from the dry northern plains die from the bite of a single mosquito. He saw that this savage land possessed a wild strength that the civilized world could not conquer by force alone. In those countless nights of terror, Zhao Tuo must have asked himself, can this land truly be conquered by killing alone? The death of Tu Sui marked the complete failure of the first emperor's initial plan, but it also cleared the stage for the young man from Hebei. He would rise from the ashes of this defeat and, in his own way, begin a legend. One of the main reasons for the Qin's defeat was logistics. Crossing the 5 ridges to supply an army was a nightmare. Qin Shi Huang, in a display of his terrifying willpower, didn't retreat. Instead, he ordered the construction of a marvel of engineering, the Ling Canal. This canal connected the Yangtze and Pearl River systems, creating a water highway that stretched from the heart of the empire to the deep south. In 214 BC, the Second Southern Campaign began. The new commander was Ren Xiao, and this time he led a reorganized and even larger force, a staggering 500,000 men. Fueled by the endless supplies from the canal, the second invasion was a swift and brutal success. The Qin established 3 new commanderies in the conquered lands: Nanhai, Guilin, and Xiang. The Nanhai commandery covered most of modern-day Guangdong, the Guilin commandery most of Guangxi. But the most significant was the Xiang commandery. Its territory was vast, stretching from southern Guangxi deep into modern-day northern Vietnam, into the fertile Red River Delta around present-day Hanoi. The war was over, but the 500,000 soldiers received no orders to return home. The first emperor needed not just a conquest, but a colony. The great fusion of the Qin soldiers and the Yue people began. The first problem to solve was a biological one. The army was almost entirely male. The emperor sent 15,000 women from the north to be wives for the soldiers, but it wasn't enough. With the tacit approval of their commanders, the Qin soldiers began to marry local Yue women. And in this wave of integration, no one was more thorough than the young man from Hebei, Zhao Tuo. After the victory, while the commander Ren Xiao governed the entire region, Zhao Tuo was made the magistrate of a key strategic county. As an official of the Great Qin, he took off his heavy official robes and wore the light, simple clothes of the Yue. He unfastened his top knot, the symbol of civilization, and tied his hair in the local fashion. He stopped speaking of harsh laws and punishments, and instead sat with the local Yue chieftains, drinking their rice wine and calling them his brothers. He respected their customs and honored their elders. To the conservative Qin officials, this was a betrayal of his culture. But to the Yue people, this northern giant was no longer a conqueror. He was one of them. Zhao Tuo was quietly building his own power base, his own prestige, loyal not to a distant emperor, but to the land he had come to love. When that urgent plea for help from Xianyang finally arrived at Commander Ren Xiao's desk, history poses a heavy question. According to the official Chinese histories, the story is simple. Ren Xiao was on his deathbed. He summoned his subordinate, Zhao Tuo, and told him, "The central plains are in chaos. This southern land is defensible. It is fit for a king. I wanted to seal the passes and declare independence, but I am dying. You are the only man for the job. I now entrust this land to you." With that, he handed over his authority and died. Zhao Tuo, following his last wish, immediately sealed the passes, purged the disloyal Qin officials, and declared himself the master of the south. It's a smooth, convenient story, but it is almost certainly a lie, written by the victor. Let's look at the logic. Ren Xiao was a top commander. Zhao Tuo was a mere county magistrate. Why would a dying general bypass all of his senior officers and hand supreme power to a junior official hundreds of kilometers away? And why would a loyal general, appointed by the first emperor himself, suddenly turn traitor on his deathbed? To solve this puzzle, we must understand the nature of this army. Why did the northern army march to save the king, while the southern army refused? The answer is in their composition. The Great Wall Army was composed of professional soldiers whose families and homes were back in the Qin heartland. They marched south to save the king, but also to save their own homes. But the Lingnan army was a different beast. The histories tell us it was a complex mix. It included elite marines and crossbowmen, but a large portion of the army was made up of convicts, indentured sons-in-law, and merchants, the outcasts of Qin society. They had been exiled to this savage land to fight and die. Miraculously, they had survived. They had married Yue women, they had children, they had been given land. For the first time in their lives, they had a home. And now, the empire that had abandoned them was demanding they return to die for a tyrant? To go back to being convicts and outcasts? And who would protect their new families from the resentful Yue tribes if they left? For these 500,000 men who had now gone native, home was no longer in the north. Home was here in the south. Understood in this light, the scene at Ren Xiao's deathbed looks less like a peaceful succession and more like a carefully planned military coup. It is highly likely that when the order to march north arrived, the army split. The high-ranking loyalist officers wanted to obey. The rank-and-file soldiers and the local officers like Zhao Tuo, who had integrated with them, refused. Ren Xiao was caught in the middle. And then Zhao Tuo made his move. The most chilling piece of evidence comes from the historical record of his first action after taking power. It wasn't to defend the border. It was to purge the Qin officials. Who did he kill? The Qin-appointed officials. If this was a peaceful transfer of power, why the bloody purge? The truth is clear. Zhao Tuo eliminated the pro-Qin faction, the men who insisted on marching north. He used the dying Ren Xiao's name as a cover, seized control, and sealed the passes. This is the truth of why the Lingnan army never returned. By the time the call for help arrived, the Qin's Lingnan army no longer existed. In its place were 500,000 settlers who had chosen a new home and a new leader. In 207 BC, the same year that the main Qin army was annihilated in the north, the same year that Liu Bang entered Xianyang and the Qin Empire officially died, Zhao Tuo completed his conquest of the 3 southern commanderies. In Vietnam's The Complete Annals of Great Viet, this year, 207 BC, is marked as the beginning of an orthodox dynasty for the country, the Trio dynasty, or Na Trio. For the next century, while the north was ravaged by civil war, the southern lands under Zhao Tuo's rule enjoyed 93 years of peace. He lived to be over 100 years old, outliving the Qin emperors, outliving Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, outliving the entire founding generation of the Han Dynasty. He was no longer a Qin general, he was King Wu of Nanyue, the southern Yue. In 111 BC, the great Emperor Wu of Han finally sent his armies south and conquered the kingdom. In the Chinese histories, this is just a story of a local separatist regime. But in the historical narrative of Vietnam, Zhao Tuo and his kingdom are a source of intense and bitter debate. To the Vietnamese people, is Zhao Tuo a founding father or a foreign invader? If we travel back to ancient Vietnam, say to the 15th century, the answer is surprising. In the official histories of the time, Zhao Tuo's dynasty was considered the legitimate beginning of the Vietnamese state. They revered him as Emperor Wu of Trier. Why? Because to them, what mattered was independence. Zhao Tuo, though a Han Chinese, had dared to stand up to the Han emperors. He represented southern resistance against northern domination. But in the 20th century, with the rise of modern nationalism, Vietnam's view of its own history was turned upside down. Modern Vietnamese historians began to re-examine the story. Zhao Tuo was a Han Chinese from Hebei. He was a Qin general. He conquered the local Vietnamese kingdom. The state he founded was ruled by a Qin elite, used the Chinese language, and implemented Chinese systems. A new conclusion was born. Zhao Tuo was not a founding father. He was a foreign invader. In today's Vietnamese textbooks, his dynasty is no longer considered a legitimate part of their history. It is classified as the beginning of the Bac Thuoc, the period of northern domination. The man who was once the founding emperor is now seen as the man who began 1,000 years of foreign rule. Those 500,000 Qin soldiers were not pioneers, they were colonizers. This shift in perception profoundly reflects a nation's struggle to define its own identity. Do you choose a tradition of political independence, even if its founder was a foreigner? Or do you choose a narrative of native ethnic purity? Modern Vietnam chose the latter. But history leaves indelible marks. Modern genetic studies have shown that the Vietnamese gene pool is a hybrid. The foundational layer belongs to the ancient Yue tribes, but there is a significant and undeniable influx of Han Chinese genes, particularly in the paternal Y chromosome lines, consistent with waves of male immigration from the north, including, of course, the soldiers of the Qin and Han. So, from a biological perspective, those 500,000 Qin soldiers and their descendants, through 1,000 years of intermarriage, did indeed become a significant part of the ancestral makeup of the modern Vietnamese people. They did not disappear. They dissolved into the bloodline of the nation. And perhaps the most direct evidence is in the name itself. Vietnam. Vietnam, Southern Yue. Nam Viet. This was an expedition without precedent. It lasted a year and a half, covered over 2,500 kilometers, and involved more than 20 battles, large and small. Its objective? To conquer the capital of the Qin Empire. But this was a dream that had haunted all of Qin's enemies for nearly 700 years and had never been realized. It was the only capital that had never fallen in centuries of ceaseless warfare. And now, it was no longer just the capital of the Qin state. It had been elevated to the very heart of an empire. It was nestled within the impregnable fortress of Guangzhong, and more importantly, it was defended by hundreds of thousands of the invincible Qin army. And who was it that launched this audacious expedition? A commoner, nearly 50 years old, a man who had started as a street loafer, with no formal military education or training. And his army? A motley crew of less than 5,000 stragglers, the old, the weak, and the infirm. But every Chinese person knows the outcome of this expedition. Because this expedition was ultimately victorious. Because this expedition ultimately destroyed the Qin Empire. Because this expedition ultimately laid the foundation for a dynasty that would last for 400 years. Join us as we relive this impossible march from 2,200 years ago. This is Hangu Pass, universally acknowledged in its time as the impregnable pass under heaven. It is located in a massive fault line on the edge of the Loess Plateau. To its south are the soaring peaks of the Qinling Mountains, impassable even to birds. To its north, the treacherous, churning rapids of the Yellow River. And between this mountain and this river, nature has squeezed out a long, narrow crack. This chasm stretches for 70 kilometers, with sheer cliffs on both sides, plunging into bottomless depths, and only a sliver of sky visible overhead. This is what was called a Han, a box trapping anyone who dared to enter. For over 200 years of the Warring States period, the rulers of the 6 eastern states dreamed of breaking through this pass. Time and again, they formed massive coalition armies. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers would march forth, their banners blotting out the sun, their war cries shaking the heavens. But every time they reached Hangu Pass, the men of Qin needed only to shut the massive gates and station a few thousand archers on the cliffs above. The coalition armies could do nothing but stare at the pass in despair. They left behind mountains of rotting corpses without ever touching an inch of Qin soil. Because of this pass, China was geographically and psychologically split in two. To the east of the pass was Guangdong, the lands of chaos, the old territories of the 6 states, a quagmire of the conquered. To the west of the pass was Guanzhong, the homeland of the conquerors, the lair of the tiger and wolf state of Qin, an absolute safe zone. Guanzhong, today known as the Wei River Plain, was called the land within the passes because it was sealed off by 4 natural superfortresses. To its east, the aforementioned Hanggu Pass, locking the gate from the central plains. To its south, the colossal Qinling mountain range, a dragon sprawling across China's heartland, its only exit the perilous Wu Pass. To its west, the Longshan Mountains and San Pass, blocking the hooves of the western nomads. And to its north, the Loess Plateau and Xiao Pass, the final defensive line against the Xiongnu from the north. It was as if a biased architect had used mountains and rivers to build a gigantic, enclosed, natural fortress. Most importantly, over 2,000 years ago, Guangzhong was a warm, humid land of dense forests and bamboo groves. Its fertile plains, especially when irrigated by the Zhengguo Canal, were one of the most productive grain regions in all of China. This was a land of milk and honey. As long as the 4 passes were held, it was a self-sufficient superbase. On the offensive, they could sweep down from on high and conquer the 6 states. On the defensive, they could hold the passes and remain safe as a mountain, no matter how the floods of war raged outside. This is why, for over 600 years, the capital of Qin, though it moved 3 times, never left this plain. In those long centuries, the flames of war ignited countless times in the east. The capitals of other states were besieged, flooded, and burned. But Guangzhong and its capital Xianyang had never seen an enemy banner, had never heard an enemy horn. The one and only time the eastern enemies broke through Hanggu Pass, it took them a combined force of hundreds of thousands of men and 3 years of bloody fighting. And even after breaking through, they were too exhausted to advance further. They made peace with Qin and retreated, without ever even laying eyes on Xianyang. To the people of the eastern states, Xianyang was not just a city. It was a myth, an invincible totem. In the collective subconscious of the era, the capital of the great Qin Empire was simply unconquerable. So when the year 208 BC arrived, and the new king of Chu, a man of royal blood, though raised as a shepherd, made a famous proclamation, all the heroes of the land were stirred. This leader of the anti-Qin alliance, a man with an innate political genius, declared, "He who first enters and pacifies the land within the passes shall be its king." Whoever could lead his army into that unconquered land, whoever could plant his banner on the walls of Xianyang first, would be the new king of Guangzhong, the King of Guangzhong, a title that was tantamount to King of Qin, and perhaps even the future Lord of all under heaven. Whoever took Guangzhong would inherit the vast legacy accumulated by the Qin Empire over centuries: countless gold, mountains of grain, complete census records, and that ultimate seat of power from which one could attack or defend at will. The warlords were ecstatic. The generals' eyes burned with greed. Everyone was eager to try. Everyone thought they had a chance to pluck the brightest jewel from the imperial crown. But after the initial excitement came a chilling reality. They looked at the map, at that dark, ominous line of Hanggu Pass, at that forbidden land locked by 4 fortresses, and they shuddered. It was a death trap, a dead end, a place only an immortal could fly into. Who would dare to go? No one dared, and that included Liu Bang. At this point, Liu Bang was barely a player. A street loafer by origin, he had stumbled into leading a local rebellion, suffered defeat after defeat, and had only found his footing by joining the army of the great Chu general Xiang Liang. He had fought alongside Xiang Liang, becoming a sworn brother to Xiang Liang's nephew, the brilliant young warrior Xiang Yu, who was 20 years his junior. Liu Bang had earned some merit and the king of Chu's favor and was made a marquis. But now, The anti-Qin forces were facing their darkest hour. Xianyang had just been killed in battle by the Qin army. The victorious Qin forces were now marching north, besieging the king of Zhao in the small city of Julu. The allied armies that had come to the rescue were too terrified to fight. The situation in the north was critical. It was against this backdrop that the king of Chu made his famous proclamation to galvanize his wavering allies. But few responded. To be precise, only 2 men volunteered to march on Guanzhong: Xiang Yu, who was burning to avenge his uncle's death, and Liu Bang, the newly minted marquis. The king and his ministers debated fiercely. They decided that the hot-headed Xiang Yu was not suited for the western expedition. Instead, they sent him north with 50,000 elite troops to relieve the siege of Julu, and Liu Bang was entrusted with the Great Western Campaign, with the official reasoning that this nearly 50-year-old upstart was a generous and senior elder. Eager to prove his worth, Liu Bang accepted. Then he asked, "How many men do I get for this campaign?" The king replied, "Men? Don't you already have 5,000? The histories do not record Liu Bang's reaction. They simply state that he accepted the order, returned to his fiefdom, gathered the battered remnants of Xiangliang's defeated army, added them to his own small band of followers, and with a few thousand stragglers, he set off, like a parade of beggars. And so, the expedition that would shape Chinese history for millennia began, with no fanfare at all. In theory, there were 3 routes to Guanzhong. Route 1, the Central Path. March west, straight to Hangu Pass. This was the royal road, a path only the strongest dared to take. It was lined with fortresses the Qin had built over centuries. Route 2, the Northern Detour. March north, cross the Yellow River, then find a way to cross it a second time to enter Guanzhong. This route bypassed Hangu Pass, but with the military technology of the time, river crossings were suicide missions. Route 3, the Southern Path. March south, then plunge into the treacherous Qinling Mountains to challenge the fortress of Wu Pass. This was the longest and most difficult route. And even after Wu Pass, there were more layers of defense. Not to mention, if the supply line for a few thousand men was cut in the mountains, they would starve to death without the Qin army even lifting a finger. The Central Path was impassable. The Northern Path was impossible. The Southern Path was unwinnable. This was the reality Liu Bang faced at the start of his journey. No road to heaven, no gate to the earth. Liu Bang's only chance of survival was to be evasive. He had to be like a nimble mouse, darting between the stomping feet of the Qin elephant. To do that, he had to figure out where the main Qin forces were. At the time, the Qin Empire, though besieged, still held 4 aces. The first was the Great Wall Army. These were the elite troops left by the legendary General Meng Tian, now led by Wang Li. They had already left the northern frontier and were marching south, closing like iron pincers around the city of Julu. The second was the Southern Army. This was a massive force of hundreds of thousands that had conquered the southern tribes, but they were far away in the south, had sealed the borders, and completely cut off contact with the central government. The third was the Lishan Army. This was the miracle army formed from convicts and slaves by the brilliant General Zhang Han. They had just crushed Xiangliang and were now marching north, full of confidence, to join forces with Wang Li and annihilate the state of Zhao. To fill the vacuum east of Hangu Pass, the Qin court had dispatched a new mobile army, drawn from the elite garrison of the capital, Xianyang. The commander of this army was a famous Qin general named Yang Xiong. He had already charged out of Hangu Pass and was now using the region around Luoyang as a base to frantically extinguish every spark of rebellion in the east. Yang Xiong's presence completely blocked Liu Bang's path to the west. With the west blocked and the south too far, Liu Bang made his first strategic choice: go north. With Zhang Han and Wang Li tied up at Julu, could the defenses along the Yellow River be weak? Could he find a gap, sneak across the river, and enter the Hedong region? So, Liu Bang and his few thousand men left their base and began to probe northward. It was in this phase that Liu Bang showed his exceptional skill as a field commander. He may have been a rogue, but he fought with both cunning and ferocity. He encountered a local Qin garrison, and in his first battle of the campaign, his ragtag army surprisingly routed the professional Qin troops. Shortly after, he ran into a detachment of Wang Li's army. Liu Bang won again, even capturing the enemy general's banner. How was Liu Bang winning? Partly because his troops, though poorly equipped, were his loyal countrymen, and they fought with desperate courage. And partly because the Qin army simply didn't take him seriously. To them, he was just another bandit nuisance. With the main armies engaged at Julu, who would waste resources on a few thousand vagabonds? This underestimation became Liu Bang's greatest protection. Flushed with 2 small victories, Liu Bang pushed on to the banks of the Yellow River. But there, reality hit him hard. The river defenses he had hoped to find empty were bristling with banners. Though the main Qin armies were north, the key river crossings were still heavily guarded. Staring at the churning waters of the Yellow River and the disciplined Qin formations on the opposite bank, Liu Bang knew that crossing here was a fool's dream. The northern route was a dead end. Unable to advance north or cross the river, Liu Bang had no choice but to turn back south. His eyes now fell on a new target, the city of Changyi. If he couldn't advance, he could at least capture a base. On his way, he met a crucial figure, Peng Yue, a local bandit chief. The 2 grassroots kings hit it off immediately and decided to join forces. Together, they launched a fierce assault on Changyi. But this was where Liu Bang's army showed its fatal weakness. They were raiders, not soldiers. They could win skirmishes and ambushes, but they had no idea how to conduct a proper siege. Against the high walls and organized defenses of Changyi, their joint army was like a swarm of flies against a stone wall. They had no siege ladders, no battering rams, not even a unified command. They accomplished nothing but leaving a pile of their own dead beneath the city walls. Peng Yue took one look at the disaster and decided Liu Bang wasn't worth following. He took his men and went back to his swamp. Liu Bang was once again on his own. A failed siege, a dissolved alliance. Liu Bang was at his lowest point. In stark contrast, Xiang Yu was now leading the main Chu army north, about to engage in the epic, world-changing battle at Julu. But just as Liu Bang hit rock bottom, fate, or rather his own sharp opportunism, gave him a lifeline. On his retreat, his scouts reported a force of about 4,000 men on the move. Their commander was Chai Wu. This wasn't a Qin army, it was a Chu army detachment, a rearguard unit tasked with protecting the supply train for Xiang Yu's main force. Liu Bang didn't hesitate. We don't know if he used threats or persuasion, but he swallowed this unit whole. And Chai Wu brought not just men, but also professional equipment and the supplies originally meant for Xiang Yu. Liu Bang was back in the game. With a new army at his back, Liu Bang's confidence surged. News came from the north. Xiang Yu had won a massive victory at Julu, crushing the main Qin armies. Liu Bang thought, the Qin are distracted. I'm stronger now. Maybe I should give Changyi another try. So he led his newly expanded army back for a second assault. The result? Another disastrous defeat. The city of Changyi stood like a mountain, unmoved. This failure was a brutal wake-up call. It proved that his patched-together army, for all its scrappy courage, was still no match for a fortified Qin position. He had spent months wandering on the border and was right back where he started. His supplies were dwindling, his men's morale was collapsing. At this critical moment, as his army was on the verge of disintegration, he marched into the town of Gaoyang. In a dilapidated post station in Gaoyang, there was an old gatekeeper named Li Yiji. He was a scholar in his 60s, impoverished, eccentric, and known for his love of wine. The locals called him the Mad Scholar, or less kindly, the Drunken Lout of Gaoyang. When he heard Liu Bang's army was passing through, this old gatekeeper suddenly announced to his neighbors, "Of all the generals I've seen, this Liu Bang, though he looks like a ruffian, has the face of a great man. I'm going to go teach him how to win a war." What followed is one of the most vivid scenes in the historical records, a perfect snapshot of Liu Bang's character. When Li Yiji requested an audience, what was Liu Bang doing? He was having his feet washed. He didn't stand up. He didn't put on his shoes. He just sat there, legs sprawled, while 2 serving girls washed his feet, his eyes full of contempt. To him, this was just another raggedy old scholar looking for a free meal. This was a calculated insult. Most scholars would have stormed out in a rage. But Li Yiji was no ordinary scholar. He simply bowed his head, but refused to kneel. Then he fired his opening shot. "Do you intend to help the Qin defeat the other warlords, or do you intend to lead the warlords to destroy the Qin?" Liu Bang exploded. "You old fool! The world has suffered enough under the Qin. Of course I'm here to destroy them." Li Yiji sneered. "If you truly wish to defeat the mighty Qin, is this how you receive an elder?" The barb hit its mark. This was Liu Bang's greatest strength. He was a gangster, but a gangster who could take advice. He immediately stopped the foot washing, put on his shoes and robes, and offered the old scholar the seat of honor, sharing his own meal with him. Over that meal, Li Yiji gave Liu Bang 2 life-saving pills. His first lesson was about leverage. He pointed out Liu Bang's folly. "Why are you wasting your time on a fortress like Changyi? What you need is a base, a granary." He pointed to a spot on the map. Chenliu. Li Yiji was an old acquaintance of the magistrate of Chenliu. He offered to go and persuade him to surrender. If that failed, he would act as an inside agent. It was a bold plan. Liu Bang chose to trust him. And a miracle happened. Li Yiji rode into the city alone, and without a single soldier being lost, secured the strategic town for Liu Bang. Capturing Chenliu and its tens of thousands of bushels of military grain meant that Liu Bang had suddenly achieved financial freedom. If Chenliu solved the problem of money, Li Yiji's second gift solved the problem of men. History often overlooks this, but Li Yiji did not come alone. He had a younger brother, Li Shang. While the old scholar was mapping out grand strategy for Liu Bang, his brother was leading a force of over 4,000 men in the area. And these were not farmers with pitchforks. They were the Li clan's private army, a well-trained force of retainers and loyalists. With the surrender of Chenliu, Li Shang and his entire force joined Liu Bang's camp. This was the most important merger and acquisition of the entire campaign. Liu Bang's army swelled from a few thousand to nearly 30,000 men. He was no longer a roaming guerrilla chief. He was a major warlord with a strong army and ample supplies. With his army bolstered, Liu Bang's confidence returned. In the spring of 207 BC, he decided to continue his march west. His target was the city of Kaifeng. However, the Qin general defending Kaifeng, Zhao Ben, was a tough opponent. Relying on the city's strong fortifications, he kept Liu Bang's army at bay. Once again, Liu Bang was stuck. The brutal reality was that his army, for all its growth, still hadn't mastered the art of siege warfare. But this time, Liu Bang had learned his lesson. He didn't get bogged down. He bypassed the city and swung north, looking for a weak point in the Qin lines, and in doing so, he ran straight into a wall of iron. It was Yang Xiong's mobile army, the elite force from the capital. Liu Bang had collided with them by chance. It was a meeting engagement in the open field. No walls, no fortifications, just a straight-up fight. This was exactly the kind of battle Liu Bang loved. His troops were poor at sieges, but in a chaotic, hand-to-hand brawl, they were veterans. Liu Bang's forces unleashed a furious assault and shattered Yang Xiong's army. The defeated Qin general retreated south, trying to link up with the garrison in Kaifeng. This was a dangerous moment. If the two Qin forces joined, Liu Bang would be trapped. But Liu Bang showed his killer instinct. He pursued relentlessly, like a hound, and caught Yang Xiong's army again before they could reach the city. Another brutal field battle, another stunning victory for Liu Bang. Yang Xiong's army was broken. He fled west in disarray. There's a tragic postscript to this. When Yang Xiong reached the safety of a nearby city, he was not given a chance to rest. An envoy from the Qin court arrived and had him executed for incompetence. This was the political reality of the late Qin. While the generals bled on the front lines, the eunuch Zhao Gao was purging them from the rear. Defeating Yang Xiong was Liu Bang's greatest victory so far. It proved his army could now beat the Qin regulars in a fair fight. But the joy was short-lived. He had won the battle, but he still couldn't take the cities. Yang Xiong was gone, but Kaifeng was still standing, and the even greater fortress of Luoyang lay to the west. With his army's food supply running low again, Liu Bang was facing the same old question. Where to go? The central path was a death trap. The northern path was a dead end. His eyes turned to the south, to the lands of the former state of Han. The defenses there seemed weaker, and more importantly, it was a grain-producing region. For his stomach and for his survival, Liu Bang made a decision. South, to find food and to find a new path. And it was there that he would meet the man who would finally show him the way to Xianyang, the ultimate strategist, Zhang Liang. Leaving the frustrating stalemate, Liu Bang led his army south, where he was reunited with Zhang Liang. The great strategist's own attempts to restore his native kingdom had failed, and he now joined Liu Bang with his remaining 1,000 men. This was a historic reunion. A year and a half earlier, the two had met, and Liu Bang was the only warlord who could understand Zhang Liang's brilliant military theories. Now, Liu Bang brought the brawn, and Zhang Liang brought the brains. The military-political group that would found a dynasty was officially formed. With Zhang Liang's guidance, their combined forces swept through the region, clearing out the remaining Qin strongholds. At this moment, Liu Bang's power reached its peak. Then, earth-shattering news came from the north. Xiang Yu had crushed the main Qin army at Julu. The empire's backbone was broken. Just when everyone expected Liu Bang to make a careful, calculated move, he did something utterly bizarre. He didn't march west. He suddenly turned northwest and made a mad dash for a key ferry crossing on the Yellow River. After capturing it, he gave a shocking order: block the crossing and burn the boats. What was he doing? It wasn't to stop a Qin attack. It was to stop his own allies. According to the King of Chu's proclamation, whoever reached the capital first would be king. With Xiang Yu's victory, the northern warlords and Xiang Yu himself might now make a dash for the capital. This was a blatant act of backstabbing. He was cutting off the fastest route for his rivals. He wanted Guanzhong all for himself. It was the greed of a gambler and the cold calculation of a politician. But it was a tactical blunder. His position was now wedged between two heavily fortified Qin cities, Luoyang and Kaifeng, and the Qin forces, contrary to his gamble, attacked. East of Luoyang, a massive battle erupted. Initially, Liu Bang's forces managed to beat back one of the Qin armies, but when they faced the main garrison force from Luoyang, with its heavy infantry and war chariots, Liu Bang's guerrilla army was exposed. In a pitched battle on the open plain, they were torn to shreds by Qin crossbows. The official history uses 3 stark words to describe the result: did not win. This was a devastating defeat. It proved that even with the main Qin armies destroyed, the remaining garrisons were more than a match for Liu Bang. He gathered his shattered forces and fled south. The path through Luoyang was a dead end. The northern route was cut off by his own hand. Time was running out. Xiang Yu and his massive army were now on their way west. It was then that Zhang Liang stood before the map. His finger traced a path south into the deep, imposing Qinling Mountains. There, deep in the mountains, was a treacherous and seldom used route: the Wu Pass Road. Liu Bang looked up, the greed in his eyes replaced by the ferocity of a cornered animal. If the main roads were closed to him, then he would take the mountain path. In the summer of 207 BC, Liu Bang made the most critical strategic turn of his campaign. The army broke camp, abandoned the central route, and marched south, at full speed, into the unknown. With the shame of his recent defeat, Liu Bang's army marched into the Nanyang Basin. This time, there was no retreat. Behind them, an unbreakable wall of iron. Before them, the last path to survival. They had to win. The first battle erupted. The Qin commander of the region was a tough professional who gathered his main force to stop Liu Bang. But now, Liu Bang's army was a starving wolf fighting for its life. They fought with savage desperation and shattered the main Qin force in a single battle. The defeated Qin commander retreated to his capital, the walled city of Pengcheng, and prepared for a siege. Liu Bang arrived at the city gates, and his old habit kicked in. He didn't want to get bogged down in a difficult siege. He thought, I've already won. Why waste time here? I'll just bypass the city and make a run for the capital. He gave the order, march west. The army was already on the move when Zhang Liang caught up to him. He pointed out the fatal flaw in his plan. "You are in a hurry," he said, "but the Qin army is still strong. Wancheng is a major city, filled with grain and tens of thousands of soldiers. If you bypass it and then fail to take the Wu Pass ahead, the army from Wancheng will attack your rear. You will be trapped and you will be annihilated." The words were like a bucket of ice water. Liu Bang was jolted awake. He had spent the entire campaign looking for shortcuts, and it had led him to one disaster after another. This was the final stretch. There was no room for wishful thinking. "You're right. Turn the army around." In the dead of night, the entire army reversed course and, with incredible speed and discipline, silently surrounded Wancheng. When the Qin commander awoke, he was facing a siege he never expected. In his despair, he drew his sword to commit suicide, but at that moment, an advisor stopped him. "If you are brave enough to die, why not try to live? Let me go and speak with Liu Bang." The advisor slipped out of the city and met with Liu Bang. He didn't beg for mercy. He laid out the strategic reality. "If you attack," he said, "we will fight to the death. You will lose countless men and precious time. If you slaughter us, every other Qin city will resist you to the last man. But what if you make our commander a marquis and let him keep his post? Then every city to the west will see that surrender is a better option, and they will throw open their gates to you." In that moment, Liu Bang's perspective shifted. He had always fought to kill or to conquer. Now he learned a higher form of warfare, political absorption. He immediately agreed. The gates of Wancheng opened. It wasn't a surrender. It was a merger. Liu Bang had taken the city without losing a single soldier. He now had the entire region as his rear base, and more importantly, he had absorbed the Qin army of Nanyang into his own. His forces swelled once more. He was no longer a rogue commander. He was a kingly presence. With Wancheng secured, his army swept west. The remaining Qin cities, seeing that the commander of Wancheng had been rewarded, all surrendered without a fight. Liu Bang had finally reached the southern gate of the Qin Empire, Wu Pass. The Qin general at Wu Pass, though he had heard of the surrender of Wancheng, was determined to resist. In the past, Liu Bang would have launched a bloody assault. Now he was smarter. He used deception. He planted countless banners in the mountains to create the illusion of a massive army. At the same time, he sent his envoys into the pass with chests of gold and jewels to bribe the Qin general. The general was swayed. He was on the verge of agreeing to an alliance with Liu Bang to share the rule of Guangzhong. Was this how Liu Bang would enter the Promised Land? While the Qin general at Wu Pass was celebrating his new alliance, Zhang Liang gave his final cold-blooded advice to Liu Bang. "The general may want to surrender," he said, "but his men may not. They are still loyal to Qin. We should attack them now, while their guard is down." Liu Bang didn't hesitate for a second. In the face of ultimate victory, honor was a luxury he could not afford. Liu Bang's army, moving like ghosts in the night, launched a surprise attack. Wu Pass, the southern gate to the Promised Land, fell in a single, treacherous assault. It was not a glorious victory, but it was a brutally effective one. It marked Liu Bang's final transformation from a generous elder into a ruthless and mature politician who would do anything to win. With Wu Pass breached, the capital, Xianyang, was thrown into panic. The Qin Empire itself had just undergone a bloody coup. The last ruler of Qin, Ziying, had just assassinated the traitorous eunuch Zhao Gao in a daring act of personal courage. Ziying was no fool. He was brave and shrewd. Given 10 years, he might have saved the dynasty. But history gave him only a few days. As he emerged from the palace, holding Zhao Gao's head, he was met with the news that Liu Bang's army had broken through Wu Pass. Ziying did not flee. He made one last, desperate stand. He gathered the last of the palace guards, even armed the convicts of Guangzhong, and set up a final defensive line at Yao Pass. It was the last lock on the gate to Xianyang. Liu Bang's army arrived. Facing the cornered and desperate Qin army, he was tempted to launch a frontal assault. But Zhang Liang stopped him again. "They are fighting with the courage of despair. A direct attack will be costly. We must use cunning." What followed was a masterclass in tactical deception. First, a show of force. Liu Bang ordered his men to create the illusion of a massive army, with countless banners and campfires. The defenders at Yao Pass were terrified. Second, a political feint. The envoys were sent in again with bribes. The Qin commanders wavered. Third, the fatal blow. While the Qin forces were expecting to negotiate, Liu Bang, on Zhang Liang's advice, took a secret mountain path and appeared behind their lines. The battle was over before it began. After the fall of Yao Pass, Liu Bang gave the Qin no time to breathe. He caught up with the fleeing remnants of the Qin army at Lantian, just south of the capital. It was a battle of annihilation. The last professional army of the great Qin Empire was wiped from the face of the earth. Xianyang, the great capital that had stood unconquered for 600 years, was now naked and defenseless before Liu Bang. In the 10th month of 207 BC, Liu Bang's army arrived at the outskirts of the city. One grey morning, the gates of Xianyang opened. There was no final heroic battle. A single white carriage emerged. In it sat Ziying, the last king of Qin, dressed in the white robes of mourning, a silken cord tied around his neck in a symbol of surrender. In his hands, he held the imperial jade seal and the tiger tallies that commanded the armies. By the side of the road, Liu Bang watched in silence. 2 years ago, he was a failed rebel chief. 1 year ago, he was a defeated fugitive. 1 year ago, no one believed he would make it here alive. But he had. He had not taken the suicidal path to Hangu Pass. He had not attempted the impossible crossing of the Yellow River. He had found life in the midst of despair, exploited human nature in the great game of power, and learned patience through failure. With his army of peasants, butchers, and clerks, he had completed an impossible quest. Ziying knelt before Liu Bang's horse and presented the seal. Liu Bang dismounted and untied the cord from Ziying's neck. In that moment, the winds of an era shifted. The age of the great Qin was over. And at that very moment, an enraged Xiang Yu, with his 400,000-strong army, was racing towards the pass, having just buried 200,000 surrendered Qin soldiers alive to speed up his march. Deep winter, 207 BC. Outside Hangu Pass, the impregnable gateway that commands the world, flags blot out the sky like heavy clouds. Since the state of Qin unified the realm, never has such a magnificent and terrifying force been seen outside these walls. This army marches under a kaleidoscope of banners. In the dead center, most conspicuous of all, is the Chu army's flag, red as raging fire. Embroidered upon it in gold thread is the intricate bird and worm script, the character Chu. Flanking the Chu banner are the deep blue formations of the Zhao army and the purple phalanxes of the Qi army. The character Zhao on their standards is written in the ancient script of the Central Plains Jin lineage, sharp, slender, and angular, looking as if it were freshly ground from the swords and blades of the chaotic warring states era. Alongside them, the banners of Yan, Wei, and other divisions fly high, each bearing the script of a nation that had already been declared dead. Those ancient symbols, buried by imperial Qin law for 15 years, have all resurrected in this biting winter wind. They are colorful, distinct, perhaps even strangers to one another, but in this moment they have converged into an angry, multicolored tidal wave. Carrying the arrogance of the old world and a thirst for vengeance, they roar at the gates of the Qin Empire. But the flag flying over Hangu Pass itself was a curious sight. While the black banners of Qin soldiers still lined the walls, a single red Chu flag now flew from the main tower. The pass was already under the command of a Chu general, Liu Bang, and yet its gates were sealed shut. War drums thunder. Xiang Yu, the supreme general of the feudal lords, fresh from his godlike victory at the Battle of Julu, is enraged. He orders his fiercest general, Ying Bu, the champion of the three armies, to launch a direct assault. Hangu Pass is breached. Xiang Yu leads 400,000 coalition troops in a mighty procession into the Guanzhong plain. They arrive at the open fields of the Xi River, set up camp, and sharpen their weapons, preparing to lunge west toward the capital, Xianyang. Meanwhile, Liu Bang's army of 100,000, having already sealed the treasuries and evacuated Xianyang, is camped southwest of the city at Bashang. This is a strategic high ground, commanding a view of the main roads from both Hangu Pass in the east and Wu Pass in the south. Upon hearing the news that Hangu Pass has fallen, Liu Bang's camp burns its torches all night, frantically preparing for battle. A clash of titans is imminent.
Hello and welcome back to China Puzzle. I'm ZYQ. The scene you just witnessed is the prelude to the feast at Hong Gate. This is the story of a political dinner party that almost plunged China into a permanent state of division. According to the history books, what happened next is a tale known to every school child in China. Xiang Yu's subfather and chief advisor Fan Zeng urged him to host a banquet and assassinate Liu Bang. At the feast, Xiang Yu hesitated. Fan Zeng sent a swordsman to perform a dance, hoping to kill Liu Bang in the confusion, but Xiang Yu's own uncle blocked the assassin. In this moment of crisis, Liu Bang's fiercest general, Fan Kuai, burst in and accused Xiang Yu of breaking their king's promise. Shamed, Xiang Yu relented, and Liu Bang escaped. Fan Zeng was left to lament, "This naive boy is not fit to plot with." This has been the standard narrative for over 2,000 years, but the truth is, this event and what followed is so filled with bizarre twists and contradictions that it has become one of the greatest political mysteries in Chinese history. Why didn't Xiang Yu kill Liu Bang? The intricate plotting and political genius behind it are as thrilling as any modern political drama. So, let's peel back the layers and uncover the truth behind the history books.
First, we must clarify the composition and status of these two armies. Liu Bang's force was said to be 100,000 strong, but it was a motley crew. Only a small core were his loyal followers from the beginning. The rest were absorbed during his march west, including a large contingent of surrendered Qin soldiers. More importantly, of the 20-odd battles Liu Bang fought on his way west, the vast majority occurred in the early stages. Since taking Xianyang and through the capture of Wu Pass and Lantian, his victories were largely won through coaxing and trickery. This force had not experienced many bloody, hard-fought battles. Xiang Yu's 400,000-man coalition was completely different. The Chu army led by Xiang Yu was originally 50,000 elites. Although they suffered losses after the Battle of Julu, the remaining core was bolstered by the armies of Zhao, Yan, Wei, and Han, as well as some Qi troops who had secretly come behind their monarch's back, and a small number of Qin defectors. Since Julu, over the course of a year, they had fought bloody battle after bloody battle. They had experienced massive conflicts of human nature, like the massacre of surrendered troops at Xianyang. Finally, they breached Hangu Pass. Everyone in this army was bloodthirsty. A lust for slaughter emboldened them to destroy any obstacle in their path. Militarily, the outcome was clear. Xiang Yu would crush Liu Bang. At this moment, a character enters the stage who has been misunderstood, intentionally or unintentionally, by history books and later interpretations. Fan Zeng. Traditional interpretation says Fan Zeng was Xiang Yu's sub-father, Yafu, and his most important strategist. But in fact, if you search through all historical texts, nowhere does it state that Fan Zeng was Xiang Yu's Yafu. He was a sub-father, but not Xiang Yu's. Most likely he was the sub-father of King of Chu. This explains why, in the biographies of Liu Bang, Zhang Liang, and Chen Ping, he is referred to separately as sub-father and listed distinctly from Xiang Yu. Historical records state that it was the 70-year-old Fan Zeng who persuaded Xiang Liang to enthrone Xiong Xin, who was living in exile among the common people, as the new king of Chu. When King of Chu sent 50,000 elites to rescue Julu, the commander-in-chief was Song Yi, the vice-commander was Xiang Yu, and the rear commander was Fan Zeng. Before this, there is no record of Fan Zeng fighting alongside Xiang Liang or Xiang Yu. Therefore, the greatest probability is that Fan Zeng was serving as the supervisor of the Chu army in his capacity as the king's Yafu. It was only because the commander-in-chief, Song Yi, hesitated and missed the opportunity for battle that Fan Zeng reached a consensus with Xiang Yu, supporting Xiang Yu in seizing military command. This leads us to the judgment of a second character, King Huai of Chu, Xiong Xin. According to later interpretations, he was a puppet pushed onto the throne by coincidence, a shepherd boy who knew nothing. But a closer reading of the sources reveals a different picture. He was a legitimate royal descendant, and his time as a shepherd was likely a disguise to survive. His subsequent actions show him to be a politically savvy and talented ruler. After Xiang Yu's uncle was killed in battle, it was the king of Chu who stepped into the leadership vacuum. He moved the capital from a corner in the southeast to Pengcheng and immediately seized the opportunity to absorb Xiangliang's remnants and other Chu forces. Afterward, with the support of the old Chu aristocracy, he rebuilt the Chu army, withstood the most difficult moment of the anti-Qin cause, and was even able to spare extra troops for Wei Bao to recover the state of Wei. Through these operations, he ceased to be a mascot found in the countryside and became the true lord of the anti-Qin alliance. This is why the king of Zhao repeatedly sent envoys begging him for help when besieged at Julu, because at this time, Xiongxin was the real leader of the rebel forces. And what of Xiang Yu? A misunderstanding must be clarified here. Perhaps Xiang Yu was indeed the most formidable general under Xiangliang, but he was not Xiangliang's son, nor did he possess an inherent right to lead the Xiang clan. Before the Battle of Julu, in the eyes of many anti-Qin generals, he was just a young general of the Xiang family who had won some battles alongside Liu Bang of Pei County, and his uncle's army no longer existed. Like Liu Bang, he could only listen to the arrangements of the king of Chu. It was at this time that King of Chu made the important decision to divide his forces to attack Qin. In fact, the real division was into 3 routes. Besides Song Yi in the north and Liu Bang in the west, there was a southern route led by another Chu general, Gong Ao, to recover lost Chu territory. Xiang Yu wanted to lead troops west but was vetoed, only allowed to be the vice commander of the northern army. So, at least at this moment, Xiongxin still held the political advantage of absolute authority.
But what neither Xiongxin nor Fanzeng expected was that Xiang Yu would unleash enormous energy at the Battle of Julu. With one successful battle, he became the de facto supreme general of the feudal lords. So, when Xiang Yu led the 400,000-strong coalition into the pass, a massive crisis and question was placed before the king of Chu and his Yafu. How do we distribute the rewards?
The Guanzhong Plain and Pengcheng are 1,000 kilometers apart. Instant communication was impossible. In this urgent situation, Fanzeng devised a venomous plan. He stated to Xiang Yu that Liu Bang, as a Chu general, had committed 3 unforgivable crimes. First, Liu Bang unauthorizedly absorbed the troops of the Chu general Chai Wu. This was a dangerous signal of becoming a warlord. Second, to prevent other feudal lords from entering the pass, Liu Bang set a fire at the Yellow River crossing of Pingyin, destroying boats and bridges. Third, blockading Hangu Pass. This directly exposed Liu Bang's ambition to monopolize the credit for destroying Qin and to carve out a kingdom for himself. Fanzeng's voice echoed in the tent. When the Lord of Pei resided in the east, he was greedy for wealth and loved beautiful women. Now that he has entered the pass, he takes no wealth and touches no women. This shows his ambition is not small. Strike him quickly, do not lose this chance. These words sound righteous, as if to remove a future threat for Xiang Yu. But this is an exquisite 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. If Xiang Yu killed Liu Bang, who also had merit in fighting Qin, without authorization from the king of Chu, using ambition as an excuse, he would instantly lose the immense political and moral advantage he gained after the Battle of Julu. Even the massacre of prisoners at Xinyuan might be dug up for criticism. Fanzeng did not want to see Xiang Yu possess a stable, united coalition of warlords. Only if Xiang Yu killed Liu Bang would Xiang Yu bear the infamy of injustice. This was a trap set by a political veteran for a young warlord. Xiang Yu agreed. The 400,000 troops seemed ready to march immediately to attack Liu Bang. However, what Fanzeng did not know was that in the deep of the night, Xiang Yu's uncle, Xiang Bo, secretly left the main camp and hurried to Bashang. Sima Tian, in recording this section, explains that Xiang Bo was an old acquaintance of Zhang Liang and went to persuade Zhang Liang to escape. Instead, Zhang Liang persuaded him to meet Liu Bang, revealed Xiang Yu and Fanzeng's plan entirely, and begged Xiang Bo to mediate. Xiangbo hesitated again and again, then agreed. A pure flash of humanity and the warmth of kindness. Is that really the truth? Let us follow the historical text and look for clues in the details. First, the seating. According to the records, Liu Bang brought Zhang Liang, Fan Kuai, and over 100 others to Xiang Yu's camp to apologize. Inside the tent at Hong Gate, Yafu sat facing south. Fanzeng sat in the position of honor, facing south. This contradicts the traditional narrative that Fanzeng was Xiang Yu's advisor, a subordinate. But it makes perfect sense if we understand Fanzeng as the representative of the king of Chu. Liu Bang sat facing north, facing Fanzeng, awaiting judgment. Xiang Yu and Xiangbo sat side by side in the west. Zhang Liang, as the least important guest, sat in the east. You see? Who is the master? Who is the servant? Who is the decision-maker? It finally becomes clear. In China, where etiquette is paramount, seating is the absolute embodiment of hierarchy. Sima Qian's detailed record of the seating is, in fact, an inadvertent revelation of the truth. Second, the content. None of the historical materials record specifically what was discussed at this banquet. The annals of Xiang Yu only record that Fanzeng repeatedly signaled Xiang Yu to act, but Xiang Yu turned a deaf ear. Fanzeng had to call in Xiang Zhuang to perform a sword dance, only for it to be blocked by Xiangbo using his own body, a dramatic process. Perhaps during this process, Fanzeng gradually realized the cold truth. Xiang Yu and Liu Bang had already reached a political agreement. This banquet was merely a performance for him. Despite the forest of soldiers inside and outside the tent, without Xiang Yu's order, he, the sub-father, could not move anyone. So when Liu Bang escaped and sent Zhang Liang to present gifts and bid farewell, Xiang Yu silently accepted the gift, but Fanzeng angrily shouted, "This boy is not worth plotting with." He was more than disappointed. He was furious, because he discovered that the beast he had unleashed had broken free of his control. Third, the aftermath. In Sima Qian's narrative, Fanzeng fell out of favor with Xiang Yu from then on. Later, Liu Bang used a conspiracy, causing Xiang Yu to mistrust Fanzeng even more, forcing Fanzeng to retire. Actually, according to our logic, it was inevitable that Fanzeng, representing the king's interests, would become incompatible with Xiang Yu. This explains why the Liu Bang's conspiracy recorded in history was as clumsy as child's play, yet Xiang Yu still fell for it, because it was actually just a pretext for Xiang Yu to expel Fanzeng. And Xiangbo, in historical records, his future is clear. He later secured the rich land of Hanzhong for Liu Bang during the distribution of territories. Even during the Chu-Han Contention, he remained an important intermediary for peace talks and the return of Liu Bang's family. He had always been the spokesman for political diplomacy beneath Xiang Yu's warlord exterior. For these deeds, after the Han Dynasty was established, Xiangbo was even granted the imperial surname and a marquisate.
In contrast, the account of this political banquet in Liu Bang's biography is far less dramatic. Happened that Xiangbo wanted to save Zhang Liang, went at night to see Liang, and used this to enlighten Xiang Yu, so Xiang Yu stopped. The Lord of Pei went to Hong Gate, saw and apologized to Xiang Yu. You see, it is written quite plainly. The two sides had already settled it the night before. Xiang Yu had already stopped. There was no longer a military necessity. Liu Bang's Hong Gate banquet was just a political formality. How could Xiang Yu possibly take the initiative to kill Liu Bang at such a moment? So, the next question is crucial. What agreement did Liu Bang and Xiang Yu reach?
Historical records state that a few days after the Hong Gate banquet, Xiang Yu led his troops west, entered Xianyang, killed the surrendered Qin King Ziying, and allowed his soldiers to burn, kill, and loot. The fire in Xianyang burned for 3 months without ceasing. In the traditional narrative, this is presented as an act of pure, brutish vengeance. Xiang Yu, the aristocrat of Chu, finally getting his revenge on the state that destroyed his homeland. It's seen as proof of his impulsive, cruel, and cunning nature. But let's analyze the political motives behind this seemingly senseless act of destruction. During Liu Bang's apology to Xiang Yu, one sentence is key. When I entered the pass, I dared not touch a single hair. I registered the officials and people, sealed the treasuries, and awaited you. The reason I sent generals to guard the pass was to prepare against the others and emergencies. The meaning of this sentence could not be clearer. He wasn't guarding against Xiang Yu, he was guarding against others. Although I, Liu Bang, entered Guanzhong first, I dare not taste the fruit of victory, Xianyang, alone. I offer it intact to you, and only to you, no one else. This was the prerequisite for Liu Bang and Xiang Yu to reach a consensus. Liu Bang voluntarily gave up the fat meat that was Xianyang. After obtaining the right to dispose of Xianyang, Xiang Yu went a step further and killed the Qin king Ziying. In this way, the achievement of destroying Qin no longer belonged to Liu Bang. He merely entered the pass first. Regarding the king of Chu's covenant that whoever is the first to enter and conquer Guanzhong will be king, Xiang Yu became the one who conquered Guanzhong. At this time, Xiang Yu might still have been dreaming of becoming the king of Guanzhong. After all, when he saw Qin Shi Huang on patrol as a young man, he blurted out, "I can replace him." But the king of Chu's reply consisted of only 2 words, "as agreed." This meant the king of Chu did not recognize the agreement reached between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. He insisted on following his own covenant, enfeoffing Liu Bang, who entered first, as king of Guanzhong. The most critical point here was not who got the precious land of Guanzhong, but that King of Chu used this reply to clearly state, "I am the leader of the anti-Qin alliance. My will must be executed without compromise. No matter how great your merit, Xiang Yu, you are just a Chu general and must obey the king's decree." Therefore, Xiang Yu had no other path. To realize his political ambition, he had only one option left: rebellion. Rebellion relies on strength and people's hearts. In terms of strength, Xiang Yu was currently the supreme general. The 400,000 coalition troops entering the pass, plus Liu Bang's 100,000 Chu troops, all listened to his command. Liu Bang had been subdued and at least dared not act rashly. What about the 400,000 coalition troops? A thought-provoking fact is that although the coalition gathered armies from the 6 states of Chu, Han, Zhao, Yan, Wei, and Qi, only Wei King Bao led his troops personally. The rest were led by generals. Even the Qi army was a rebel army that came secretly, disobeying the orders of Tianrong, who controlled Qi. Facing these generals who had fought bloody battles with him from Julu to Xianyang and witnessed his unmatched military ability, Xiang Yu spoke a crucial passage. "I wore armor and held sharp weapons to start this cause, exposing myself to the wild for 3 years. The destruction of Qin and the pacification of the world is due to the efforts of you generals and myself. We should divide the land and become kings." How did the generals answer? One word: good. But rebellion is not a dinner party. Fighting requires the stimulation of money. Although there was the promise of dividing land and becoming kings, that was still a blank check not yet cashed. These coalition troops, who had killed their way here, were like wild wolves urgently needing a reward. The mountains of treasure in Xianyang were the best, and the only reward Xiang Yu could offer to stimulate them. So, from the history books, it looks like Xiang Yu acted like an impulsive idiot, unleashing his troops to burn and loot Xianyang, with the fire burning for 3 months. The people of Qin were greatly disappointed, daring to be angry but not to speak. We have no way of knowing if Liu Bang's army participated in the looting of Xianyang, but we believe that as he watched the sky-high flames of Xianyang, Liu Bang must have broken out in a cold sweat. Given Xiang Yu's ruthlessness, if he hadn't gone to Honggate to apologize, if there hadn't been that dinner, but instead he had chosen to stand between Xianyang and Xiang Yu, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago.
The soaring flames of Xianyang did not actually burn down the Qin Empire. The Qin Empire had already died when Ziying knelt by the roadside. What the fire of Xianyang burned was the restoration movement led by the old aristocracy of the 6 states. This movement seemed successful, but it did not meet the demands of the military meritocracy led by Xiang Yu. So, how would Xiang Yu arrange the world next?
In early 206 BC, in the camp at Xizia, Xiang Yu presided over the division of the world. In many people's impressions, this is a chaotic puzzle, as if Xiang Yu just arbitrarily chopped up the land and gave it to his subordinates. But if you put on the glasses of geopolitics and carefully examine the boundaries of this map, you will feel a deep shock. Because what you see is not chaos, but a carefully designed, extremely complex political distribution. This was the last attempt in Chinese history to resurrect the Zhou dynasty system. It was also Xiang Yu's most thorough and resolute negation of Qin Shi Huang's concept of great unification. Let us dismantle these so-called 18 feudal lords one by one. Layer 1. The Overlord and West Chu, the birth of the international police. First, at the absolute core of this system, is the title Xiang Yu bestowed upon himself. Overlord of West Chu, Chichuba Wang. Please note the weight of these 4 words. Why didn't he call himself emperor? Because in the values of Xiang Yu, a descendant of Chu nobility, the word emperor was dirty. It represented the totalitarian tyranny of Qin Shi Huang, who swallowed the 6 states, abolished feudalism, and turned the world into private property. Xiang Yu did not want to be a dictator like Qin Shi Huang, but an overlord like Duke Huan of Qi or Duke Wen of Jin during the spring and autumn period. What is an overlord? An overlord is not an administrative chief. An overlord is an order maintainer. I don't directly rule your lands, I don't collect your taxes, but I am the head of the feudal lords. Whoever breaks the rules, whoever disrespects the royal family, I will strike them. Xiang Yu attempted to establish a federal military empire. To support this status as international police, he carved out the richest territory for himself, West Chu. This territory included the 9 commanderies of Liang and Chu, with the capital at Pengcheng, modern-day Chuzhou. This area possessed overwhelming strategic advantages at the time. It controlled the Huai River basin and the alluvial plains of the lower Yangtze, the economic center. To the north, it could control Qi and Zhao. To the west, it could guard the central plains. Xiang Yu's calculation was precise. I possess the strongest economic base and the most elite army, while you 18 lords govern yourselves autonomously outside. If anyone dares to rebel, my West Chu army will march out to enforce the law. Layer 2. The State of Brotherhood, the Han King. If you open the records of the Grand Historian, you will see Liu Bang weeping bitterly when accepting the title of King of Han, as if he were being exiled to a hell at the end of the world. But for scholars who research deeply, you will find this is baffling political showmanship. Let's zoom in on the map and see what Xiang Yu actually gave Liu Bang. Traditional view holds that Bashu, Sichuan, was a barbaric land. But in 206 BC, this was a massive lie. In fact, Bashu had been the Qin Empire's supergranary for 100 years. It had fertile plains irrigated by the Dujiangyan system, armories operated by Qin for a century, and natural barriers of surrounding mountains that were almost impossible to breach from the outside. More importantly, through prior political negotiation and through Xiangbo, Liu Bang successfully requested Hanzhong from Xiang Yu. This was a fatal strategic detail. If he only had Bashu, Liu Bang would be a tiger in a cage. But with Hanzhong, Liu Bang was a beast possessing an entire logistics base and holding the key to open the door to Guanzhong. Let's imagine the scenario. A battle-hardened warlord receives a territory including today's Sichuan, Chongqing, and southern Shanxi, while the so-called Guanzhong area meant to suppress him is divided into 3 small states controlled by traitorous generals. Is this punishment, or is it a reward? Let me add one more point. From Liu Bang onwards, throughout all dynasties, no one ever dared to place Hanzhong and Sichuan, 2 geographically connected units, under a single administrative division again. Because as long as one possesses both places simultaneously, one can pose a massive threat to the Guanzhong region and the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze. This geographical advantage explains two pivotal moments in later Chinese history. It is precisely from here that the great strategist Zhuge Liang would later launch his famous northern expeditions during the Three Kingdoms period. And it is also why, during the catastrophic An Lushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty was ultimately able to reconquer their lost capital, using Ba, Shu, and Hanzhong as their unbreachable fortress. Here, like Guanzhong itself, was a land where kings arise. So this is the real agreement Liu Bang and Xiang Yu reached. Liu Bang gave up the hot potato of the empty title King of Guanzhong, which would have made him a public enemy, in exchange for the King of Han, a real territory with infinite war potential. What Xiang Yu gave him was not a place of exile, but the second most powerful feudal state on the map of China at that time. This was not punishment, this was appeasement. This was a huge hush money payment Xiang Yu paid to keep this powerful ally quiet. Readers of later history actually overlook one premise. Before Xiangliang died in battle, Liu Bang and Xiang Yu were brothers who lived and died together on the battlefield, participating jointly in almost all of the Chu army's battles against Qin. Before Liu Bang fought his way back to Guanzhong, there was no life or death struggle between them. Instead, there was a deep camaraderie. That is why Liu Bang would later say, "You and I are brothers." Xiang Yu actually compensated this brother during the distribution. He just didn't expect this brother's ambition to go beyond that. Layer 3. Carving up the 6 states. Designed chaos. Next came the rewards for the generals who put Xiang Yu on the hegemon's throne. Zhang Tu, a general of Yan, was enfeoffed as the new king of Yan. The original king of Yan was moved to be king of Liaodong. Tiandu, a general of Qi, was enfeoffed as the new king of Qi. The old Qi aristocrat Tian An was made king of Jibei, while the original king of Qi was moved to be king of Jiaodong. The originally powerful state of Zhao, second only to Chu, was split into 4 by Xiang Yu. The Zhao generals Zhang Er, Sima Ang, and Shen Yang, who had merit in following him into the pass, were enfeoffed as king of Changshan, king of Yin, and king of Henan, respectively. The original king of Zhao was demoted to king of Dai. Even Wei King Bao, who followed Xiang Yu into the pass, had no good end. His territory was reduced, and he was re-enfeoffed as king of West Wei. Han Qingcheng, who had only one commandery, had nowhere to move, and was barely allowed to stay. He stayed for 2 months before killed by Xiang Yu. Then, there was the division of King of Chu's territory. Besides his own West Chu, Xiang Yu carved out 3 pieces of Chu and gave them to his fierce general Ying Bu, former Chu's general Gong Ao, and the Baiyue leader Wu Rui. Finally, the arrangement for Guanzhong. To prevent a powerful force like the Qin state from emerging in Guanzhong again, Xiang Yu split the Qin lands, excluding Han, into 3, and gave them to 3 surrendered Qin generals led by Zhang Han. This was truly killing the heart. Given their history of surrender, it was impossible for them to gain the heartfelt support of the Qin people in the short term, making rebellion a fantasy. This distribution was naked political spoils sharing. Xiang Yu knew very well that the old royal families with legitimacy by blood would not obey him. Only these new money figures, who rose through military merit, lacking legal foundation, would have to rely on Xiang Yu's authority to maintain their rule. Xiang Yu thought that by using this strong trunk, weak branches, and subjects replacing sovereigns distribution, he had successfully dismantled the old forces of the 6 states and replaced them with a batch of obedient proxies.
When we view this panorama from 206 BC with the eyes of posterity, what we are seeing here is an overlord attempting to use his personal prestige to forcibly reverse the inertia of history. At his core, Xiang Yu was a restorationist. He loathed the cold, efficient, centralized bureaucratic machine that the first emperor had created. He yearned for a bygone golden age of aristocratic honor, of feudal lords ruling their own autonomous lands. He believed that simply by restoring the feudal system, by giving everyone their own piece of territory, the world would magically return to that gentler, more cordial era before the collapse of rites and music. And while he may have flipped the table on the old aristocrats of the Six Kingdoms, he at least left them some scraps to eat. He wagered that the new nobles he had created, propped up by his authority, would obediently help him perpetuate this idyllic multi-state system forever. However, would the old nobles of the Six States obey? Would King Huai of Chu obey?
A point must be made clear. None of Xiang Yu's enfeoffments were carried out in his name as overlord of West Chu. First, he honored the king of Chu as Emperor Yi, the righteous emperor, lifting Xiongxin onto the throne of the Son of Heaven, and then distributed the feudal lords in the capacity of the Son of Heaven's spokesperson. After arrangements were settled, in the spring of 206 BC, the coalition forces, flush with cash and full of pride, marched out of Hangu Pass to return east. They were going to seize their own land and titles from their former monarchs in accordance with the previous plan. This was the truth of Xiang Yu's returning home in glory. And here we find another piece of evidence supporting the sincerity of this agreement between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. When Xiang Yu led the feudal lords east out of the Hangu Pass, Liu Bang also departed for his new fiefdom in Hanzhong. And the histories record that King Xiang sent 30,000 of his own Chu soldiers to accompany him, and tens of thousands more from the other lords' armies followed. Think about what this means. Not only did Xiang Yu not strip Liu Bang of his military command, he reinforced him with 30,000 of his own elite Chu troops. This wasn't an act of containment, this was an act of empowerment. He was strengthening Liu Bang's hand, ensuring he had the force necessary to keep the treacherous lords of the former Qin heartland in check. And it was amidst this chaotic transfer of power, in the great reshuffling of armies and loyalties, that an unremarkable, low-ranking attendant in the Chu army made a fateful choice. He chose Liu Bang. His name was Han Xin. However, this road to taking up their kingdoms was fast for some. For example, the new king of Qi, Tian Du, rushed back to the Qi capital Linzi in just 1 month, and then lost to Tian Rong, who refused to hand over Qi in a battle for control. But Xiang Yu moved very slowly. It took him a full 3 months to travel the 1,000 kilometers from Xianyang to Pengcheng, averaging only 11 kilometers a day. So the question is, what was he doing? The complete answer has been erased by historical records, leaving only a truth we can piece together from scraps of information. He was fighting forces loyal to Emperor Yi, advancing step by step. The history books record absolutely nothing of the combat process between the two, but they left records of the negotiations. Upon leaving Xianyang, Xiang Yu sent envoys telling the king of Chu to move his capital and leave Pengcheng. A full 3 months later, Xiang Yu's army finally approached Pengcheng, and he sent people again to urge Emperor Yi to leave. This time, the two sides must have reached some agreement, and Emperor Yi took his loyal troops and left Pengcheng, heading south. Here, the history books write a thought-provoking phrase, expelled Emperor Yi from Pengcheng. In the context of ancient China, expel, Zhu, is full of implications of military action. This is corroborating evidence of Xiang Yu forcibly driving out Emperor Yi. Then, a secret order was given to Yingbu, Wurui, and Gong Ao to attack Xiongxin's army as it moved south, secretly ordered King of Zhujiangbu and others to strike him en route. When Emperor Yi led his direct lineage troops south from Pengcheng, he was backstabbed and attacked by the 4 rebel armies of Xiang Yu, Yingbu, Wurui, and Gong Ao. He fought and retreated from Huainan southward for about 2,000 kilometers, ultimately failing to shake off the pursuit. In October, when he fled south to Chen County, he was defeated and killed. From August to October, the two sides fought continuously for 2 months, with the pursuit covering over 2,000 kilometers. Emperor Yi was dead. When the news reached Pengcheng, Xiang Yu, who had already moved into the royal palace and was immersed in the joy of returning home in brocade robes, likely breathed a long sigh of relief. In his view, the final shackle had finally been shattered. Although the old Qi lands in the north were already a mess of fighting, he believed that as long as his spear pointed the way, everything would eventually quiet down.
Finally, let us answer one question. Why did Sima Qian lie? Or rather, why does his records of the grand historian not contain this version of the story that fits political logic better? Actually, the reason is clear. Because the historical materials Sima Qian accessed were records tampered with by the ultimate victors. Let us analyze what role Liu Bang played in this process. As a Chu general, he did not execute the king of Chu's political will, but colluded with Xiang Yu. As the king of Han enfeoffed at Xixia, he overturned this result and took back Guanzhong. As Xiang Yu's sworn brother, he used the excuse of avenging Emperor Yi to launch a surprise attack on Pengcheng while Xiang Yu was busy suppressing the rebellion in Qi. Every step of Liu Bang's decision-making was certainly a best choice full of strategic wisdom, but from a moral standpoint, it was inevitably full of flaws. And such flaws are not allowed to appear on the founder of a great dynasty. Therefore, the narrative of the Shiji is full of incredulity and unreasonableness, while the real truth has been left hidden between the lines that weren't completely deleted.
In the pre-dawn hours of an early day in April 205 BC, the capital of the state of Chu, Pengcheng, modern-day Chuzhou, was still shrouded in a heavy curtain of darkness. However, on the main road approaching Pengcheng from the west, two cavalrymen were galloping furiously. They were not messengers with feathered letters, but defeated soldiers. They raced all the way to the Han army camp outside Pengcheng, shouting as they rode, "Make way! Make way! Urgent military intelligence! The Chu army is here! The Chu army is here!" When the news finally reached the Chu palace inside Pengcheng, the king of Han, Liu Bang, who was still lingering in his bed, simply could not believe his ears. He exclaimed in a mixture of terror and rage, "The Chu army is here? How is that possible? Who dares to report false intelligence? Scout again! Report again!" However, reality soon calmed Liu Bang down. More and more scattered defeated troops fled back to Pengcheng from the west, all bringing undeniable news. The Chu army had indeed arrived, and they had already occupied Xiao County, a crucial node on the Han army's supply line. Liu Bang still dared not fully believe it, but he issued the order for a general mobilization. At this moment, it had been only a few short days since he had launched his eastern expedition and captured Pengcheng. Just as dawn broke, on the plains west of Pengcheng, over 100,000 Han troops finally completed their assembly and formation. They lined up from south to north, facing west, with their backs to the morning sun, occupying a geographical advantage. Behind them were two rivers, eliminating the possibility of an attack from the rear. The armies of the other feudal states participating in the anti-Chu coalition also formed arrays around the main position, serving as nodes for support and reliance. Due to the proximity to lakes and rivers, the moisture was heavy, and the morning plain was covered in thick fog. Standing on the high platform of his command chariot, Liu Bang looked vigilantly toward the west. Beside him was his most trusted charioteer, Xiahou Ying. The fog was still filled with a deathly silence. The infantry phalanxes of the Han army were making final adjustments and deployments under the command of their officers. Liu Bang was still puzzled. Why did the Chu army, which should have been hundreds of kilometers away, arrive so suddenly? No army could possess such marching speed. And why was there absolutely no news from his own grand army that was supposed to be blocking the main Chu force from Pengcheng? Were they annihilated? Or worse, did they defect? Just as Liu Bang was lost in anxious thoughts, the clear sound of a bugle came from the fog. An armored warhorse and an exceptionally burly general, wearing a white cape, emerged from the mist. When Liu Bang saw him clearly, he gasped a breath of cold air. He was both shocked and delighted. Shocked because this was a figure he knew all too well, the heavily armored Xiang Yu holding his halberd. Delighted because he saw clearly what was emerging from the fog behind Xiang Yu, one after another. It was entirely cavalry. Liu Bang breathed a sigh of relief. This explained everything. Why could Xiang Yu appear so suddenly? Because he had abandoned the cornerstones of victory. He had left behind the pike phalanxes composed of infantry and the war chariots. He was conducting a light cavalry raid, just to rush back to his lost capital as quickly as possible. In front of Liu Bang's army of hundreds of thousands, wasn't this a suicide mission? Liu Bang finally let down his suspended heart. He waved his hand. Formation, attack. This battle, crucial to the founding period of the Han Dynasty, this battle sufficient to be written into the history of Chinese military development. This battle, celebrated for thousands of years due to its incredible outcome. This battle, which would thoroughly crown the overlord Xiang Yu as a god, had officially begun. Merely a year prior, Xiang Yu, in his 20s, and Liu Bang, nearing 50, were still sworn brothers despite their age difference. They were both anti-Qin generals under King Huai of Chu, Chongxin. One annihilated the last two mobile army groups of the Qin Empire at Julu in the north. The other executed a strategic detour to break into the empty Guanzhong region and capture the imperial capital, Xianyang. After the political negotiations at the feast at Homeland, the two reached a tacit understanding. With the support of the allied generals, Xiang Yu partitioned the world, establishing 19 feudal lords. He overturned the unified system of the Qin, intending to return to the feudal system of the spring and autumn period, and the overlord stabilizing this system was Xiang Yu himself. To achieve this goal and prevent the resurgence of the Qin Empire, he gave Liu Bang, the commoner general who had lived and died with him for years, a vast amount of land, including Sichuan, Chongqing, and Hanzhong, making him the second most powerful feudal lord in the world, second only to his own western Chu. He also added 30,000 elite troops to Liu Bang's command so that he could monitor the 3 feudal states established in the old Qin lands. Then, Xiang Yu led his grand army east out of the Hangu Pass, seizing lands from the old kings of the 6 states according to his own ideas. After another half-year of fighting, Emperor Yi, the former king of Chu, the nominal leader of the anti-Qin forces, was killed by Xiang Yu and the allied lords. Xiang Yu's grand plan was successful. He established Emperor Yi's capital, Pengcheng, as the capital of his own western Chu. From here, he would monitor the world as the overlord of the feudal lords. However, the good times did not last long. In August of 206 BC, just over a month after Xiang Yu established his capital at Pengcheng, a civil war broke out in the northern state of Qi. To weaken Qi, Xiang Yu had divided it into 3, but the 2 lords he supported were no match for the old aristocrat Tianrong. Soon, Tianrong unified Qi and openly opposed Xiang Yu. Immediately after, the old aristocrat of the Zhao state, Zhang Er, borrowed troops from Qi to drive away the king of Changshan, supported by Xiang Yu, and welcomed back the old king of Zhao. Zhao also turned into a mess of chaos. Since Zhao and Qi were powerful northern states adjacent to Chu, Xiang Yu believed this was a mortal threat that had to be solved immediately. He led his entire main force north to suppress the rebellion. However, right at this moment, his good brother Liu Bang suddenly burst out of Hanzhong, defeated the 3 Qin land lords enfeoffed by Xiang Yu, and recovered the Guanzhong region, which Emperor Yi had originally promised him. In his astonishment, Xiang Yu did not immediately understand Liu Bang's intentions. He merely killed the old king of Han State, who was friendly with Liu Bang, and appointed a new king of Han to stand between Liu Bang and himself. The Chu army continued to concentrate on quelling the rebellion in Qi. In early 205 BC, the invincible Chu army, under Xiang Yu's personal command, thoroughly defeated the main force of Qi. But unexpectedly, due to the Chu army's brutal massacres of cities, the people of Qi rose up in rebellion everywhere. Xiang Yu was bogged down in an endless security war and could not extricate himself. Liu Bang saw all of Xiang Yu's embarrassment and strategic passivity. Then, this brother, whom Xiang Yu had ignored, made his move. In February of 205 BC, taking advantage of Xiang Yu and the main Chu force being in the northern state of Qi, Liu Bang moved out with almost all his Han forces in full strength. He had 100,000 troops when he conquered Xianyang. When he was enfeoffed as the king of Han, Xiang Yu gave him another 30,000. Plus the recruitment and replenishment in Hanzhong, his direct Han troops should have been close to 200,000 at this time, except for leaving some forces to guard the rear and surround enemies who had not yet surrendered. Liu Bang led over 100,000 Han troops, plus the surrendered troops of the Sai and Di kingdoms, a total surely exceeding 250,000, and crossed the Yellow River into the territory of Wei. Wei Bao, the king of Western Wei who came from old aristocracy, joined the Han army, partly because he was dissatisfied with Xiang Yu weakening Wei, and partly because he was intimidated by the Han military power. Thus, the coalition forces exceeded 300,000. They then attacked eastward, taking the kingdoms of Yin, Henan, and Han through military force and political mediation. At this time, The northern state of Zhao also sent troops south to participate in Liu Bang's great cause against Chu. Liu Bang controlled the armies of 5 feudal states, plus his own Han army. It is said the total reached an astonishing 560,000. Then, they held a funeral for Emperor Yi, who had been killed by Xiang Yu in Luoyang, weeping for 3 days and nights, and issued a denunciation of Xiang Yu, swearing to avenge Emperor Yi, placing themselves on the invincible moral high ground. Immediately after, in March of 205 BC, the Grand Army of 560,000 officially began the war to punish Chu. Far away in Qi, Xiang Yu was furious upon hearing the news, but the quagmire of the Qi War had reached its most critical moment. The original king of Qi, Tianrong, was dead, and the new anti-Chu leader, Tianheng, was firmly pinned down by the Chu army in the isolated city of Xianyang. Seeing that the north was about to be pacified, Xiang Yu did not want to fall short of success at the last stage, so he allowed Liu Bang to advance eastward while he concentrated on resolving the Qi War. Against this backdrop, the 560,000-strong army led by Liu Bang marched triumphantly. They only encountered resistance from Chu detachments at Waihuang and Dingtao, both of which were easily crushed by Liu Bang. Even Xiang Yu's relative Xiangxiang surrendered to Liu Bang after being defeated. Thus, in early April of 205 BC, the anti-Chu coalition captured the Chu capital, Pengcheng. This must have been Liu Bang's strategic vision, to launch a strategic sneak attack while Xiang Yu's rear was empty. But he likely did not expect the result to come so easily. Aside from 2 battles where they had absolute overwhelming superiority, they encountered almost no decent resistance. Where were the battle-hardened Chu elites? Where was the invincible Xiang Yu? Perhaps the victory came too suddenly for Liu Bang to recover his senses. Perhaps the magnificence of the Chu royal palace in Pengcheng seduced him. But more likely, the coalition had not yet reached a clear consensus on their next strategic move. Regardless, history records that the coalition halted at Pengcheng. They collected its treasures and beauties, feasting day and night. On one hand, they were distributing rewards to consolidate their political alliances. On the other, they were planning the next phase of the war. Objectively speaking, Liu Bang did not stay in Pengcheng for long, at least not long enough to commit a fatal strategic blunder. Moreover, he had actually issued clear instructions for the defense of Pengcheng. First, let's zoom out to a bird's-eye view and study the geographical conditions near Pengcheng. On today's map, we can see that to the entire northwest of Pengcheng lies the huge Waishan Lake, with a total area of over 1,200 square kilometers. But 2,200 years ago, this was not yet a lake, but a dense network of water systems and wetlands, including the Sai River and Feng River. Besides the dense water network, although the terrain around Pengcheng is mainly vast plains suitable for large mechanized corps to gallop, scattered isolated mountain strongholds constituted fatal tactical nodes. About 20 kilometers west of Pengcheng lies Xiao County, where low hills like Hu Mountain and Long Mountain are distributed. Further west, Mangdang Mountain stands as an abrupt barrier on the plain. 20-some li southeast of Pengcheng, Livliang Mountain locks the Sai River, forming dangerous rapids. And around Lingbi, about 50 kilometers south of Pengcheng, the terrain is rugged and adjacent to the Sui River. This river, originating from Chenliu in the west, lies across the path of southward escape. Directly north of Pengcheng, crossing the Si and Feng rivers, lie the hilly areas composed of Mount Tai and the Yimeng Mountains, which are completely unsuitable for the passage of large army corps. At this time, the main force of Xiang Yu's army was piled up in the territory of Qi, 300 kilometers from Pengcheng. The most likely marching route was to use the plains from today's Linyi and Zhaozhuang to move south. So, if you were Liu Bang, how would you deploy your strategy? According to historical records, Liu Bang handed the main army to his brother-in-law Fan Kuai, ordering him to set up defensive positions in the Shui County area north of Pengcheng, blocking the way between Xiang Yu and Pengcheng. At the same time, he had his other brother-in-law Lu Zhe lead another army to station at Dang County directly west of Pengcheng, securing the grain route and rear area coming from Luoyang and Xianyang. Liu Bang himself led the coalition's central army, contracting into Pengcheng to plan the next move. Is there a problem? There is no problem at all. Under the war technology conditions of 2,200 years ago, Xiang Yu in the north could not break through the hilly areas of the southern Shandong Mountains and the dense water network northwest of Pengcheng. unless he abandoned his war chariots and infantry phalanxes, which in the tactical system of that time almost meant certain defeat. Simultaneously, mountains and water networks also meant his supply lines would be more fragile, also unfavorable for large corps operations. Therefore, following military common sense, Liu Bang arranged heavy troop groups for defense in the most likely, and almost only, direction of Xiang Yu's attack. This is akin to the French army deployed on the Maginot Line. Of course, everyone knows the result. According to historical records, after learning that Pengcheng had been taken, Xiang Yu made a shocking decision. He left behind the large force, including chariots and infantry, and led 30,000 elites secretly south. Although historical records do not explicitly state that these 30,000 were all cavalry, judging from the efficiency of completing a 300-kilometer maneuver in just a few days, only a pure cavalry mobile force could achieve this. Through some means unknown to us, not excluding inside help from Chu generals who had previously surrendered to Liu Bang, Xiang Yu grasped the entire coalition's strategic deployment with extreme precision. Then, with an operation akin to a surgical scalpel, he moved west from the southern Shandong hilly region, bypassed the dense water network, then turned south, slotting exactly between Liuzi's western garrison force and Pengcheng. He rapidly occupied Xiao County on the coalition's supply line, and then, without stopping, immediately launched an attack to the east. What Xiang Yu performed was a decapitation raid guaranteed by ultra-high mobility. He intended to strike the heart. Black Tiger steals the heart, killing with one blow before Liu Bang and the coalition of princes could react. This is also the fundamental reason why the entire Han army felt a massive shock when Xiang Yu appeared on Liu Bang's western flank in an extremely short time. Strategically speaking, this was impossible. Tactically speaking, this was a suicidal sneak attack. Including Liu Bang, everyone was asking, where did Xiang Yu get so many cavalry? Let us briefly recount the development status of Chinese cavalry technology 2,200 years ago. Simply summarized into 3 points. First, soft saddles surpassing simple bareback riding, or blankets had been popularized, allowing for a leap in control for mounted soldiers. Second, stirrups had not yet been invented, so cavalry impact was still limited, and using long-handled or two-handed weapons on horseback relied heavily on the rider's personal martial arts. Third, based on the above 2 points, cavalry was barely an independent branch at the time, serving more as an auxiliary to infantry phalanxes and chariots. Even in the state of Zhao, famous for its cavalry, they were primarily high-mobility light-armored horse archers. Coupled with the huge cost of horse breeding and cavalry training, the Central Plains states focused more energy on war chariots, this weapon of lethal impact. The most important indicator for evaluating a country's military capability was the number of chariots, hence the terms state of 1,000 chariots and state of 10,000 chariots. So, under such a historical background, how did Xiang Yu, a man from the Chu state in the southeast, scrape together 30,000 cavalry? Modern historians analyze that Xiang Yu's 30,000 cavalry likely had 3 main sources. First were the local Bao cavalry of the southeast, later known in the Han Dynasty as the famous Yue cavalry, Yue Qi. Although the southeast could not compare to the northeast and northwest, the area north of the Huai River was actually an important horse-producing region. Almost all horses in the Song Dynasty came from here. Xiang Yu, who started in the southeast and controlled Wu and Yue, had a stable source of Yue cavalry. However, due to the size of the horses and the level of equipment, these Yue cavalry mostly undertook combat tasks of light-armored long-range harassment. Second were the northern nomadic cavalry, specifically the Lufan cavalry. The names of these cavalrymen appear multiple times in historical records. They were not only skilled at mounted archery, but also had decent close-quarters combat skills. These were likely a small number of mercenary-like cavalry acquired by Xiang Yu in the north, around the time of the Battle of Julu. Third, and most importantly, were the Zhuyuan cavalry from the original Qin state's Great Wall Legion. These cavalry were originally formed by the Qin state to counter the Xiongnu, and were superior to the Xiongnu in terms of equipment and tactics. Although Xiang Yu buried a large number of Qin prisoners of war alive at Xin'an, the Zhuyuan cavalry, possessing superhuman combat literacy, were certainly not among them, but were absorbed by him as the elite of the Chu cavalry. Years later, before his death, when Xiang Yu wanted to give his famous Wuzhui horse to the village head of Wujiang, he said the horse had followed him for 5 years, which calculates back to being a trophy he obtained when incorporating the Zhuyuan cavalry. So, when Liu Bang finally settled his mind, he figured it all out. Xiang Yu had gambled everything to bring 30,000 cavalry. While this was an incredible surprise move, it was not an impossible fantasy. And in Liu Bang's view, although Xiang Yu brought the largest recorded cavalry maneuver group in Chinese war history to date, facing his hundreds of thousands of infantry and chariot phalanxes firmly defending Pengcheng, it was undoubtedly like striking a stone with an egg. At this moment, standing on the high platform of his command chariot, Liu Bang even felt a sway of excitement. Could it be that he could settle everything in one single battle? The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and contact had already begun between the two sides. Following standard engagement procedures, dozens of Han long spear phalanxes halted their advance, formed battle lines, and waited in full array. Light infantry equipped with shields, short swords, and crossbows moved forward to form a skirmish line. This was a combat method inherited from the Qin state, emphasizing the engagement principle of distinct roles and alternating advances. Before long, rushing out first from the morning mist were the Chu army's Yue cavalry. Like their counterparts in the northern state of Zhao, these light-armored horse archers used high-speed maneuvers to approach the Han infantry line, fired a wave of arrows, then circled back to retreat, repeating the process back and forth. This was almost a reenactment of the harassment tactics of horse archers from the past 100 years, which did not have much lethality against battle-hardened infantry. The Han skirmishers immediately formed a shield wall in the front row to withstand the incoming arrow rain, while the archers and crossbowmen behind the shield wall returned fire with long-range firepower. The horse bows of the Yue cavalry were limited by their draw weight, with range significantly inferior to the infantry's foot bows and winch-drawn crossbows. They were not dominant in a shootout, and suppressed by the firepower of the Han skirmishers, it was difficult for them to get close enough to shoot arrows into the effective range of the shieldless long spear phalanxes. Fortunately, benefiting from high mobility, their losses from the Han infantry's long-range counterattack were not too great. The Yue cavalry cycled back and forth, projecting repeatedly, but did not achieve significant results. Instead, the Han infantry line, under no pressure, gradually pressed forward, slowly detaching from their initial preset positions. Of course, the preset positions at that time were nothing precious, lacking even abatis stakes, because no horse archer would be foolish enough to charge into an infantry phalanx. A contemptuous smile had already risen on the corners of the Han frontline officers' mouths. Is this the invincible Chu army? However, they would soon know how wrong they were. Out of the mist, another wave of Yue cavalry rushed out. Although the scale this time looked much larger than the previous probing, what use was it if their arrows couldn't penetrate the shield wall of the skirmish line? But this time, the Yue cavalry ignored casualties and charged until they were very close to the skirmish line. Only then did they suddenly loose their arrows and then rapidly retreat to both sides. Just as the Han skirmishers were confused amidst the mist and the dust raised by the Yue cavalry, they saw a scene they had never witnessed before. They first saw the war horses. Unlike the unarmored ponies ridden by the Yue cavalry, these were tall steeds rarely seen in the south. Most importantly, like those chariot horses charged with breaking formations, they were all draped in leather horse armor adorned with armor plates. And atop these armored war horses were fully armed heavy cavalry, clad in lamellar armor, some even wearing metal masks. They wielded long spears and long halberds, carrying no bows or crossbows, and charged straight at the Han skirmish line. Hooves flew, war drums thundered. Even the most battle-hardened officers had never seen such a scene. In the panic, someone shouted, "Fire arrows! Shoot the horses!" However, arrows hastily fired at such short range could not inflict damage on the galloping armored war horses. In an instant, before any Han soldiers could react, the Chu cavalry slammed into the shield wall, the shields shattered, the wall collapsed. The immense weight and inertia easily crushed the Han skirmish line. The Chu cavalry moved as if entering an uninhabited land, slaughtering the Han skirmishers and crossbowmen who lacked long weapons. No amount of superb personal martial arts or combat experience could come into play against this absolute gap in strength and speed. In almost an instant, the entire Han front line collapsed. They didn't even have time to react, didn't even have time to turn and run. Although the long spear phalanxes, maintaining a certain distance behind the skirmishers, were still in shock, combat instinct made them raise their long spears, preparing to stop these unknown monster cavalry just as they would a chariot charge. But these heavy armored cavalry, after crushing and eliminating the Han front line and driving them back, turned their horses around and vanished into the mist. On the position where they had just been, there was dead silence. Watching from the rear, Liu Bang gasped a breath of cold air. He had never seen such cavalry shock tactics, nor could he imagine what would be encountered next. But he feigned calm. The phalanxes are still there. I haven't lost yet. This was likely the first recorded large-scale use of shock cavalry in Chinese war history. It completely overturned the previous Chinese cavalry combat methods and had an extremely important impact on subsequent military history. Of course, its appearance was not a sudden stroke of genius. It was the inevitable result born of various coincidences. First was the horse armor developed in chariot technology, making it possible for armored war horses to charge without fear of arrows. Second was the exchange with excellent horse breeds from northern nomadic peoples, improving the load-bearing and running capabilities of war horses. Third was the popularization of new horse tack, including soft saddles and girths. Fourth, and most importantly, was Xiang Yu's own superclass martial arts and breakthrough understanding of mounted techniques. Xiang Yu was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall. Historical records repeatedly mention him putting on armor, mounting a horse, and fighting with a halberd. This indicates he had extremely high personal combat ability and could proficiently use two-handed or long-handled weapons on horseback without stirrups. He could completely train a group of knights with equally superb mounted skills according to the experience and educational methods he summarized, then equip them with the fiercest war horses and the best armor, providing the best treatment. This method could absolutely form a super-elite cavalry team, small in number, but where one could match 100. When serving as an offensive arrowhead or a breakthrough weapon, they could often achieve miraculous results. This is the secret behind the birth of the first scaled shock cavalry unit in Chinese war history. Of course, this method inevitably brought ultra-high equipment and training costs, which determined that the number of these shock cavalry could not be too high. It was absolutely impossible to reach 30,000. Therefore, among Xiang Yu's 30,000 men, besides a very small number of elite shock cavalry, there were the previously mentioned large numbers of Yuan cavalry, as well as a large number of de facto mounted infantry. They only used horses as tools for high-speed strategic and battlefield maneuvering. Even for these elite Chu heavy cavalry, historical records explicitly state that when needed, they would dismount to fight, just like Western dismounted knights. And this multidimensional variable unit composition provided Xiang Yu with superb tactical variability. When the Han soldiers began to consciously contract their battle line, preparing to adopt the dense formation used against chariot charges to counter the Chu army's next wave of cavalry charge, what rushed out of the mist were the Yue cavalry, bows drawn and arrows nocked. This time, there was no skirmish line to counter them. They galloped before the Han phalanxes and loosed a rain of arrows. Han soldiers, without shield protection, fell to arrows one after another, with no way to return fire. The remaining rear row crossbowmen fell into a dilemma. Hiding behind the long spear phalanx, the range was insufficient to hit the horse archers. But if they moved to the front of the long spear phalanx, the annihilation of the skirmish line just now would be their consequence. Amidst their confusion, the Han infantry continued to be attacked by arrow rain from the archer cavalry circling to their flanks. And at this time, even from the frontal direction, a massive number of crossbow bolts were fired. The Chu mounted infantry had dismounted, and their formed crossbow line was continuously projecting firepower at the Han army. Just as the morale of the Han phalanxes began to drop, and the formation became slightly chaotic, a deafening roar of killing shouts came from the morning mist. A large swarm of Chu infantry, holding round shields and short swords, threw themselves at them. The Han phalanxes immediately commanded spearheads to turn to meet the enemy. But these long-handled weapons and tactics designed for phalanx combat were not adapted to fighting these short-weapon shock troops. That was supposed to be a contest between skirmishers of both sides. The Chu soldiers ignored casualties and rushed into the forest of long spears, blocking the thrusts of long spears with shields and ruthlessly stabbing short swords into the chests and throats of the Han soldiers. Long spear phalanxes without short weapons equipped were almost slaughtered once closed in on. And right at this moment, the mysterious Chu shock cavalry that had disappeared reappeared. They charged directly from the flank or even the rear. without even needing to use weapons, simply relying on the power of the war horses to slam solidly into the side and rear of the phalanx was enough to send all resistance flying. The morale of the Han phalanxes collapsed. They dropped their spears, they turned and ran. Behind them were the Chu infantry chasing them down. Beside them were the Chu cavalry charging faster than they could run. Morale collapse in a traditional war environment is the most deadly infectious disease. With the collapse of the Han front line, subsequent phalanxes also retreated involuntarily. A very few phalanxes managed to maintain formation, but having lost the protection of brother phalanxes on both sides, they were soon crushed by the pincer attack of Chu infantry and cavalry. The entire battlefield turned into a total collapse of the Han army. They threw away helmets and armor, wailing like ghosts and wolves as they fled backwards. Chu soldiers pursued ruthlessly from behind, and even the Yue cavalry archers took out short halberds to hunt down the fleeing Han troops. On the chaotic battlefield, the hegemon king of Chu, Xiang Yu, and his most elite guard cavalry were like divine punishment, unstoppable and invincible. The sun had risen, the morning mist was gradually disappearing, and on the plain battlefield outside Pengcheng, only the sound of killing shook heaven and earth. The Han troops fled for their lives, only to discover that the positions they had originally set up to protect the safety of their rear had become their death trap. The Xi River and Feng River blocked their retreat. They had originally hoped to organize a battle line on the river beach, but the Chu heavy cavalry chased them down, ruthlessly crushing their hope. So they completely gave up hope. Some surrendered, others threw themselves into the turbulent current of the Xi River. The river was full of Han soldiers vying to cross and drowned corpses everywhere. Historical records state, the river water ceased to flow. Amidst this chaos, some remnant Han troops hid southward into the hilly, mountainous areas, but the Chu army pursued relentlessly. They fled south all the way, but the river south of the hills blocked their path again. By the river beach, it was another tragic massacre. It is said that the pursuing Chu cavalry surrounded Liu Bang, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Just when Liu Bang had no way out, a wild wind suddenly blew in the sky, flying sand and rolling stones, creating a flaw in the Chu cavalry's encirclement. Liu Bang's charioteer, Xiahou Ying, the #1 driver of the Chu-Han period, seized the moment to drive the chariot out of the heavy siege, saving Liu Bang's life. Then, dragging Liu Bang, they fled madly regardless of everything, moving north through the chaotic army, not stopping until they rushed into the camp of his brother-in-law, Levze. And that famous stain on Liu Bang's record, repeatedly kicking his children off the chariot to escape, relying entirely on Xiahou Ying to pick them back up, also happened during this escape process. In short, the Battle of Pengcheng ended. The 30,000 cavalry led by Xiang Yu, from strategic raid to tactical raid, caught the 560,000 coalition troops completely off guard, writing a famous battle example of the few defeating the many in Chinese war history. Afterwards, Liu Bang, having experienced the combat power of shock cavalry, learned on the fly and immediately began to gradually build his own heavy cavalry force. This was the later legendary Han Dynasty cavalry unit, the Langzhong cavalry, gentlemen of the household cavalry. But this is a matter for later. At this moment, Xiang Yu led the Chu army to continue attacking Liu Bang. Liu Bang ran all the way west to Xianyang, with the Chu army still in hot pursuit. At the critical moment, Han Xin arrived with the collected remnants and conscripted new recruits. Early summer, 204 BC. Just south of the Yellow River, outside the towering walls of Xianyang, the encampments of the Chu army stretch as far as the eye can see. The war drums begin. A slow rhythm at first, tightening into a frenetic, heart-pounding beat. Then the gates of the central camp swing open. A general, built like an iron tower, rides out. He is mounted on a legendary steed, jet black, yet shimmering with a purple radiance under the sun. Surrounded by a phalanx of heavy cavalry in masked armor, he moves forward. He wears a white robe over silver armor. His face is young, yet it radiates an authority that demands absolute submission. He rides to a high platform, unsheathes the sword at his waist, points it directly at the besieged city of Xianyang, and roars a single command, "Attack!" The entire Chu camp erupts in thunderous applause. thousands of voices chant in unison, "Overlord! Overlord! Overlord!" Amidst this deafening roar, the horns blast. The final assault on Xianyang, a city besieged for 3 agonizing months, has begun. It was a battle with no suspense. Inside the city, only a handful of starving Han soldiers remained. Their leader, Liu Bang, the king of Han, had pulled off a masterclass in deception and escaped 2 months ago. Everyone left behind, from the kingdom's third in command, Grand Censor Zhou Ke, to the allied King Xin of Han, down to the soldiers too weak to stand, knew this day would come. The Chu catapults fired a few symbolic boulders. One smashed a corner of the already ruined watchtower, others flew over the yellow-brown rammed earth walls, aiming blindly at the soldiers huddled behind them. Then, screened by infantry wielding massive shields, the siege engines rolled forward. At the front were the wood-curtained chariots, Muman, gigantic mobile wooden screens designed to block the rain of arrows. Behind them towered the siege towers, Lin Chong, so tall they looked down upon the city walls, allowing Chu crossbowmen to rain death from above, suppressing all resistance. Next came the trench bridge chariots, Hao Che. Under covering fire, they deployed folding bridges across the moat. Over these bridges, countless heavy infantry swarmed toward the walls, scaling ladders on their shoulders. At the gates, protected by armored assault vehicles, the battering rams slammed into the splintered, patched-up doors. The gates groaned and finally shattered. With a roar that shook the heavens, the Chu vanguards, wielding double-handed curved swords, surged like a tidal wave into the desperate phalanx of Han spearmen. The city had fallen. In the governor's mansion of Xianyang, Xiang Yu looked down at the bound prisoner, the Han Grand Censor, Zhou Ke. The overlord spoke. "You fought well. Surrender to me, and I will make you a marquis." Zhou Ke spat back. "You ungrateful regicide traitor! Do you think you are worthy?" Xiang Yu let out a cold laugh. "Boil him." In the plaza outside, a massive bronze cauldron, a ding, was set over a roaring fire. The water inside rolled and bubbled. Zhou Ke was thrown in. He was boiled alive. Yet, amidst his screams, he shouted one final prophecy. "The King of Han will avenge us." "The King of Han?" Xiang Yu glared viciously at the terrified King Xin of Han, who had fainted nearby. "He won't live much longer either. Lock the rest of them up. When I catch Liu Bang, I'll gut them all together." An officer beside Xiang Yu immediately shouted, "The Overlord commands! Regroup immediately! We march east! Target Chengao!" This was a tug-of-war that lasted 2 years. Liu Bang and Xiang Yu fought repeatedly over Xianyang and its surrounding territories. Some key strongholds changed hands 6 times. In the end, viewed in isolation, this campaign ended in a stalemate and a peace treaty. But in the grand scope of history, this was the decisive turning point, the graveyard of Xiang Yu's ambition and the birthplace of the Han Empire. First, let's look at the battlefield. It lies at the geometric center of the Qin era map. Historically, this was the heart of the Han Kingdom in Warring States period. The Qin Empire later established the Sichuan Commandery here. It contains great cities like Luoyang and vital crossings like Pengcheng. But the most critical point was the commandery capital, Xianyang. Open the map, and it becomes crystal clear. Leaving the east gate of the Guanzhong Plain, the Hangu Pass, you immediately enter the Luoyang Basin. This is a natural fortress, surrounded by mountains on 4 sides. But to the east of Luoyang, the land opens up into the Great Plains. Xianyang is the shield. It stands guard just outside the Luoyang Basin. Behind Xianyang lies the roaring Yellow River to the north and the precipitous Qinling Mountains to the south. Between them runs a narrow corridor leading back to Luoyang and the capital region. This corridor is the only east-west passage connecting the Central Plains to Guanzhong and practically the only route suitable for moving massive armies. Now, look at Xianyang itself. It is a fortress wedged between the plains of the east and the Loess Plateau of the west. Attacking from the east means fighting uphill. This is why Qin Shi Huang, after annexing this region, ignored the larger cities of Luoyang or Kaifeng. Instead, he chose this obscure town, Xianyang, and transformed it into a military fortress. Archaeological evidence shows that the ancient walls of Xianyang stretched over 7 kilometers. Its rammed earth walls stood 20 meters high, with a base 30 meters thick, far surpassing the famous Ming Dynasty walls of Xi'an seen today. It was an impregnable high-walled fortress. But Xianyang was not alone. To its east lay a man-made wonder, the Hong Canal, Honggu. This canal connected the Yellow River to the Huai River. It served as a massive natural moat protecting Xianyang from the east, but more importantly, it was a lifeline connecting the waterway logistics of the empire. Controlling this canal meant endless supplies. Where did the supplies come from? The Ao Granary. On Mount Ao, north of Xianyang, Qin Shi Huang built a storage complex of unprecedented scale. Its purpose? To gather the grain of the world and transfer it here. Utilizing the geometric centrality of the Sichuan commandery, the first emperor created a national strategic reserve. Grain from the North China Plain, the Huai River Basin, and even the Yangtze region could be shipped here via the water network. Furthermore, the Ao Granary wasn't just a warehouse. It was a fortress built into the mountain itself. Combined with the garrison at Xianyang just 10 kilometers away, it was the perfect staging ground for grand armies. There is one final piece to this puzzle, the back door. About 20 kilometers west of Xianyang and the granary lies Chenggao. Here, a tributary of the Yellow River slices through the plateau, creating a natural fault line. On the high ground overlooking this fault sits Chenggao. To its south is Mount Song, to its north, the Yellow River. It chokes the ancient road leading west. If you are familiar with the romance of the Three Kingdoms, you know this place by another name. Hulao Pass, Tiger Trap Pass. This is where legends say Lu Bu fought the three heroes. No matter how many warlords gather, if you want to march west to Luoyang, you must take Chenggao. The Iron Triangle was complete. Xianyang, the frontline fortress and spearhead. Ao Granary, the logistics hub and energy source. Chenggao, the rearguard and defensive anchor. These three mutually supported and protected one another. Crucially, unless an army performed a massive, risky strategic flank, they could not bypass Xianyang to hit the others. This was the keystone Qin Shi Huang laid down in the east. It was the forward operating base for the Qin Empire to project power. If the east rebelled, armies from the capital only needed to reach Xianyang to have a secure launch pad. Conversely, rebels trying to invade the capital had to chew through this hard bone first. This is why, for the Qin Empire, if Xianyang stands, the east is secure. If Xianyang falls, the east is lost. So, in early April of 204 BC, after 560,000 allied troops were instantly crushed by Xiang Yu's 30,000 elite cavalry in a single morning, Liu Bang fled for his life. Driven by his legendary charioteer Xiahou Ying, he didn't stop until he reached Xianyang. Looking at the massive crossbows and trebuchets on the walls pointing east, Liu Bang finally exhaled. Safe at last. But then the Chu army arrived. When Liu Bang scrambled into Xianyang with his shattered remnants, the Chu cavalry, masters of open field warfare, did not immediately storm the fortress. This gave Liu Bang a breathless moment of respite. Relying on sheer intuition, this commoner-turned-king, with no formal military education, decided to make Xianyang his final stand. He would retreat no further. He immediately organized a defense. First, he gathered his forces. His brother-in-law Lu Ze had the only unit that survived the previous massacre intact, about 20,000 men. Liu Bang rallied the routed troops fleeing from the east. Xiao He, the ultimate administrator guarding the capital, worked miracles. He sent a ceaseless stream of fresh recruits from the homeland, even listing minors on the register to fill the ranks. It was a patchwork army, a shield of flesh and blood. But Liu Bang needed a sword. Second, he created the Palace Guard Cavalry, Langzhongqi. Facing Xiang Yu's devastating heavy cavalry, Liu Bang realized that traditional infantry squares and chariots were obsolete. He needed a weapon that could fight thunder with thunder. Historical records reveal a crucial detail. The members of this new unit were almost exclusively old Qin men from the Guangdong region. They were the remnants of the first emperor's cavalry. If Xiang Yu's cavalry inherited the northern frontier legions, Liu Bang's new unit was built on the foundation of the Qin Imperial Guard. This was a civil war between two branches of the same military school. To lead them, Liu Bang bypassed traditional generals and chose a young ex-silk merchant named Guan Ying, who possessed a beast-like intuition for warfare. It worked. Shortly after, Guan Ying led this new cavalry to defeat a Chu detachment southeast of the city, a vital morale boost. For the next 6 months, Xiang Yu did not launch a full-scale assault, merely probing the defenses. Liu Bang used this window to turn the geography into a weapon. He transformed the Xianyang, Ao Granary, Chenggao Triangle into a super-fortress complex. Xianyang held the front. Ao Granary was reinforced, guarded by General Zhou Bo and General Fan Kuai. Chenggao in the rear was heavily garrisoned. Most importantly, to secure the grain supply, Liu Bang built a massive earth and wood structure running from the granary to the city. The Yongdao, the walled supply corridor. This was a replica of the tactics used by the Qin Great Wall legions. It was proof that the army Liu Bang led was no longer a ragtag rebel force. It was the second coming of the Qin military machine. But the question remains, why did Xiang Yu give Liu Bang 6 months to recover? In reality, after the initial rout, the war had shifted to diplomacy and smaller skirmishes. The 560,000-man coalition had collapsed. The smaller kingdoms, seeing Xiang Yu's invincibility, switched sides or declared independence. Wei Bao, the king of Wei, famously feigned a family illness to go home, then immediately rebelled. He told Liu Bang's diplomat, "You expect me to serve that man? He insults kings like they are slaves. I'm done." There is a legendary detail here. A fortune teller told Wei Bao that his wife, Lady Bo, had the face of an empress dowager, and her son would be emperor. Wei Bao thought, if my son is emperor, I must be the founding emperor. So he rebelled. Ironically, Lady Bo's son did become emperor, a famous emperor, but the father wasn't Wei Bao. Because Wei occupied the strategic high ground across the river, threatening the entire defensive line, Liu Bang unleashed his secret weapon, Han Xin. Han Xin took the new palace cavalry, crossed the Yellow River, and annihilated the kingdom of Wei in a single month. He then swept up the kingdom of Dai, carving out a safe zone north of the river. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu was busy suppressing rebellions in Qi and dealing with a betrayal by his former champion, Ying Bu, king of Zhujiang. Xiang Yu crushed Ying Bu in a month. Finally, with his rear secure, Xiang Yu brought the full might of the Chu main force to Qingyang. Facing him was the daunting Iron Triangle, high walls, endless camps, and complex fortifications. But standing high atop a siege tower, Xiang Yu looked past the walls. His gaze locked onto the walled supply corridor running along the canal. A smile curled on the overlord's lips. "I solved this puzzle years ago." History repeats itself. Xiang Yu did not attack the main camps. Instead, just like at the Battle of Julu years before, he unleashed his cavalry on the supply lines. Using high-mobility multi-point strikes, the Chu cavalry overwhelmed the defenses of the walled corridor. The connection between the granary and the city was severed. The supply line paralysis sent the Han army into chaos. Chu forces began picking off the outer camps one by one. The Han army, terrified of Xiang Yu's field prowess, dared not sortie him out. They watched helplessly as their perimeter collapsed. By the spring of 204 BC, Xianyang was an island in a sea of enemies. No food inside, no reinforcements outside. Desperate, Liu Bang did the unthinkable. He sued for peace. He offered to divide the world, keeping only the West. Xiang Yu, sensing total victory, refused. He ordered the construction of siege engines. He wanted Liu Bang's head. Under crushing pressure, Liu Bang executed a stratagem that defied imagination. On a pitch-black night, the east gate of Qingyang creaked open. 2,000 armored soldiers escorted a magnificent royal chariot. It bore the yellow canopy and the flags of the King of Han. Soldiers on the wall shouted, "The king of Han surrenders! The king of Han surrenders!" The besieging Chu troops erupted in cheers. Thousands rushed to the east gate to witness the surrender of their arch-enemy. No one noticed that, in the chaos, the west gate quietly opened. The legendary driver Jiahu Ying, steering a light chariot with the real Liu Bang and a dozen riders, vanished into the darkness, racing west. Xiang Yu rushed to the east gate. But when he saw the man in the royal chariot, his fury exploded. It wasn't Liu Bang, it was Jixin, a Han general, and the 2,000 armored soldiers. They were women, civilians dressed in armor, sent out as sacrificial lambs to confuse the enemy. Liu Bang had deceived the overlord. Xiang Yu, shaking with rage, demanded Liu Bang's location. Jixin smiled. The king has long since left. Xiang Yu offered Jixin a chance to turn coat. Jixin cursed him instead. Xiang Yu's voice went cold. "Burn him." As Jixin screamed in the flames, Xiang Yu didn't wait. Leaving a detachment to starve out the now worthless city, he took his main force and marched west. He would chase Liu Bang to the ends of the earth. But Liu Bang was faster than he imagined. He didn't even stop at Chenggao, he ran all the way back to the capital. When Xiang Yu captured Chenggao, Liu Bang had already mobilized the reserves in the capital and wanted to march east again to save Xianyang. His advisors stopped him. "To march east like this, isn't that just striking a rock with an egg? Can you actually defeat Xiang Yu?" Liu Bang demanded. "So we just abandon the Xianyang defense line that we spent so much blood and sweat building. The Chu army has already taken Chenggao. Their next step could be to continue marching west. Are we not going to stand in their way?" The strategist replied, "If Chenggao falls, we have Gongxian. If Gongxian falls, we have Luoyang. And even if Luoyang falls, we still have the Hangu Pass. For every single step the Chu army takes west, they will have to pay a massive price. Instead of marching east for a suicidal head-on collision, we should flank to the south. We need to grab their attention. If we can pull Xiang Yu's main force away, it will relieve the pressure on Xianyang." Liu Bang asked, "Will Xiang Yu really be that obedient?" "Why wouldn't he?" The strategist smiled. "My king, do you have any idea how much Xiang Yu hates you right now?" So Liu Bang marched south. And true to his romantic temperament, Xiang Yu could not tolerate the street ruffian Liu Bang dancing under his nose. He abandoned the broken city of Xianyang. He abandoned the strategic advantage of Chenggao. He turned his army south toward Wancheng. Liu Bang and his ally Yingbu holed up in the city. Xiang Yu surrounded them, preparing for another siege. Just as Liu Bang was considering another strategic transfer, something strange happened. Xiang Yu retreated. Xiang Yu's retreat took Liu Bang by surprise, yet it fell exactly within his calculations. Before the disaster at Pengcheng, a bandit leader named Peng Yue had joined Liu Bang with 30,000 men. Liu Bang gave him the empty title of Prime Minister of Wei and a simple mission: go back to the wetlands of the east and wreak havoc on Xiang Yu's homeland. After the defeat, Peng Yue returned to the marshes he knew best and resumed his old trade, guerrilla warfare. While Liu Bang was fleeing west, he followed Zhang Liang's advice and sent convoys of gold and supplies to this bandit king. The order was singular: use endless guerrilla attacks to rot the Chu rear and sever Xiang Yu's supply lines. Peng Yue delivered. While Liu Bang was teetering on the brink at Wancheng, Peng Yue won victory after victory, even defeating several top Chu generals sent to hunt him down. With his backyard on fire, Xiang Yu had no choice. He took his elite cavalry to crush Peng Yue personally, leaving the bulk of his infantry and generals to hold Chenggao and continue the siege of Xianyang. However, Xiang Yu made a fatal miscalculation. He forgot that his sworn brother, Liu Bang, was not someone his subordinates could suppress. The moment Xiang Yu left, Liu Bang broke the encirclement at Wancheng, marched north, and with the help of the fierce general Yingbu, stormed Chenggao in a single breath, beheading the Chu commander. Reinforced by troops from the capital, Liu Bang prepared to march east to lift the siege of Xianyang. But Liu Bang also made a fatal miscalculation. He forgot that his sworn brother, Xiang Yu, was not someone anyone else could suppress. 1 month. It took only 1 month. Xiang Yu and his cavalry swept through the east like a hurricane, crushed Peng Yue, drove him back into the swamps, and then, like a phantom, returned to Xianyang. Before Liu Bang could launch his offensive from Chenggao, Xiang Yu was back. The Han army froze in terror. What followed is the scene from the beginning of this video. Xiang Yu decided to end the game. In just a few days, Xianyang, the steel fortress, the foundry of will that Liu Bang had pinned his hopes on, crumbled under Xiang Yu's maniacal assault. Grand Censor Zhou Ke and the entire command staff were captured. Facing the overlord, Zhou Ke chose the most gruesome end, boiled alive in a cauldron. His final scream marked the moment this war turned into a true meat grinder. The shockwave of Xianyang's fall hadn't even settled when Chu forces swept up the Ao granary. The Han generals Zhou Bo and Fan Kuai fled to Chenggao. Xiang Yu's spear tip immediately turned toward Chenggao. He expected a final showdown, but Xiang Yu was disappointed again. Liu Bang had run away. Again. History records that upon hearing of Xiang Yu's approach, the legendary driver Xia Huying once again took the reins, smuggling Liu Bang out of the North Gate. Since the Supreme Commander had fled before the encirclement was complete, the remaining generals had no obligation to die for a lost cause. After a brief skirmish, the Han army routed. Xiang Yu captured Chenggao for the second time. He tried to push further west, but at the second defense line, Gongxian, he hit a wall. History deleted the name of the commander who stopped the overlord here, likely due to his later treason. But logically, only one man had the capability to organize the remnants of the southern armies into a defensive line: Yingbu. Yet even Yingbu could not have held back Xiang Yu forever. The savior, once again, was Peng Yue. The moment Xiang Yu left the east, Peng Yue crawled out of the swamps. This time, he conquered over a dozen Chu cities. Xiang Yu, furious and exhausted, had to turn back. Before leaving, he entrusted Xianyang to his general Zhongli Mei and Chenggao and the Ao granary to the Grand Marshal of Chu, Chao Ju. He left them with a desperate warning: "Hold Chenggao, do not fight. If the King of Han comes, do not engage him. Give me 15 days, just 15 days. I will settle the east and return." While Chu and Han bled each other dry at Xianyang and Chenggao, the position of the Han Grand General, Han Xin, was somewhat awkward. He had conquered the kingdoms of Wei, Dai, and Zhao in a blitzkrieg. Yet for 6 months, he sat north of the Yellow River, resting his troops, neither attacking nor sending aid to the desperate siege at Xianyang. Perhaps he was waiting? Liu Bang did not give him the luxury of waiting. After fleeing Chenggao, Liu Bang and Xia Huying crossed the Yellow River and rode like the wind to Han Xin's camp. In that window of time, no one on earth knew where the King of Han was. In the pre-dawn mist, disguised as messengers, they bluffed their way into the camp and walked straight into Han Xin's tent. The genius general was still asleep. Liu Bang did not wake him. Like a master thief, he walked to the bedside table and took the tiger tally, Hufu, the bronze token that granted supreme command over the army. When Han Xin woke up, he was terrified to find the king sitting in his tent, the tally in his hand. Liu Bang immediately issued orders. He stripped Han Xin of his entire army, leaving him only a few thousand men and a vague authority to conscript more soldiers locally. He gave Han Xin a blank check. "Fight well, conquer the kingdom of Qi, and I will make you the king of Qi." Before Han Xin could complain, Liu Bang took the army and marched south. This was a fresh, elite force, rested and trained for months. With these chips in hand, Liu Bang had only one goal: retake Chenggao. At first, the Chu Grand Marshal, Chao Ju, followed Xiang Yu's orders: stay behind the walls. But Liu Bang understood the weakness of human nature, especially the fragile pride of Chu aristocrats. He built a massive platform outside the walls. He selected soldiers with the loudest voices to stand there, day and night, hurling insults at Chao Ju and his ancestors. For 5 days, they attacked his character, his family, and his manhood. The toxic verbal assault finally shattered the old general's psychological defenses. Rage overruled reason. Cao Zhou disobeyed the order. He opened the gates and marched out. As the Chu army began to cross the Sea River to reach the Han camp, Liu Bang watched from the opposite bank with a cold smile. He executed the classic Sun Tzu maneuver: strike when the enemy is half-crossed. When half the Chu army was struggling in the water and the other half was disorganized on the bank, Liu Bang dropped the flag. The cavalry he had stolen from Han Xin poured down like a landslide. The clear river turned dark red in an instant. Realizing he had lost not just the battle, but the trust of his king, Cao Zhou slit his throat by the riverbank. The Chu defense in the west collapsed. Chengao changed hands again. This time, Liu Bang didn't stop. He linked up with Yingbu and pushed east to retake Xianyang. But defending Xianyang was Zhongli Mei. If Cao Zhou was fire, Zhongli Mei was stone. Facing the Han onslaught, he showed supreme professionalism, sealing the gates and using the ruined fortifications to hold the line. Liu Bang knew he had to win before Xiang Yu returned. Zhongli Mei knew he just had to survive until the black flag appeared on the horizon. A new stalemate began. When Xiang Yu returned to the Western Front, covered in the blood of yet another victory against Pengcheng, he realized he was trapped in a strategic nightmare. The Overlord was still invincible on the battlefield, but on the map, he was a giant running on a treadmill. Every time he crushed Peng Yue, Liu Bang took Chengao. Every time he took Xianyang, the Han defense line just moved a few miles west. This time, Liu Bang was smarter. Hearing of Xiang Yu's return, he abandoned the siege of Xianyang and retreated to Mount Guangwu. Utilizing the massive ravine cut by the Hong Canal, the two armies dug in. The Han in the west, the Chu in the east, separated by a 200-meter-wide gorge. Neither could advance. This is the origin of the Chinese chess term, the Chu River and Han border. As the war froze, Xiang Yu grew desperate. To force Liu Bang out, he set up a giant cauldron in front of the formation, bound Liu Bang's captured father to a chopping block, and shouted, "Surrender, or I will boil your father into soup." Liu Bang stood on the opposite cliff, his expression unchanged. He shouted back, "Xiang Yu, we swore an oath as brothers before King Huai of Chu. My father is your father. If you insist on boiling our father, be sure to send me a bowl of the broth." The words were cold iron. In Liu Bang's logic, every emotion could be quantified as a political cost. He wasn't just immoral, he was a political machine stripped of emotional interference. This rogue logic devastated Xiang Yu. As a noble hero, he couldn't understand. Why did my general kill himself over insults, yet this man won't blink at the death of his father? The standoff continued. To break the boredom, they engaged in the most ancient form of warfare, the duel. The Han army had a genius archer from the Lufan tribe. From the cliff, he sniped 3 Chu challengers in a row. The Chu army was pinned down. Enraged, Xiang Yu rode out personally. As the Lufan archer drew his bow, Xiang Yu let out a roar, a thunderous shout, his eyes burning with a terrifying supernatural intensity. It was pure psychic domination. The battle-hardened archer was so terrified by the Overlord's aura that his hands shook, his bow slipped, and he fled back into the camp, daring not to fire a single arrow. This was Xiang Yu, a god in microscopic combat, but a dying mortal in the macroscopic war. Finally, the two kings spoke across the ravine. Xiang Yu proposed, "The world has suffered enough because of us. Let us fight in single combat. Only one of us needs to die." A classic Greek hero's request. Liu Bang laughed. He responded by listing Xiang Yu's 10 crimes: betrayal, massacre, regicide. Liu Bang wasn't arguing, he was framing the narrative. He was justice. Xiang Yu was a monster. Xiang Yu snapped. He raised a heavy crossbow and fired a hidden shot across the gorge. The bolt struck Liu Bang squarely in the chest. Pain tore through him. If he fell now, the Han army would collapse. But Liu Bang, in a moment of supreme acting, grabbed his foot instead. He shouted, "The scoundrel! He shot me in the toe!" The bolt had wounded Liu Bang severely, but he didn't die in the camp. he retreated to Chenggao, and once stable even returned to the capital to recover and recruit. Xiang Yu, meanwhile, sat trapped in his camp. To his west, the impregnable Han fortress. To his east, Peng Yue had risen from the ashes again, cutting his supply lines. To his north, Han Xin had conquered Qi, completing the strategic encirclement. Xiang Yu finally accepted reality. He could not beat Liu Bang. In 203 BC, the overlord sued for peace. The standoff ended, but the war had been decided long before. Looking back at the 2-year meat grinder of Xianyang, Liu Bang's victory wasn't luck. It was built on 3 systemic advantages. 1. The Xianyang Iron Triangle, the fortress complex of Xianyang, Chenggao, and the Ao Granary was a steel nail driven into the heart of the plains. The granary acted as an infinite energy source. As long as this triangle held, Xiang Yu could never threaten the Han heartland. 2. Geographic determinism. Liu Bang held Guanzhong and the Sichuan Basin. These were the super granaries and fortresses of ancient China. No matter how many times Liu Bang lost in the east, he could retreat behind the Hangu Pass and respawn. Xiang Yu, fighting in the open plains, had no strategic depth. 3. The ultimate weapon, the mobilization of the unified state. This was Liu Bang's true dimensional strike. Liu Bang inherited the commandery system, Junxian system, established by the first emperor. While the world called it tyranny, in war, it was the ultimate engine. It turned every inch of land and every peasant into a cog in the war machine. Here lies the supreme irony of history. Liu Bang and Xiang Yu overthrew the Qin Empire together. Yet, in the end, Liu Bang used Qin Shi Huang's legacy to defeat Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu represented the old world, the sunset of aristocratic honor, feudalism, and individual heroism. Liu Bang unintentionally became the avatar of the new world, bureaucracy, centralized mobilization, and the prototype of total war. The Battle of Xianyang wasn't just a duel between 2 men, it was a collision between 2 eras. And when the Han Empire rose from the ashes, historians gave it the only verdict that mattered. Han inherited the Qin institutions. In the late spring of 204 BC, the city of Xianyang offered no spring scenery to be enjoyed. Standing atop the city walls, Liu Bang, the king of Han, gazed into the distance. Along the banks of the Honggu Canal, the fortified supply roads, Yongdao, leading from the Ao Granary to Xianyang, were under heavy attack, with pillars of war smoke rising everywhere. These roads were the lifeblood of the army within Xianyang. Every breach meant that massive shipments of military grain would be delayed or intercepted, signaling a slow, agonizing death for Liu Bang's forces. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers trapped in the city were powerless to change this, and Liu Bang himself was at his wits' end. Besieging them with a frenzied assault was the elite cavalry of the Chu army, led personally by Xiang Yu, the overlord. Only 6 months prior, at the Battle of Pengcheng, Liu Bang, having mobilized the entire nation's strength and enlisted 5 allied vassal lords, totaling 560,000 men, had suffered a total defeat at the hands of Xiang Yu, who led only 30,000 cavalry. Watching his supply lines being strangled and his outposts falling one by one, Liu Bang could not sleep. He looked to his left and right, seeking counsel from one of his most trusted advisors, Li Yiji. This 70-year-old diplomat had performed legendary feats for Liu Bang in the past. True to expectations, he proposed what seemed like a flawless strategy. Restore the descendants of the 6 kingdoms and unite the world's power to attack Xiang Yu. He urged Liu Bang to find the surviving nobles of the old 6 kingdoms and re-establish them as kings of their respective lands. Once restored, they would naturally follow Liu Bang's lead to jointly invade Chu. Liu Bang's spirits were lifted. He immediately ordered the crafting of new royal seals for the 6 kingdoms, preparing to act on the plan. However, before he officially dispatched Li Yiji to execute the mission, Zhang Liang returned to Xianyang. Hearing of Zhang Liang's return, Liu Bang was so impatient that even though he was in the middle of a meal, he urgently summoned him. "Zhang Liang, come quickly. Someone has given me a brilliant grand plan to strike the Chu state." He then recounted Li Yiji's miraculous plot in full detail and asked, "What does the master think?" Zhang Liang's brow furrowed. "This is a plan that will lead your majesty to total ruin." Then Zhang Liang seized the chopsticks resting on the table before Liu Bang, laying them out one by one as he conducted a meticulous, point-by-point analysis for the king. From the multifaceted perspectives of relative military strength, the shifting tides of public allegiance, and the critical strategic disposition of the battlefield, he enumerated 7 decisive reasons why Li Yiji's proposal was a catastrophic strategy that could never be adopted. Finally, Zhang Liang delivered the most critical point. "Why have the wandering scholars and generals of the world left their families and homes to follow your majesty, fighting through cold and hunger? It is for nothing more than the hope of obtaining a tiny piece of fiefdom in the future. If you now restore the descendants of the 6 kingdoms, these generals and advisors will each return to their own native lands to serve their old masters, for the sake of loyalty and to secure land there. If everyone goes home, who will be left to help your majesty seize the world? On whom will your majesty rely to fight Xiang Yu?" Liu Bang had a sudden realization and immediately cursed, "I was nearly ruined by that old fool Li Yiji." Without Zhang Liang's timely intervention, the Han Empire would likely have died in its infancy, never seeing the light of day. And this was not the first time Zhang Liang had saved Liu Bang's cause, nor would it be the last. To be precise, without the genius strategic vision proposed by Zhang Liang, the Han Empire simply would not exist. Yet the irony is profound. This very strategy stood in complete contradiction to Zhang Liang's own noble background, his early life, and his original dreams. First, we must clarify a linguistic concept for our non-Chinese speaking audience. At this point in time, there were theoretically 2 kingdoms of Han on the Chinese map. One was Liu Bang's Han, with its capital at Nanjing in Hanzhong, which later became the Han Dynasty and the Han Empire. The other was the state of Han, one of the 7 warring states located in the Henan region. These 2 kingdoms have different tones in pinyin and are written with completely different Chinese characters. For the convenience of our viewers, when we refer to Liu Bang's Han in this video, we will use Kingdom of Han, and when referring to the original warring state, we will use State of Han. Zhang Liang, celebrated as one of the 3 founding heroes who established the Han Dynasty, was in truth a man of the state of Han. To be more precise, he was the scion of a lineage that had served as chancellors of the state of Han for generations. His grandfather served as the chancellor for 3 successive kings, and his father similarly held the position of chancellor for 2 kings. In this profound sense, the House of Zhang was inextricably bound to the fate of the state of Han, sharing in its every triumph and tragedy. Had the natural course of history remained undisturbed, it was nearly certain that Zhang Liang would have followed in the footsteps of his ancestors to become the chancellor himself upon entering official service as an adult. However, in the year 250 BC, when Zhang Liang was likely still in his infancy, his father passed away. Another 20 years elapsed, and before Zhang Liang had the opportunity to begin his political career, the state of Han, which lay directly adjacent to the expanding power of Qin and had endured a century of relentless military aggression, was finally extinguished by the Qin forces. Although many kings had governed with great diligence and employed a myriad of stratagems to weaken the state of Qin, all such efforts ultimately proved futile when confronted with the absolute disparity in military and economic might. In the year 230 BC, the Qin army captured the king of the state of Han, marking the total collapse of the state. The state of Qin then formally abolished the state of Han, reorganizing its ancient ancestral lands into what became known as the Yingchuan Commandery. When the state of Qin conquered the world, it did not resort to the total extermination of the old nobility from the 6 kingdoms. Not only was there no physical liquidation, but even their vast fortunes were not entirely plundered. Thus, even after the fall of the state of Han, Zhang Liang, the scion of the chancellors, remained a young lord possessed of tens of millions in family wealth. His household alone maintained 300 slaves. However, following the collapse of the state of Han, Zhang Liang did not take this fortune to live the life of a quiet exile. Instead, he liquidated his entire estate, exhausting his vast fortune to recruit death-sworn men, train assassins, and forge specialized weaponry. His objective was as singular as it was transparent: revenge. The preparation period was remarkably long, spanning 12 years. Ultimately, Zhang Liang discovered a strong man of immense martial prowess among the common people and commissioned a specialized iron hammer weighing 60 kilograms for him, supported by a cadre of rigorously trained assassins. The grand revenge plot of the state of Han Chancellor's son was finally poised for execution. In the year 218 BC, the first emperor of Qin embarked on his third imperial tour of the world. As the convoy passed through Bolangsha, Zhang Liang and his assassins lay in wait within the tall grass along the inevitable path. When the imperial train arrived, the strongman hurled the 60-kilogram iron hammer with violent force, while the other assassins launched a desperate, suicidal assault. However, the naturally suspicious and cautious first emperor escaped the disaster. His convoy was immense, and to forestall assassinations, it included several identical deputy carriages. The heavy iron hammer struck a luxury carriage with lethal precision, shattering it instantly. Yet, it was merely a deputy carriage. The first emperor sat in the adjacent vehicle, completely unharmed. The elite Qin troops, reacting instantly, swarmed and annihilated the assassins, securing the emperor's safety. Zhang Liang's plan had failed. Following the botched assassination, the first emperor was enraged and ordered a nationwide manhunt of unprecedented intensity. Under this crushing surveillance, Zhang Liang miraculously managed to change his identity and fled to the vicinity of Xiapi to hide. This narrow escape not only proved Zhang Liang's extraordinary survival skills, but also brought him to a profound realization. Relying on individual bravery and primitive violence was fundamentally insufficient to topple a war machine like the Qin Empire. During his 10 years of seclusion in Xiapi, Zhang Liang was far from idle. He established a profound network of connections within the local community. Historical records describe him as practicing renxia, chivalry, implying the organization of a semi-official network of knights-errant that became a subtle power in the region. During this period, he even met and aided a fugitive wanted by the state of Qin for murder, a man named Xiang Bo, who was the uncle of the future overlord, Xiang Yu. It was also during these 10 years that legend says Zhang Liang encountered an old man dressed in coarse hemp clothing on a bridge in Xiapi. The elder deliberately dropped his shoe beneath the bridge and commanded Zhang Liang to retrieve it. Zhang Liang's initial reaction was raw. He wanted to strike the old man. To the scion of a house that had produced 5 generations of chancellors for the state of Han, such an insult was immense. Yet he restrained himself. He not only retrieved the shoe, but knelt to place it upon the elder's foot. The old man subsequently tested Zhang Liang's patience through 3 consecutive appointments. Zhang Liang was rebuked for being late the first 2 times, until the 3rd occasion, when he arrived in the middle of the night to wait, finally passing the ordeal. The elder presented him with a book, declaring, "By studying this text, you shall become the teacher of emperors." The elder identified himself as Huang Shigong, the old man of the yellow stone, and the book was The Art of War by Tai Gong, the strategic manual left by Jiang Ziya, the founding hero of the Zhou dynasty. Huang Shigong prophesied that in the future, Zhang Liang would find a yellow stone at the foot of Mount Gucheng in Jibei, which would be the elder's true form. This is the famous tale of Zhang Liang retrieving the shoe, a story so steeped in Eastern mysticism that even Sima Qian, while recording it in the records of the grand historian, felt compelled to add, "It is indeed strange." While the story is fantastical, one fact remains certain. During those 10 years in Xiapi, Zhang Liang's intellectual framework and thought patterns underwent a cataclysmic transformation. He began to engage with early Taoist philosophy during this era, using it to guide his concrete tactical thinking. Thus, he completed a massive cognitive leap. In the year 209 BC, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang rose in rebellion at Dezexiang, and the Qin Empire was instantly engulfed in the smoke of war. Zhang Liang, who had by now evolved from an assassin to a strategist, also rose in Xiapi with a following to join the torrent of anti-Qin resistance. Zhang Liang initially intended to lead his small force of over 100 men to join Jingzhu, a descendant of the Chu nobility who had declared himself the king of Chu in Liu County. However, on the road to Liu County, Zhang Liang passed through Pei County and happened to encounter Liu Bang, who had also raised an army against the state of Qin. In Zhang Liang's eyes at the time, Liu Bang was a prototypical commoner and street rogue. He was born of a peasant family and had served only as a low-level Tingzhang of Sishui under the Qin system. Later critics even labeled him a shameless scoundrel or a thug. To a man of Zhang Liang's lineage, such a figure should have been negligible. Yet Zhang Liang quickly perceived Liu Bang's extraordinary nature. When he discussed the military philosophies and strategies he had painstakingly mastered over a decade, he discovered that Liu Bang was the only person who truly understood him. The war philosophies and political arts Zhang Liang described, which to ordinary men seemed counterintuitive or far-fetched, were grasped instantly by Liu Bang, who frequently applied them in live combat. Zhang Liang could not help but exclaim, "The talent of the Lord of Pei is surely a gift from heaven." This mutual appreciation led Zhang Liang to bring his subordinates into Liu Bang's camp, where he was appointed as the commander of the stables. In subsequent clashes with the Qin army, Zhang Liang witnessed Liu Bang's rogue-style pragmatism. Unlike the high nobility, Liu Bang was not shackled by a traditional sense of honor and would use any means to secure victory. In a cruel and chaotic age, this trait proved to be the ultimate survival instinct. However, a persistent obsession remained in Zhang Liang's heart, the restoration of the state of Han. Shortly after Zhang Liang and Liu Bang joined the forces of Xianyang, Zhang Liang proposed, "Among the princes of the state of Han, Prince Cheng is the most virtuous. He should be established as the king of the state of Han to open a front on the state of Qin's flank and divide their forces." Xianyang granted the request and dispatched Zhang Liang to assist King Cheng of the state of Han. Thus, after a brief alliance, Zhang Liang bid farewell to Liu Bang and returned to the ancestral lands of the state of Han with the mission of restoration. During this era, Zhang Liang's way of planning was still confined to the revenge and restoration of a single house and a single state. Though he admired Liu Bang's genius, restoring the state of Han under the old order remained his primary priority. But the brutal reality proved that Zhang Liang was not a preeminent field general. As the nominal chancellor of the state of Han, leading a few thousand borrowed troops to assist King Cheng, he suffered repeated defeats and could not securely occupy even a single city in his homeland. He was forced into an embarrassing game of guerrilla hide-and-seek with the Qin army. The turning point occurred in the year 206 BC. Liu Bang was ordered by the king of Chu to lead an expedition west into Guangzhong and again passed through the old territories of the state of Han. Zhang Liang joined Liu Bang's army with the remnants of his state of Han guerrilla force. Under Liu Bang's command, the Qin forces on the soil of the state of Han were swept away. To thank Liu Bang and fulfill the anti-Qin cause, King Cheng remained to guard the state of Han, while Zhang Liang followed Liu Bang west. In this second cooperation, Zhang Liang officially defined his role as the first strategist of the camp. Liu Bang followed his advice unconditionally. At the Battle of Wan, he adopted Zhang Liang's suggestion to double back for a surprise assault, forcing a surrender. At the Battle of Wu Pass, he used successive ruses of deception, bribery, and ambush to complete the critical breakthrough. Crucially, when Liu Bang became intoxicated by the wealth and women of the Xianyang palace, ignoring even his brother-in-law Fan Kuai, it was Zhang Liang who struck the heart of the matter. The Qin fell precisely because of its unbridled debauchery. Does the king enter the city now to assist Jie in his tyranny? Bitter medicine is good for the disease, and honest advice is harsh to the ear. I beg the king to immediately return the army to Bashang. Liu Bang obeyed, sealed the treasuries, and withdrew. Subsequently, Zhang Liang used the favor he earned in Xiapi to persuade Xiangbo to mediate, completing the political reconciliation before the feast at Homeland. One can say that from this second cooperation, Zhang Liang assumed the vital role of the strategist for the rising Han Empire. He began to display a strategic vision that transcended tactical arrangement. Liu Bang's unconditional trust was the prerequisite for Zhang Liang's genius to manifest. Yet this was not yet an eternal bond. At that moment, the state of Han still existed, its king was alive, and Zhang Liang's original intent remained intact. After the feast at Homeland, Liu Bang was enfeoffed in Hanzhong. Zhang Liang, about to follow King Cheng back to the state of Han, proposed a strategy: burn the plank roads built along the cliffs. These were the lifeblood of Hanzhong. Burning them signaled a self-imposed isolation, thereby lulling Xiang Yu into a false sense of security. Once again, Liu Bang executed the plan without reservation. Zhang Liang then followed King Cheng eastward. However, Xiang Yu did not allow King Cheng to return to the state of Han. Within 2 months, the overlord demoted King Cheng to a marquis and established a new king of the state of Han loyal to himself. Later, Xiang Yu executed King Cheng. Zhang Liang's dream of restoration was shattered. His enemy shifted from the state of Qin to the overlord, Xiang Yu. Zhang Liang had to find someone capable of this revenge. He escaped from Pengcheng and returned to Liu Bang. Not long after, the Chu-Han War erupted. Zhang Liang followed Liu Bang as they eliminated the state of Han that had been established by Xiang Yu and fought their way back to Pengcheng. However, Xiang Yu counterattacked at Pengcheng, crushing Liu Bang's coalition. Liu Bang fled westward in a state of panic. Upon passing through Jiayi, Liu Bang lamented, "I would be willing to give away all the lands east of the Hangu Pass if I could only find someone capable of helping me defeat Xiang Yu." Zhang Liang responded immediately. He pointed out that among all the heroes under heaven, only 3 men were capable of helping Liu Bang secure victory over Xiang Yu. One was Yingbu, the king of Zhujiang, who defied Xiang Yu's authority. Another was Peng Yue, who had taken to the wilds as a bandit. And the third was Han Xin, the grand general of the Han army itself. As long as lands and kingships were granted as rewards, with these 3 men secured, the world could be settled. This is known as the Jiayi strategy, and it defined the entire Chu-Han conflict. It was the ultimate weapon that allowed Liu Bang to defeat Xiang Yu. The logic was simple but ruthless. Forget about capturing cities, instead offer to carve up the world as a reward. This bait united rival warlords to crush an unbeatable enemy. History proved Zhang Liang right. Yingbu's rebellion shattered Xiang Yu's front lines. Peng Yue's guerrilla attacks in the rear exhausted the Chu army, and Han Xin completed his legendary conquest of the north. But Liu Bang was not a perfect executor. He hesitated. He wanted to renege on his promises. Luckily, at every turn, Zhang Liang was there to stop his mistakes and pull him back from the brink. In that moment at Jiayi, Zhang Liang evolved. He went from being a mere tactician to the supreme mentor of the state. Although the course of the war was still fraught with perilous situations, such as the siege of Xianyang mentioned at the beginning of this video, the overall situation began to turn in favor of Liu Bang. Finally, after more than a year of confrontation at the Honggu Canal, Xiang Yu was forced to sue for peace and led his troops eastward. When Liu Bang also intended to return westward to Guanzhong for rest and reorganization, it was Zhang Liang who stepped forward to advise him to actively tear up the peace treaty, pursue the exhausted and grain-starved Xiang Yu, and seize this singular strategic opportunity for a fatal blow. Liu Bang made a decisive move and immediately pursued Xiang Yu. However, Peng Yue and Han Xin held their troops back, leading to Liu Bang's defeat at Guling by Xiang Yu. Liu Bang asked Zhang Liang, "Peng Yue and Han Xin are not following my commands. What is happening? What should I do?" Zhang Liang saw through the matter as clearly as a mirror. He did not even mention the strategy of Xiayi from years ago, but instead gave a direct solution. Promise nearly all the lands originally belonging to Chu to Peng Yue and Han Xin, telling them, "As long as you help me defeat Xiang Yu, I want none of the Chu lands. They will all be yours." Zhang Liang proposed the advice. Liu Bang's expression shifted between light and shadow, and finally, he uttered only a single word. "Good." Consequently, the elite forces of Peng Yue and Han Xin were fully deployed. The overlord Xiang Yu was ultimately defeated and took his own life at the Wu River. Not long after, Liu Bang proclaimed himself emperor, and the Han Dynasty was established. The world was initially settled. To the west of the Hangzhou Pass lay the commanderies and counties belonging to the Han Dynasty. To the east of the pass were the nominal vassal states of Emperor Liu Bang, Zhang Tu, king of Yan; Pengyue, king of Liang; Xin, king of the state of Han; Zhang king of Zhao; Yingbu, king of Huainan; Wu Rui, king of Changsha; and Han Xin, king of Chu. It seemed as if many states still existed. Yet it was no longer the world known to Zhang Liang, the son of the state of Han chancellor. Under the persuasion of Zhang Liang and his peers, Liu Bang established the capital at Chang'an and commenced the grand enfeoffment of his meritorious officials. For his legendary contribution in devising strategies within a command tent and determining victory 1,000 miles away, Zhang Liang was granted a vast fiefdom of 30,000 households. Yet Zhang Liang remained exceptionally calm and detached. He chose only the land of Liu, the very place where he had first encountered Liu Bang, as his personal fief, becoming the low-profile Marquis of Liu. Furthermore, after following Liu Bang back to the region of Guangzhong, Zhang Liang used his frail health as a pretext to rarely participate in political affairs. He began to practice the Taoist arts of longevity and health cultivation, often remaining indoors for more than a year at a time without stepping foot outside. During his years of campaigning alongside Liu Bang, he had indeed discovered the yellow stone at the foot of Mount Gucheng in Jibei, exactly as Huang Shigong had prophesied. From that moment on, he kept the stone by his side, offering sacrifices to it during the 4 seasons of the year. As Liu Bang began his military campaigns to suppress the kings of different surnames, Zhang Liang explicitly declared his desire to abandon the affairs of the human world and wander with Master Red Pine. He then committed himself to the practice of bigu, fasting, to cultivate immortality. Aside from a rare instance where he offered counsel to Empress Lu regarding the succession of the crown prince, a move made solely for the long-term stability of the Han Dynasty, not another word was ever heard from Zhang Liang on the political stage of the Han Empire. In the year 195 BC, 7 years after the formal founding of the Han Empire, Liu Bang passed away from illness. 9 years later, Zhang Liang himself passed away. It is said that when later generations opened his coffin, they found it to be entirely empty. He had not succumbed to death, but had achieved ascension to immortality. More than 300 years later, Zhang Liang's 8th-generation descendant, Zhang Daoling, founded the Tianyi sect of Taoism. From then on, the lineage of Celestial Master Zhang has been passed down in an unbroken succession as the leader of Taoism, continuing for 65 generations to the present day. November 205 BC. In the Taihang Mountains, the natural fortress of the Zhao Kingdom, a thin winter mist hung over Jingxing Pass. The Zhao army, boasting a force of 200,000, had constructed a formidable stronghold here. Miles of interconnected camps with deep trenches and high walls. From their watchtowers, they tensely observed the ancient Jingqing Trail to the west. This pass guarded the vital artery leading through the Taihang Mountains and east into the heart of Zhao territory. If the invading forces could not seize Jingxing Pass, they would be unable to advance a single step further. To facilitate troop deployment, the Zhao main camp was not positioned directly at the mouth of the pass. Instead, a vast open space was left as a pre-planned battlefield for the armies to unfold and engage. The area near the Zhao camp had been cleared in advance, leaving it entirely exposed to the lethal range of their crossbows. As the sun stubbornly broke through the morning mist, the Zhao scouts finally saw that a sizable Han force had emerged from the valley under the cover of night and set up camp on the northern side. But when they saw the position of the camp, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. This Han infantry of roughly 10,000 had chosen to deploy with their backs against the eastward flowing Mianmen River, and were currently digging temporary field fortifications. This was a deployment that utterly defied military common sense. Having a river at one's back meant there was no retreat when facing a powerful enemy. This is what the art of war calls the death ground. Why would the Han army make such a blunder? While the Zhao were still hesitating, war drums thundered and horns blared from the valley mouth. Another Han infantry phalanx, banners high and spears in hand, marched out from the pass in perfect step with the drumbeat. The Zhao camp immediately mobilized. Commander Chen Yu watched from a high vantage point, seeing several war chariots among the Han ranks. The central army raised a commander flag. Looking closer, the banners of generals Han and Zhang were faintly visible. Chen Yu thought to himself, "So, the main forces of Han Xin and Zhang have arrived." The seasoned Chen Yu did not move immediately. Relying on his strong fortifications, he waited for the Han to finish their deployment while calmly calculating their strength. 20,000. Though this Han force arrayed before the Zhao ramparts was larger than Chen Yu's previous estimate, it was no more than 20,000. Combined with the 10,000 already stationed by the Mianman River, Han Xin's army likely numbered only 30,000. Even if he had hidden reserves in the valley, it wouldn't change the outcome much. The narrow Jingjing Trail simply could not accommodate more troops. 200,000 against 30,000. The advantage is mine. Emboldened, Chen Yu ordered a probing attack. The Zhao gates opened, and their infantry phalanxes moved forward. Chen Yu did not commit his full strength at once, sending only a vanguard of 40 to 50,000 to engage the Han. To his slight surprise, the Han infantry led by Han Xin himself showed remarkably high morale. Though outnumbered, these 20,000 Han soldiers fought desperately against the Zhao assault, and demonstrated enough flexibility to just barely hold the line. Chen Yu commanded the battle calmly. Besides managing the rotation of the pike lines, he periodically dispatched light cavalry and crossbowmen to harass the Han flanks and weaken their mobile reserves. He intended to use his superiority in numbers to strip away the Han's room for maneuver. As time passed and the battle raged from morning until noon, the Zhao increased their investment again and again. Gradually, the Han began to show signs of exhaustion. Their phalanx lines started to recede, and gaps even appeared in some places. Chen Yu had been waiting for this opportunity. He ordered the Zhao to intensify the attack. Sure enough, the Han army began to retreat. Seeing the Han lines waver and retreat, the Zhao generals were eager to launch a pursuit. But Chen Yu stopped them firmly. He rode to a high vantage point and began to observe the Han army's movements. Chen Yu was no novice who would easily fall for a trap. Although still relatively young, Chen Yu, a native of the Wei state, had been famous across the Six Kingdoms since his youth. Even the first emperor of Qin feared his talent, once offering a massive bounty for the heads of Chen Yu and his mentor. Chen Yu's mentor, also a man of Wei, had been a retainer to the legendary Lord Xinling. He was a world-renowned Yuxia, a knight-errant, whose fame echoed across the land. Even a young Liu Bang had once served as his retainer for several months. Despite the age gap, Chen Yu and his mentor shared a bond that was both teacher-student and peer friendship. Together, they had fled the Qin Emperor's bounty hunters and lived in hiding until the world collapsed into chaos. However, amidst the turbulent fall of the Qin dynasty, their relationship soured through a series of tragic coincidences. When Chen Yu's mentor and the king of Zhao were trapped by the Qin army in the city of Julu, Chen Yu, then commander of the Northern Coalition forces, refused to attack, fearing the sheer power of the Qin military. Despite his mentor's repeated pleas for rescue, Chen Yu remained stationary. Chen Yu's justification was cold. "No one can defeat the Qin at Julu right now. Rather than perish together, it is better for me to survive and wait for an opportunity to avenge you." But what no one expected was the arrival of the overlord, Xiang Yu. With the legendary tactic of Po Hu Chen Zhou, Xiang Yu led 50,000 Chu troops to shatter the siege of Julu. After the rescue, supported by the other feudal lords, Chen Yu's mentor stripped Chen Yu of his military command. From that moment on, the two became bitter rivals. Following the final fall of the Qin and Xiang Yu's redistribution of the empire, half of Zhao's territory was carved out to make Chen Yu's mentor the king of Changshan. Chen Yu, who was only granted the rank of Marquis, refused to accept this. He borrowed troops from the Qi state, defeated his own mentor, and restored the king of Zhao. In gratitude, the king of Zhao named Chen Yu the king of Dai. However, Chen Yu chose not to go to the Dai state, staying instead in Zhao to focus on advising the king. Thus, at this very moment, Chen Yu holds the titles of King of Dai and Grand Tutor of Zhao, and his mentor, the former King of Changshan, is the deputy commander of the Han army currently facing him, Zhang Er. Chen Yu knew Zhang Er's capabilities all too well, but he was entirely unfamiliar with the commander of the Han army, the great general Han Xin. In fact, until just a few months ago, almost no one had heard of Han Xin. This obscure figure had seemingly become Liu Bang's top general overnight. In just over a month, he had stunned the world by conquering the Wei state and the Dai state while Chen Yu was away. But how did he fight? How great was his true ability? No one had a definitive answer. Filled with suspicion, Chen Yu remained cautious. Standing beside Chen Yu was the Zhao general Li Zuoche. Unlike Chen Yu, a Wei outsider, Li Zuoche was the grandson of Li Mu, the military soul of Zhao. Upon learning that Han Xin and Zhang Er were marching east after conquering Wei and Dai, Li Zuoche had meticulously analyzed the Han army's strength, routes, motives, and combat effectiveness with Chen Yu. As a native of Zhao, Li Zuoche was intimately familiar with the Taihang Mountains and the treacherous Jingxing Pass. He proposed a direct strategy. The Jingxing Trail is extremely narrow and dangerous. When a large army passes through, their lines will inevitably stretch for dozens of miles. I ask you to block the pass with the main army, then give me 30,000 elite troops. I will lead this strike force through the mountains to exploit the terrain and sever the Han army's rear and supply lines. Within 10 days, the heads of Han Xin and Zhang Er will be the trophies of Zhao. Confident in his plan, Li Zuoche emphasized, I implore you to heed my counsel. If not, you will surely be taken captive by these two men. But Chen Yu, the grand tutor of Zhao, refused. Sima Qian, the grand historian, attributed Chen Yu's decision to his identity as a Confucian general, one who believed that a righteous army does not stoop to trickery or deceptive schemes. Chen Yu reportedly declared, military doctrine dictates that with 10 times the enemy's strength, you surround them. With double, you engage. Now Han Xin claims to have tens of thousands, but his actual force is likely a mere few thousand. They have traveled 1,000 miles to strike us and must be utterly exhausted. If we retreat and refuse to fight now, what will we do when a greater threat arrives? The other feudal lords will brand us cowards and invade our lands without hesitation. It sounds like the rhetoric of a romanticist. However, a closer reading of the historical records suggests that this was not Chen Yu's true motive, or at least not the most critical one. While Sima Qian did not explicitly record this in the biographies of Chen Yu or Han Xin, we find a crucial clue hidden within the chronicles of other founding heroes of the Han Dynasty. Han Xin's advance was not the only threat facing the Zhao kingdom. In fact, a southern Han army, led by Qin Shi and others, was simultaneously driving north. They were attacking Kyoge and Anyang, closing in on the Zhao capital, Handan. This was a mirror image of the strategy the Qin state had once used to destroy Zhao, a classic pincer movement designed to force the kingdom into a two-front war. This reveals the real reason Chen Yu rejected Li Zuoche's plan. He did not have the luxury of time to sit behind deep trenches at Jingxing Pass and wait for Han Xin's supplies to fail in the mountains. He needed to leverage his overwhelming numerical advantage to swiftly crush Han Xin in a decisive encounter, then immediately wheel his army south to save Handan from its peril. Time was not a luxury for the Zhao army. Every half-day saved in this predictable battle meant more strategic breathing room for their next move. This is the key to unlocking the mysterious maneuvers of the Zhao army at the Battle of Jingxing. Placing ourselves in Chen Yu's position, he truly had very few options. Yet, as an experienced commander, Chen Yu was not entirely blinded by personal vendettas or the pressure for a quick result. He may not have known Han Xin, but he knew his own mentor, Zhang Er, was no easy opponent. Standing upon the heights, he scrutinized every detail of the Han retreat, searching for any sign of a ruse. He remained a cold observer, waiting to see what role the 10,000 Han soldiers stationed by the Mianman River would play. He desperately needed a quick victory, but it had to be a guaranteed victory. The shifting movements of the Han army before him made him wary, like a fox treading on thin winter ice, hesitant to make a final, fatal move. At this very moment, Zhang Er's heart was in his throat. The deposed king of Changshan stood upon his command chariot, retreating alongside the main body of infantry. He looked at Han Xin in the adjacent chariot. The Han Grand General remained expressionless. Han Xin calmly ordered his guards to discard a few insignificant signal flags and abandon the heavy war drums that had been pushed to the front during the initial advance. He allowed the chaotic swarm of soldiers to follow their chariots, retreating southwest toward the banks of the Mianmen River. Zhang Er knew this was Han Xin's deliberate design, yet he felt no certainty of success. The campaign against Zhao was both Liu Bang's strategic objective and Zhang Er's personal quest to reclaim his kingdom from Chen Yu. But Zhang Er was plagued by a grim reality. He knew exactly what hand they were playing. They were leading over 30,000 green recruits with almost no long-term training. Originally, during the conquests of Wei and Dai, Han Xin had utilized a corps of elite Langzhong cavalry provided by Liu Bang and commanded by Guan Ying to break the deadlock north of the Yellow River. However, as the fighting at Xianyang grew desperate, Liu Bang repeatedly siphoned off these seasoned veterans. As historical records state, envoys were frequently sent to seize his elite troops and dispatch them to Xianyang to resist Chu. Yet leading these 30,000 raw recruits, Han Xin dared to traverse the Taihang Mountains, march through the treacherous Jingxing Pass, and launch an assault against a 200,000-strong army. Such a strategy defied everything Zhang Er understood about traditional warfare. At midnight the day before, when the Han army was still 10 miles from Jingxing Pass, Han Xin had ordered them to camp and issued a startling new directive. He took the only elite force remaining, 2,000 Langzhong cavalry, and ordered each man to carry a red Han banner. They were to take a narrow northern trail and conceal themselves in the mountains behind the Zhao fortifications. Han Xin told this strike force, "I will feign a retreat. The Zhao army will surely abandon their stronghold to pursue me. When they do, charge into their camp, uproot their banners, and replace them with our red flags." While Zhang Er and the other generals remained skeptical, Han Xin issued another order. No morning meal was to be cooked. Instead, dry rations were distributed. Han Xin declared with absolute confidence, "We shall crush the Zhao army today and feast together this evening." Zhang Er and the officers found him dangerously optimistic. Would Chen Yu really be foolish enough to commit his entire force in pursuit? Yet, under the shadow of strict military law, they could only answer, "At your command." Upon reaching Jingxing Pass, Han Xin made his final move. He dispatched 10,000 infantry under the cover of darkness to the banks of the Mianmen River to construct rudimentary fieldworks and deploy with their backs to the water. At this, Zhang Er and the generals could no longer remain silent. They grabbed Han Xin, protesting, "Military doctrine dictates keeping mountains to the rear and right, and water to the front and left. Now you order these new recruits to fight with a river at their backs. Is this not condemning them to the death ground?" However, judging by the true course of history, Zhang Er should not have asked such a question. Like Chen Yu across the field, Zhang Er had witnessed the terrifying power of the Death Ground formation at the Battle of Julu. Back then, the 50,000 Chu troops led by Xiang Yu and Yingbu had also deployed with their backs to the water. They erupted with staggering combat power, winning 9 consecutive engagements, crushing the flanking divisions of Zhang Han's army, and destroying the supply lines of Wang Li's Great Wall army. In doing so, they shattered the siege of Julu. Xiang Yu became a legend in that single battle, rising as the supreme commander of the feudal lords. The carnage outside the walls of Julu must have remained vividly etched in the memories of both Zhang Er and Chen Yu. Zhang Er should have understood that this was the tactic of placing one in the ground of death to find life. Zhizhidir Ho Sheng. Xiang Yu's 50,000 Chu troops were elites. Placing them in a death ground was meant to lure the Qin into complacency while unleashing the maximum destructive potential of his tiger and wolf warriors. Similarly, Han Xin deployed these 10,000 unseasoned recruits by the river to make them understand one thing: there was no retreat, only death or victory. In the phalanx warfare of the late warring states and the Qin transition, the side with the absolute resolve to die held the upper hand in close quarters. High morale and the transcendence of death were the only secrets to victory that could surpass mere weaponry or technical skill. Xian Yu, of course, understood this as well. He watched intently from his vantage point. He saw the Han army discarding their banners. He saw the Zhao pursuit swarm forward like a rising tide. He saw the abandoned Han war drums submerged in a sea of Zhao green. And then he saw it. The main Han force had retreated into their pre-arranged positions on the banks of the Mianmen River. Xian Yu drew a sharp breath. At that moment, his initial suspicion was confirmed. Han Xin was merely a figurehead commander. The one truly directing the Han army must be Zhang Er, the man who had witnessed the power of the death ground tactic alongside him. As expected, the seemingly chaotic Han retreat funneled perfectly into the riverbank fortifications. There, they joined the 10,000 fresh troops who had been waiting in reserve, and the defensive line was rapidly reorganized. The Zhao cavalry and chariots, once their pride, found no room to maneuver against the entrenched riverbank fieldworks. The surging green wave of the Zhao pursuit crashed against the red Han line like surf against a cliff, only to be forced back in futility. A shock went through Xian Yu's heart. I knew it! The retreat was a ruse! The goal had been to lure the Zhao army into a riverbank position that favored the Han. The Zhao generals, including Li Zuoche, observed the shifting tides. They saw the Zhao momentum grind to a halt, the phalanxes locked in a brutal, bloody stalemate. They all turned toward Xian Yu, awaiting their commander's decision. Xian Yu's brow furrowed as he calculated his next move. In this heartbeat of time, he must have remembered Xiang Yu, the fields of Julu, and the defeated generals Zhang Han and Wang Li. He suddenly recalled a critical detail. The complacent Qin army, despite possessing 400,000 men, had not taken the death-ground Chu troops seriously. Their counterattacks had been hesitant and piecemeal. That was how the Chu managed to accumulate victory after victory until they achieved final dominance. I cannot make that same mistake. Xian Yu felt he finally saw the truth. Facing an opponent fighting for their very lives, he needed to break this hard bone immediately. The only thing he could do, and must do, was to launch a total assault. His numbers far exceeded the enemy's. Only by attacking with everything he had could he negate the opponent's morale advantage, using raw, indisputable force to crush their positions and their spirits. At that moment, Xian Yu felt certain. The victory was his. With a decisive wave of his hand, the horns sounded and the war drums shook the heavens. The entire Zhao host emptied from their strongholds, pressing down from all directions upon the small Han pocket by the river. However, the combat effectiveness of the Han army in this death ground far exceeded Xian Yu's darkest imaginings. These recruits had no retreat and no alternative. Fixed to their positions and swept up in the momentum of the pike phalanx, they thrust their spears in a mechanical cadence with the drumbeat. Their energy was spent, their consciousness blurred, yet they did not fall. They fought on. Despair began to seep into the Zhao ranks. They could see the rushing torrents of the Mianmen River. They felt that with just one more push, they could drive the opposing phalanx into the water. Yet they could not. The spears before them were a forest. The will before them was steel. In the bloody clash of phalanxes, men on both sides fell incessantly. Finally, the Zhao lines wavered. Their courage buckled under the weight of such staggering casualties. Unlike the Han, they still had an option. They could retreat. The Zhao officers overseeing the battle were powerless. In the chaos, bows and crossbows were useless, while chariots and cavalry remained idle on the periphery, mere spectators to the slaughter. The intense combat had raged for several hours since noon. Xian Yu felt he could almost see Zhang Er's face through the carnage, yet the swaying Han line refused to break. Xian Yu knew that danger was mounting. He made the most prudent decision an experienced military leader could. He sounded the gongs for retreat. He decided to abandon the pursuit of a total annihilation tonight, because it was impossible. He intended to return to his stronghold to regroup. Perhaps, he thought, by tomorrow morning, the heavily battered Han army would have slunk back into the Taihang Mountains. But even as these thoughts crossed his mind, the Zhao army collapsed into chaos. As the Zhao troops returned to their base, they found their great camp had been breached. Smoke billowed into the sky, every Zhao banner had been uprooted, and the red flags of the Han army fluttered everywhere. In the distance, Han cavalry could be seen massing at the camp gates. The morale of the Zhao army shattered instantly. Li Zuoche and the other generals fought desperately to maintain order, even executing deserters with their own hands to stem the tide of defeat. But Chen Yu was already soul-crushed. He murmured to himself, "Are the Han truly this fast? Have they already taken Handan and struck from my rear?" Just then, battle cries erupted from behind. The Han army by the Mianmen River had launched a pursuit. All was lost. Chen Yu fled, only to be captured and executed. To his dying breath, he likely never knew that the force that captured his camp consisted of only 2,000 Han light cavalry. Nor did he realize that his true opponent had never been Zhang Er. It was the god of war, Han Xin, who had successfully predicted his every move, and even his predictions of those moves. It was November, 204 BC. The winter wind bit cold. At the foot of Mount Li lay Lixia, the defensive gateway to the northwest of the state of Qi. This military fortress, with Mount Li at its back and the Ji River facing its north, strangled the most vital passage leading from the west into the Shandong Plains. At this very moment, outside the rammed earth walls of Lixia, encampments stretched for over 3 miles. To guard against a Han offensive, the state of Qi had garrisoned a massive army of 200,000 men here. The enemy they were braced to defend against was the Han army approaching from the northwest. In little more than a year, this Han force had successively conquered the entirety of northern China, save for Qi itself. The states of Wei, Dai, Zhao, and Yan had all fallen. After a few months of rest and refitting, they had resumed their eastward march, their target pointed directly at the state of Qi. Yet the mood of the Qi general defending Lixia was not one of tension. Just recently, he had received intelligence from Linci, the Qi capital. Li Yiji, the special envoy sent by the Han king Liu Bang, had reached a consensus with King Tianguang of Qi. It was to be a Qi-Han alliance. The king of Qi was hosting Li Yiji at a banquet and had specifically dispatched messengers to notify the Lixia garrison. Stand down and lift combat readiness. Thus, at this moment, the Qi army at Lixia was in a state of semi-relaxation, weapons racked and horses put to pasture, simply awaiting their next orders. However, just then, under the cover of night, a large swarm of Han cavalry arrived at the banks of the Ji River, demanding to cross. When the news reached the main camp, the Qi commander, General Hua Wushang, could not help but be astonished. According to reconnaissance from just 2 days prior, the Han army was still far away at the Pingyuan Ford, over 100 kilometers distant, and had not yet even crossed the Yellow River. How had they arrived so quickly? This Qi general of chariots and cavalry, an expert in chariot warfare, pondered for a long while before he believed he understood. The main fighting force, the infantry phalanxes and war chariots, could not possibly have completed a strategic dash of 100 kilometers so rapidly. This must be the Han army's vanguard scouts or liaison cavalry, coming to discuss matters of engagement and encampment with him, the commanding general. Consequently, Hua Wushang issued the order, allow the Han cavalry to cross the river and clear out barracks and stables in preparation to receive this Han vanguard of unknown numbers. But Hua Wushang was wrong, and the state of Qi was wrong. No sooner had this group of Han troops crossed the Ji River than they launched an immediate attack, seizing control of the river crossing. Subsequently, under the cloak of darkness, more and more Han cavalry surged across the river, charging straight into the Qi encampment. Their objective was not merely to kill, but to utilize the sheer momentum granted by their superior armor to rampage through the Qi ranks. They set fire to tents, demolished armories, smashed through gates, and sowed absolute chaos. Then, a massive wave of cavalry drove straight for the commander's tent, launching a decapitation strike against the Qi command system. Fire and anarchy began to spread from the river-facing side of the Qi camp. In the darkness, unknown terror spread like a lethal plague. The Qi troops, spread out over miles of encampments, had no idea what was happening. They knew only that the enemy was upon them, that the Ji River defense line they relied upon had been breached, and that their chain of command was paralyzed. The 200,000 Qi troops, consisting primarily of conscripts, inevitably collapsed into chaos and mass rout. In the dark, they fled desperately from the burning tents behind them, trampling one another in their panic. These frantically fleeing men of Qi did not even know the name of their enemy, Han Xin. There has always been significant controversy regarding the origins of the war sage, Han Xin. Where was he from? Who were his ancestors? Did such a person even exist? Much of this confusion, however, stems from the intentional or unintentional distortions of later historians serving various agendas. Yet 3 irrefutable facts remain. First, the young Han Xin was a marginal man, unable to enter politics, unwilling to engage in commerce, and unskilled in farming. He was a drifter who could only survive by freeloading at the homes of minor officials. Second, when he was eventually despised and driven out, left with neither food nor clothing, it was a washerwoman who took pity on him. She shared her food with him and stated clearly, "I offer you food out of pity for a royal scion, Wang Sun, not for any return." Third, and most importantly, Han Xin possessed a valuable sword, practiced martial arts, and had studied military strategy since childhood. These records accurately outline his probable identity, a descendant of the fallen aristocracy of the 6 states, very likely a scion of the state of Han. Oppressed politically and unable to serve in the new regime, he was forced to live as a parasite in the homes of his father's former subordinates. His status as a fallen noble was common knowledge locally. Later, when Xianyang rose in rebellion, Han Xin joined him with sword in hand. After Xianyang's death in battle, Han Xin, distinguished by his towering stature and imposing appearance, was selected by Xiang Yu to serve as the elite royal guard. Yet, despite offering strategic counsel to Xiang Yu multiple times, he was ignored. Consequently, during the chaotic division of territories at Xixia, Han Xin defected to Liu Bang's camp. After defecting to the Han camp, Han Xin remained unknown for a long time. He was even nearly executed due to collective punishment when his associates broke the law. Fortunately, Xiahu Ying, yes, Liu Bang's personal driver, the legendary god of chariots, was passing by. Astonished by Han Xin's appearance and eloquence, he saved him from the executioner's blade and recommended him for the position of Duwei, an officer in charge of military grain. Yet Liu Bang still saw nothing special in him. Later, due to the operational requirements of grain transport, Han Xin inevitably crossed paths with Xiao He, the man in charge of the entire Han army's logistics and administration. Xiao He was impressed. He undoubtedly recommended Han Xin to Liu Bang multiple times, but the result was always, "But he will not use me." Han Xin thought, "The king's personal driver and the king's chief administrator have both recommended me multiple times, yet Liu Bang still refuses to give me a heavy command. Is there any future for me in the Han camp?" Thus, Han Xin chose to leave. And thus the moonlight chase occurred. The rest of the story is one that every Chinese person knows by heart. Liu Bang blamed Xiao He for chasing a nameless grain officer while ignoring the dozen generals who had fled. Xiao He argued passionately for Han Xin's capabilities, insisting that only the position of Generalissimo, Grand General, was worthy of his talents. Consequently, Liu Bang set up a ceremonial altar and, defying all expectations, appointed Han Xin as the Grand General of the Han.
Hello everyone, I am ZYQ. Welcome back to China Puzzle. The famous tale of Xiao He chasing Han Xin under the moonlight is, in all probability, merely a romanticized literary trope. The more logical historical progression was likely this. Under the recommendation of Xiahu Ying and Xiao He, Liu Bang did recognize Han Xin's military genius, just as he instantly understood Zhang Liang's visionary strategies upon their first meeting. Only then did he proceed with the ceremonial appointment. Han Xin was not a genius forced upon Liu Bang by fate. He was a prodigy whom Liu Bang personally identified and entrusted with the ultimate command.
Liu Bang entered Hanzhong in May of 206 BC. By July, Han Xin was appointed generalissimo, and by September, the Han army had already executed the secret march to Pengcheng and returned to the Guanzhong. However, detailed records of Han Xin's specific actions as generalissimo are scarce. Only 4 facts remain indisputable. 1. This was an all-out effort by the Han army. Almost every major Han general participated, including Lu Wan, Zhou Bo, Cao Can, Fan Kuai, Xia Huying, Li Shang, and Ji Cheng. 2. Zhang Han, the king of Yong occupying Guanzhong, had anticipated or detected the Han movement and fortified positions north of the Qinling Mountains. It was a Han officer, Zhao Yan, who proposed taking the westernmost old Qinling road to flank Zhang Han at Chenkang. Han Xin endorsed this plan and convinced Liu Bang to adopt it. 3. Although the surprise attack on Chenkang caught Zhang Han off guard, Zhang Han, representing the final glory of the Qin military tradition, proved incredibly resilient. He fought a fighting retreat and even killed the Han general Ji Cheng at the Battle of Haozi. 4. Outnumbered, Zhang Han retreated to the fortified city of Feiqiu. The Han army besieged it but could not breach it, nor could Zhang Han break out. Consequently, the Han army left a force to maintain the siege while spreading out to pacify the rest of Guanzhong. The kingdoms of Sai and Di were forced to surrender, effectively securing the 3 Qins. Due to the brevity of historical records, beyond his role in finalizing the Chenkang strategy, we cannot judge Han Xin's specific tactical impact here. If Liu Bang was the field commander, Han Xin likely had few chances to shine. If Han Xin was in command, the loss of General Ji Cheng was hardly a glowing endorsement. Regardless, in the following 6 months, from the recovery of the 3 Qins to the western expedition against Pengcheng in May or June of 205 BC, Liu Bang conquered Hedong and Henan, yet Han Xin is virtually absent from these records. He appears only briefly when the King Chang of Han refused to surrender, and Han Xin was sent to defeat him. Then came the Battle of Pengcheng. Liu Bang personally led a coalition of 560,000 troops to capture the Chu capital, Pengcheng, only to be crushed by 30,000 of Xiang Yu's elites in a counterattack, sending him fleeing westward in disgrace. The records are clear. Han Xin was not present at the disaster of Pengcheng. He gathered scattered troops and met with the king at Xianyang. During this retreat, 2 critical events occurred. First, at Xiayi, Liu Bang's most trusted strategist, Zhang Liang, explicitly stated that the only way to win the world was to offer shared rule as bait to attract 3 peerless heroes to fight Xiang Yu: the king of Zhujiang Yingbu, the bandit lord Peng Yue, and the Han generalissimo, Han Xin. Second, as Chu pursuers closed in on Xianyang, Han Xin took command of the newly formed Langzhong cavalry, royal household cavalry. He defeated the Chu forces between Jing and Suo, preventing them from advancing further west.
The Battle of Jing and Suo was likely one of the most critical turning points in Han Xin's military career. It marked his transformation from a staff officer and subordinate general into a truly independent commander-in-chief. Regrettably, historical records are frustratingly sparse regarding this pivotal battle. We can barely reconstruct the combat process. Fortunately, we know that a newly formed unit and a newly debuted young commander shone brightly under Han Xin's command during this battle, a unit that would play a crucial role in Han Xin's future conquests, the Langzhong cavalry, and their commander, Guan Ying.
In June of 205 BC, following the catastrophic defeat of the Han army at the Battle of Pengcheng, the geopolitical landscape of the realm shifted drastically. The feudal lords who had previously allied with the Han to attack Chu now rebelled or declared independence one after another. Liu Bang had no other choice but to defend Xianyang to the death. This was the last and most critical fortress in the east. In August, King Bao of Wei found a pretext to leave the Han camp. The moment he crossed back over the Yellow River, he immediately declared his rebellion against the Han. Liu Bang dispatched Li Yiji to persuade him earnestly, but his diplomatic efforts were in vain. Because the state of Wei, separated only by the Yellow River, posed a direct threat to both the Xianyang front line and the Guangzhong heartland, its strategic position was simply too dangerous to ignore. Liu Bang had to make the resolve to divert troops to surgically remove this tumor in his flank. Liu Bang finally unleashed Han Xin. Elevating him from generalissimo, he further appointed him as the left chancellor of the state of Han, charging him with the expedition to conquer Wei. The curtain officially rises on the legend of Han Xin. The actual force under Han Xin's command was likely around 50,000 to 60,000 men. This force consisted of two main components. The infantry corps was likely composed of Guangzhong soldiers, led personally by Liu Bang's fellow townsman and veteran fierce general Cao Can. The other part was the newly formed Langzhong cavalry, led by Guan Ying. In fact, it was precisely this combination of Guangzhong infantry plus Langzhong cavalry that had secured the victory at the Battle of Jing and Suo south of Xianyang. In other words, after Han Xin stabilized the Xianyang battlefield in July, Liu Bang ordered him in September to lead this exact same team across the river to attack Wei. Wei was no weak nation, and King Bao was no mediocrity. Years prior, he had captured dozens of cities, relying on only a few thousand borrowed Chu troops. Facing the impending Han offensive, he made the most effective deployment possible. He constructed fortified encampments and stationed heavy troops at Puban, east of the most vital Yellow River crossing, Linjin. From this position, which was close enough to defend yet flexible enough to attack, he monitored a vast stretch of the riverbank. Han Xin's stratagem was a masterclass in deception. He dispatched a unit to make a great show of repairing the ferry crossing and refurbishing boats at Linjin, creating the illusion of an imminent, large-scale river crossing. To fully mislead King Bao, Han Xin likely concentrated all available vessels at Linjin, leading the Wei army to judge, based on the number of boats, flags, and the scale of the encampment, that the Han main force intended to cross there. Meanwhile, Han Xin led the main force, which presumably included the entire Langzhong cavalry, northward to cross at Xianyang. Since all the boats were concentrated at Linjin, Han Xin employed an unconventional method of crossing: wooden poppies. This involved using large quantities of timber to build rafts, reinforced with pottery jars to increase buoyancy, allowing the army to navigate the perilous natural barrier of the Yellow River. According to conventional military logic, the Han army should have launched a surprise attack southward immediately after crossing. However, King Bao was no military novice. He had, in fact, prepositioned a reserve force north of his main camp at Dongzhang, precisely to guard against the low probability but not impossible scenario of an enemy coming from the north. Even if they couldn't stop the enemy, they could at least buy time for the main force to react and redeploy. So, when the Han army crossed the river and wiped out the Wei forces at Dongzhang, King Bao reacted. He redeployed his defenses, waiting to fight to the death against the Han. But what he did not expect was Han Xin's next move. After taking Dongzhang, the Han army did not continue south to attack the fortified Puban. Instead, the main force marched directly east, capturing the critical city in the Wei rear, Anyi. In 2 consecutive operations, the Han army displayed battlefield mobility and siege capabilities that completely exceeded King Bao's expectations. The fall of Anyi meant his retreat route was cut. In a state of shock, King Bao had no choice but to abandon the fortifications he had spent so long building and actively sortie to lead troops to meet Xin. The result was natural. He was utterly defeated in open field battle by the Langzhong cavalry. Xin captured Bao. Subsequently, Cao Can, Guan Ying, and others split their forces to pacify the rest of Wei, capturing the entire territory and King Bao's family. The state of Wei was abolished and converted into commanderies.
This blitzkrieg of Wei was a full display of Han Xin's military genius. The most critical maneuver was not the crossing at Xianyang itself, but the sequence of strike Dongzhang first, then raid Anyi, forcing the Wei army out of their fortified positions. This is the true art of manipulating the enemy. This is the true definition of sounding east, striking west.
Following the swift destruction of the state of Wei and the delivery of King Bao as a prisoner to Xianyang, Han Xin presented Liu Bang with an incredibly audacious strategic vision. "Grant me 30,000 more troops. I beg to march north to conquer Yan and Zhao, strike east to subdue Qi, cut off the Chu grain supply routes from the south, and finally return west to rendezvous with your majesty at Xianyang." Shocked and overjoyed by Han Xin's transcendent military talent, Liu Bang agreed on the spot. While keeping Cao Can's main force intact, he dispatched Zhang Er with 30,000 reinforcements to cross the river and rendezvous with Han Xin. The arrival of Zhang Er not only provided Han Xin with a partner whose fame had long reverberated across the realm, but also granted his northern conquest strategy a crucial guarantee of political legitimacy. Zhang Er was the former king of the state of Changshan, who had been defeated by Qi troops borrowed by his own disciple, Chen Yu. Chen Yu subsequently welcomed back the old king of Zhao and was himself crowned the king of Dai. However, before Zhang Er's reinforcements could even arrive, Han Xin had already launched an immediate assault on the state of Dai. At this time, the king of Dai, Chen Yu, remained in Zhao, commanding the Zhao army in his capacity as the Grand Tutor of Zhao. The man left to defend the Dai lands was the Prime Minister of Dai. The state of Dai was annihilated almost before it had time to struggle. History records this in a single, brief sentence. He crushed the Dai army and captured Xia Shuo at Ayu. But when Zhang Er's troops finally arrived, Han Xin's heart sank. Zhang Er brought not only 30,000 untrained recruits, but also a direct order from Liu Bang: transfer the veteran soldiers from Han Xin's army back to the Xianyang front line. As Generalissimo, Han Xin had no excuse to disobey, nor the capital to resist. Cao Can and Guan Ying were both Liu Bang's loyal confidants. Consequently, Cao Can took a large number of veterans back to the Xianyang front. Although not explicitly recorded, Guan Ying likely took the majority of the Langzhong cavalry as well, as his subsequent records all place him on the Xianyang line, attacking Xiang Yu's rear supply lines. Han Xin was left with only 2,000 light cavalry. Leading these 30,000 raw recruits and 2,000 light cavalry, Han Xin crossed the Taihang Mountains to attack Zhao via the ancient Jingxing Pass. Chen Yu lay in wait at the mouth of the pass with a massive army of 200,000 men. Facing an enemy that held absolute superiority in both numbers and experience, Han Xin deployed his troops with their backs to the river, the famous back to the river array. His logic was to place them in a ground of death so that they will fight to live. He used the primal desire for survival to drive these undisciplined conscripts to fight to the death. Simultaneously, he used feigned weakness and himself as bait to lure the enemy into arrogance, tricking them into abandoning their fortifications and turning out in full force. Then he played his final trump card, the 2,000 light cavalry. They sortied via narrow mountain paths, flanking the enemy encampment from behind. Seeing their camp lost and believing the Han main force had encircled them from the rear, the Zhao army instantly plunged into chaos and total collapse. Han Xin seized the moment to launch a general counteroffensive. Chen Yu was captured and beheaded. Almost simultaneously, another Han force launched a pincer offensive against Zhao from the south. At the very least, the later Han general of chariots and cavalry, Qin Shi, participated in this southern offensive, capturing numerous key Zhao cities, including the capital, Handan. The state of Zhao was destroyed.
The fact is, the Han army replicated the north-south pincer strategy used by the Qin dynasty to destroy Zhao. It is even possible that Zhang Er had shared this operational plan with Han Xin. Otherwise, even the war sage would have been unlikely to assault 200,000 enemies head-on with 30,000 recruits without a contingency plan. But even so, Han Xin's field command and tactical deployment at Jingxing remain a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. Fighting with one's back to the river, the legend lives up to its name.
The Battle of Jingxing concluded in November of 205 BC. Following this victory, Han Xin and Zhang Er likely spent several months in mopping up operations. It was not until early 204 BC that the state of Zhao was considered thoroughly pacified. In the interim, Han Xin and Zhang Er must have incorporated a vast number of Zhao troops into their ranks. A large number of Zhao generals became Han Xin's subordinates. Combined with the surrendered generals and soldiers from the earlier Wei and Dai campaigns, the composition of Han Xin's forces had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a monochromatic Han army answering solely to King Liu Bang. Among the surrendered Zhao generals was Li Zuoche. He offered Han Xin a critical piece of advice. Do not launch a forced assault on the northern state of Yan. The cost would outweigh the gain. Instead, leverage the overwhelming prestige of having successively conquered Wei, Dai, and Zhao to compel Yan to surrender. Han Xin heeded Li Zuoche's counsel. He dispatched an envoy possessing royal Yan bloodlines to negotiate. Bowing to the sheer weight of Han Xin's military might, King Zhang Tu of Yan chose to surrender, submitting to the Han state as a vassal. However, the situation on the Xianyang front line was bleak. Under this strategic posture, Han Xin's army marched south, garrisoning at Xiuwu, just a short distance from the northern bank of the Yellow River. From here, he could support Xianyang while guarding against any Chu incursion into Zhao from the southeast. But at this moment, two highly intriguing events occurred. Previously, after conquering Wei, Liu Bang immediately converted it into commanderies. After conquering Dai, he did the same. Yet, after the complete recovery of Zhao, Han Xin wrote to Liu Bang, petitioning to appoint Zhang Er as the king of Zhao. We have no way of knowing Liu Bang's mood when he received this request, only that he ultimately agreed to it. What was the exchange? It was Zhang Er and Han Xin dispatching troops to aid the Han. There are no exact figures to verify how many troops Han Xin sent to Liu Bang, but one irrefutable fact remains. He and Zhang Er remained garrisoned at Xiuwu for 6 months. They neither returned to Xianyang nor launched an offensive. This formed a stark contrast to the godlike speed of conquering 4 states in the previous 6 months, creating a peculiar and awkward standoff. Ultimately, it was Liu Bang who shattered this deadlock. In June of 204 BC, Liu Bang, accompanied only by Xiahou Ying, rode a single chariot out of Chengao, crossed the Yellow River, and dashed straight for the Xiuwu encampment. Posing as messengers from the Han King, they drove directly into the command center. While Han Xin was still asleep in his bed, Liu Bang entered the tent and seized his military seal. By the time Han Xin woke up, Liu Bang had already issued orders, taking command of the vast majority of Han Xin and Zhang Er's forces, leaving them with only a few thousand men. In the end, Liu Bang gave Han Xin a blank check. He appointed him as the Prime Minister of Zhao and authorized him to draft the remaining manpower in Zhao with a new target, the state of Qi.
Had Liu Bang not secured this stolen reserve force, the Xianyang front line might truly have been doomed beyond redemption. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might truly have lost control over this army forever. This, perhaps, is the true definition of imperial capacity, the ruthless ability to do exactly what is necessary, exactly when it is necessary.
Following the dramatic seizure of the army at Xiuwu, Han Xin and Zhang Er spent months regrouping and drilling their forces. It was not until October of 204 BC that preparations for the expedition against the state of Qi were finally complete. By this time, the situation on the Xianyang front line had stabilized. At this precise moment, if Han Xin could conquer or subdue Qi, he would effectively complete the grand strategy of the Great Encirclement he had proposed to Liu Bang long ago, rendezvousing at Xianyang to surround the Chu forces. Liu Bang understood this perfectly. Thus, on the eve of Han Xin's Qi campaign, Liu Bang executed a dual-pronged strategy. First, he dispatched the diplomat Li Yiji to the Qi capital, Linzi, attempting to secure the state through negotiation without shedding a drop of blood. Second, he squeezed out every ounce of mobile military power he could spare to join Han Xin at Handan. Most notably, this included Guan Ying and his Langzhong cavalry, as well as the veteran commander Cao Can. However, it must be noted that the troops led by Cao Can and Guan Ying were by no means the main body of the Qi expeditionary force. First, the stalemate at the Hong Canal meant Liu Bang had no excess manpower to spare. Second, judging by later merit records and enfeoffment lists, a vast number of generals from Zhao, Wei, and even Dai were granted titles for their contributions in the Qi campaign. This clearly indicates that the main body of Han Xin's army was a new force, built upon the foundation of surrendered soldiers from the conquered northern states. In late October of 204 BC, Han Xin, Grand General, Left Chancellor of Han, and Prime Minister of Zhao, set out with his expeditionary army. The force likely numbered at least 100,000 men. But as Han Xin's army reached the banks of the Yellow River, preparing to cross at the Pingyuan Ford, news arrived. Li Yiji had successfully persuaded the king of Qi. A Qi-Han alliance had been reached. Upon hearing this, Han Xin prepared to halt his advance. Historical records state that a man from Fanyang named Kuai Tong stepped forward to persuade Han Xin otherwise. His arguments were twofold. First, the news might not be true, and the Han king had issued no direct order to stop. Second, the comparison of merit. Li Yiji, with a single tongue, has taken over 70 cities of Qi. You, general, have served for years, leading a massive host across the land, yet you have only conquered some 50 cities of Zhao. Are you willing to let a mere scholar outshine you? The records simply say, Xin agreed with him and followed his plan. Traditional interpretations paint this as Han Xin's greed and disloyalty, ignoring the life of Li Yiji and the orders of Liu Bang to satisfy his own lust for the Qi throne. But we must not blindly follow the common narrative. Let us analyze the facts. First, Kuai Tong was from Fanyang, a city in Zhao. He likely joined Han Xin only after the conquest of Zhao, and surely had ties to many Zhao generals. Therefore, the ones who were unwilling to accept this were likely not just Han Xin, but the entire corps of surrendered Zhao generals. If they did not conquer Qi, if they did not earn war merits, how would they establish themselves in the new regime? Would they rely on Liu Bang's charity? This explains why so many Zhao and Wei generals appear on the merit lists for the Qi campaign. This was not just Kuai Tong persuading Han Xin, it was the collective will of the entire officer corps forcing the issue. Han Xin simply chose to listen. Second, scouring all historical records, we cannot find a single document showing Liu Bang ordering Han Xin to stop or formally notifying him of Qi's surrender. To Han Xin, the news was merely hearsay. Did Liu Bang forget? Or did he intend for the attack to proceed? Our view is that, in all probability, Liu Bang never intended for Han Xin to stop. This was not a mistake, but a calculated tactic Liu Bang had used before. Lull the enemy with peace talks, then strike when they relax. Years prior, when Liu Bang marched on Xianyang, he sent an envoy to negotiate with the defenders of the heavily fortified Wu Pass. Once a consensus was reached and the defenders let their guard down, Liu Bang launched a surprise attack and captured the pass. This was not the first time Liu Bang used unscrupulous means, nor would it be the last. And coincidentally, the envoy sent to deceive the defenders of Wu Pass back then was also Li Yiji. The final result unfolded exactly as described in our opening scene. Han Xin dispatched Guan Ying to utilize the superior mobility and shock power of the Langzhong cavalry to launch a surprise attack on the Qi encampment at Lixia. The 200,000 Qi troops collapsed instantly. Han Xin pressed the advantage, capturing the capital, Linzi. The king of Qi, enraged and humiliated, believed he had been betrayed. He boiled Li Yiji alive and then fled with his leadership to Gaomi in the southeast to beg Chu for aid. Xiang Yu, though unable to leave the front himself, dispatched his most trusted general, Long Ju, leading 200,000 Chu troops. They marched in grand formation to Gaomi, preparing to join forces with the Qi remnants for a decisive battle against Han Xin. The Battle of Lixia likely occurred in November 204 BC, deep in winter. Barely 20 days later, Han Xin would defeat the 200,000-strong coalition at the Battle of the Wei River near Gaomi, completely obliterating the state of Qi.
At this point, only 16 months had passed since Han Xin led his army across the Yellow River. If we deduct the time spent retraining and reorganizing troops, Han Xin's actual campaign time to unify northern China was less than half a year. Undefeated, unstoppable, Before he set out, the Han cause was perilous. Now, half of China was in the palm of the Han army.
This was the most pivotal battle in the rise of the Han Dynasty. Before this moment, the Chu army, led by the overlord Xiang Yu, had been invincible. After this, the elite forces of Chu were annihilated, and any hope of a comeback was forever lost. This engagement also marks the earliest recorded large-scale clash of heavy cavalry in Chinese military history. The victor delivered a masterclass in the Chinese art of war, perfectly demonstrating the ultimate manipulation of both terrain and human psychology. It was a battle that altered the course of history, and a battle that wrote a true military miracle. This is Xiangzhou, in the modern Chinese province of Shandong. The Wei River, originating in the southern mountains, flows north through this land on its way to the Bohai Sea, cutting across the Great East-West Road. Let us turn back the clock 2,200 years to the winter of 204 BC. At this time, the Wei River was not constrained by the man-made dikes and farmlands of today. It was a classic wandering river. Its riverbed, hundreds of meters wide, was broad, shallow, and dotted with sandbars. During the dry winter season, one could even cross it on foot with care. On a day in November, after the first winter snow, two massive armies marched towards each other on the plains flanking the Wei River. On the eastern bank were the allied forces of the states of Chu and Qi. This Chu-Qi army was overwhelmingly dominated by the forces of Chu, sent north by the overlord Xiang Yu to rescue Qi. The nominal commander was Xiang Yu's nephew, but the true military authority rested unquestionably in the hands of the famed Chu general, Long Zhu. This grand army was said to number 200,000, though its actual strength was likely around 100,000. It was almost the last mobile grand army that the war-torn state of Chu could muster. In addition to vast numbers of phalanx infantry with long spears and skirmishers with short blades and shields, its most important component was the overlord's elite unit, the Chu heavy cavalry, Lufan cavalry. Their ranks must have numbered no less than 10,000. The Chu army also boasted a large number of war chariots, elite Yue cavalry, and their first to ascend and breach the lines, shock troops. It is safe to say that, aside from Xiang Yu himself, who was tied down on the front lines at Xianyang, the very essence of Chu's military might was concentrated here. In addition to the Chu forces, the king of Qi brought tens of thousands of his own infantry, bringing the combined true strength of the army to nearly 150,000. And on the western bank of the Wei River was the Grand Army led by Han Xin, Grand Marshal, Left Chancellor of the Han State, and Chancellor of the State of Zhao. The army on the west bank looked like a motley collection of patchwork troops. The red banners belonged to the Han army. They were not the most numerous, but they were either veterans who had followed Han Xin for over a year, or elites specifically dispatched by Liu Bang from the Xianyang front. The other banners, green, white, belonged to the surrendered armies of Zhao, Wei, and Dai that Han Xin had absorbed along his campaign. There were even soldiers in the yellow uniforms of Qi, identical to the army across the river. They were the Qi soldiers who had surrendered after the Battle of Lixia just over 20 days ago, led by 3 turncoat Qi generals. They had only had time to swap their banners for the red flags of Han. The Chu commander, Long Zhu, stood on his high command chariot, gazing at the colorful rabble across the river, a cold smile playing on his lips. He turned to the king of Qi and said, "Look at that army. Their banners are a mess, which means their discipline is in chaos. How can they be our match? I told you Han Xin is an easy opponent." Long Zhu was, without a doubt, a great general of Chu. From the very beginning, he had been one of the most accomplished commanders in the army, his achievements surpassing even his famous contemporaries. When the king of Zhujiang, Yingbu, rebelled, it was Long Zhu whom Xiang Yu entrusted to crush the uprising. In just a few months, he defeated the once feared Yingbu, forcing him to flee, and pacified the entire region. This time, Han Xin, against all expectations, had swept across the entire north of China in just over a year. Only the state of Qi remained unconquered. If Chu did nothing, the Han army would complete a grand strategic encirclement from the north. Thus, even though Xiang Yu could not leave the front lines, he scraped together an army of 200,000 and gave his most elite cavalry to his great general, Long Zhu. Long Zhu was keenly aware of the weight of his responsibility, but he was also a man of immense pride who held Han Xin in low regard. According to historical records, shortly after he entered the borders of Qi, an advisor proposed a cautious strategy to fortify the walls and clear the fields, forcing the Han army, which had traveled from afar, into a war of attrition they could not sustain. Long Zhu was utterly dismissive. "I have always known the measure of Han Xin," he scoffed. "He is easy to deal with. There is no need for us to fear him. Besides," he reasoned, "if I come to rescue Qi but simply allow the Qi people to achieve victory for themselves, what merit is there for me? But if I defeat Han Xin in battle now, I can claim half of the land of Qi. How could I possibly stop now?" It is a historical fact that Han Xin and Long Zhu once served together in the Chu army. The difference was that while Long Zhu was already a trusted top general, Han Xin was merely an ordinary Langzhong, palace attendant. In this regard, Long Zhu certainly possessed the capital to look down upon Han Xin. Yet once the battle lines are drawn, we have no reason to believe that such arrogance would be the normal reaction of a seasoned commander facing a renowned adversary who had conquered 4 states in a single year. A more plausible explanation is this. Long Zhu knew perfectly well that the 200,000-strong army under his command represented the very last ounce of Chu's strength. If he could not achieve a swift victory, faced with Liu Bang on the Xianyang front and Peng Yue in the Liang region, the entire Chu position might collapse. Long Zhu had no time to fortify the walls and clear the fields to fight a war of attrition against Han Xin. This was, in fact, the dilemma facing all enemies of the Han army during the Chu-Han Contention. Unlike the Han faction, which possessed the natural fortress of Guanzhong and the fertile lands of Ba and Shu, their opponents had neither a secure rear nor the luxury of time. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to believe that while Long Zhu might have harbored contempt for Han Xin in his heart, it would not have clouded the tactical judgment of such a battle-hardened veteran. A detailed grasp of the battlefield's geography is, after all, the basic requirement of a general. On that day, the reconnaissance report Long Zhu received was clear. It was the dry winter season. The Wei River was slow-moving, shallow, and could be crossed on foot. This was a piece of critical intelligence. It meant that the Wei River, lying between the two forces due to its low winter water levels, did not form an effective barrier to military maneuvers. The second critical piece of intelligence concerned the enemy's numbers and composition. On the winter plains, deployment offered little secrecy. Fighting in the heartland of Shandong, full of farmland, meant there were no hills or forests to conceal ambushes. Nevertheless, Long Zhu dispatched wave after wave of Yue cavalry scouts from every direction. The intelligence was finally collated. Han Xin's army totaled around 100,000 men. Of these, at most 50,000 were Han infantry. The majority were Zhao soldiers and recently absorbed Qi troops. Crucially, a large number of Langzhong cavalry had also arrived on the battlefield. These were opponents Long Zhu knew well. However, a massive concentration like this, a direct frontal clash on a wide open field, was a first for both the Langzhong cavalry and the Lufan cavalry. Indeed, it was likely the first recorded large-scale heavy cavalry engagement in Chinese military history. Having assessed the terrain and the enemy's composition, Long Zhu's deployment was likely the textbook answer of that era. A line of long spear phalanxes formed the core, protected at the front and flanks by a skirmish line of shield-bearing shock troops. War chariots waited behind the line, ready to charge through the center or flank the enemy. The only variable was the nearly 10,000 Lufan cavalry. This was a decisive striking force unseen in the wars of the past few centuries. Although they also waited in the rear, when and how they would be deployed would be the decisive factor in the battle's outcome. On the western bank, the deployment of Han Xin's army would not have been significantly different. long spear lines, shield-bearing skirmishers, and chariots deployed on the wings. Similarly, the Langzhong cavalry would not be lined up on the front, but positioned to allow sufficient room for combat maneuvers. With over 200,000 men combined, the battlefield deployment was undoubtedly a massive, multi-layered, multi-nodal plan. Both sides centered their formations around this wide river channel, clearing enough depth for the battlefield and then spreading out towards the flanks. The deployment was complete. Now it was a question of who would strike first. However, unexpectedly, the war drums of the Han army thundered. It was Han Xin who made the first move. Seeing the Han vanguard infantry begin to move toward the river flats, Long Zhu was at first surprised, then a cold sneer rose on his face. Both he and Han Xin had coincidentally chosen this stretch of riverbed as the engagement point, primarily because the wide, shallow channel was best for wading. But this did not mean the riverbed could be ignored. After all, chariots could hardly traverse the wet sand, and heavy infantry wielding long spears would inevitably suffer a loss in speed and formation cohesion when crossing the shallows. While this bit of water might not decide the battle on its own, is not victory on the battlefield accumulated from just such tiny advantages? Long Zhu scrutinized the Han army's crossing maneuver. There was nothing unusual. Skirmishers pushed forward to seize the crossing, forming a defensive shield wall on the bank. The subsequent infantry phalanxes did not switch columns, but crossed the river flats directly in a spread-out battle line. While this approach improved reaction speed and reduced vulnerability to concentrated ranged fire, the uneven terrain inevitably caused irregularities in the speed of the line. Long Zhu took all of this in and made his corresponding deployment. The Chu vanguard and a portion of the Qi army also moved forward, arraying themselves at a distance from the riverbank. Long Zhu did not choose to attack the enemy while they were half across the river. This was firstly because both sides were still in the probing phase and Han Xin had not committed a large force, and secondly because the shallow shoals did not present the necessary topographical entrapment to make such a tactic effective. After the Han vanguard crossed the Wei River, they underwent a rapid reorganization and immediately began their advance. First, the skirmish lines made contact, then retreated. Next, the infantry lines clashed and began to exchange blows. During this process, subsequent Han forces continued to cross the Wei River, pouring into the battle line, either spreading to the flanks to increase width or waiting in the center to reinforce depth. After the battle had continued for some time, Long Zhu observed a new movement from Han Xin on the opposite bank. First, the Zhao and Qi troops began to mobilize. This was entirely within Long Zhu's expectations. In terms of equipment, combat training, and will to fight, the surrendered troops of these two states were certainly far inferior to the elite core of the Han army. This was why the first wave Han Xin sent to force the crossing had to be Han troops. Just like the Chu army's own Qi allies, these surrendered troops might be used to fill the line or be sacrificed, but they could never be the spearhead. Second, the Han chariots began to move. They approached the river edge. Soldiers used timber to fill in the mud and potholes on the relatively solid sections of the riverbed. The Han chariots began a slow but continuous crossing, assembling behind the Han infantry line. Long Zhu suddenly grew excited. The movement of the chariots meant Han Xin was about to launch a massive assault, attempting to break the equilibrium on the battlefield. It meant the probing phase was ending. The moment for an all-out offensive to decide the victor was at hand. Long Zhu issued an order. The Chu infantry line was to fight and retreat, ceding a broader battlefield on the riverbank. The Chu army was not being defeated. Long Zhu was clearing more operational space for himself. He was clearing charging room for his Lufan cavalry. As the Chu infantry executed their fighting retreat, the battle line on the eastern bank of the Wei River began to stretch. The contact zone widened, drawing more and more soldiers into the grinding melee at the same time. Long Zhu stood on the high platform of his command chariot, watching intently. His eyes were fixed on the progress and deployment of the Zhao and Qi troops. Meanwhile, The Chu heavy cavalry and the chariot corps had already moved to the flanks, and the reserve infantry had moved into attack positions. Long Zhu was still waiting, still observing. As time passed, the battle line once again ground to a stalemate. On the eastern bank, the line of engagement was no longer a neat, straight cross-section. Shaped by the terrain, the differences between units, and the ebb and flow of combat, it had morphed into a jagged, interlocking mess. This contact line was long and chaotic, but it had ends. And waiting at those ends were the Chu cavalry and chariots poised to strike. Long Zhu saw it clearly. About half of Han Xin's forces had now crossed the river and committed to the fight, including almost all of the Han infantry. But their numbers were insufficient to hold the entire line, so they were plugged with Zhao troops, Qi troops, even Wei and Dai troops. Long Zhu saw it clearly. Although Han Xin's cavalry remained on the west bank, a significant number of his chariots had crossed to the east. But faced with the dense formations of both sides, these chariots lacked the space to charge and could only wait behind the infantry lines. Long Zhu saw it clearly. Because of the Wei River, Han Xin's army was now stuck in an awkward, hourglass-shaped formation across the two banks. To the east was the scorching infantry contact line. To the west were the reserves piled up on the bank waiting to cross. And in the middle, squeezed into the riverbed, was a chaotic mass of troops, mostly Zhao and Qi soldiers, far lacking the discipline and morale of the Han troops who had crossed in neat lines at the start of the battle. Now! Long Zhu could almost hear his own heartbeat. He held his breath and waved his arm violently. Cavalry, charge! In the Chu positions, signal flags waved frantically, relaying the order down the line to the flanks. The Chu heavy cavalry, having waited impatiently for this moment, launched their attack. They cut in from both sides of the battlefield like a white hurricane, unstoppable. They quickly split into small groups, hammering the flanks of every protruding section of the Han line, or charging straight into the weak points near the riverbank. The balance of the battle shifted instantly. Although the Han troops fought desperately, the auxiliary forces filling the gaps had no such will to fight. They had never even seen a heavy cavalry charge before. In the chaos, the line was breached at multiple points. The once solid front shattered. Immediately following, the Chu chariots unleashed their fury. These war machines, pulled by 4 armored horses, thundered across the flat riverbank, unstoppable. They smashed through the gaps in the line, crushing into the rear and flanks of the infantry. With their sheer momentum, the soldiers' halberds, and the bladed hubs on their wheels, they tore the infantry formations apart. Nothing could stand in their way. The Zhao and Qi troops were the first to break. They dropped their flags and spears and fled backward. Fortunately, the Wei River was shallow, and they scrambled back across in a panic. Soon the Han troops, having lost their flank protection, could hold no longer. From the Han center on the west bank, the gongs and bells of retreat rang out. The Han army began to withdraw. Though they tried to maintain formation, defeat was inevitable. Long Zhu saw it all clearly. His blood was boiling. He descended from his command chariot, donned his helmet, and mounted an armored war horse, taking a long halberd from a Lufan cavalryman. He ordered Xiang Ta and the king of Qi, "I will lead the cavalry and chariots in pursuit. You command the infantry to follow immediately. Today, we wipe out the Han army." Long Zhu believed victory was certain. The Zhao and Qi troops had routed. The Han army was being pushed back across the river. The eastern bank was littered with Han corpses and destroyed chariots. The blood-crazed Lufan cavalry were already wading across in pursuit. Many Chu soldiers had, in fact, already set foot on the western bank. The Han rout showed no sign of stopping. Panic was spreading even to the troops who had not yet crossed, who were now turning to flee. So, Long Zhu did not hesitate. Armored and mounted, he led the charge, splashing across the Wei River to hunt down and intercept the fleeing Han army. However, a detail escaped his notice. Far back on the western bank, Han Xin's central command formation had never moved. No matter how the battle shifted, they stood there, nailed like a spike, constantly signaling with flags. The 27-year-old Han Xin, though trained in martial arts and always carrying a sword, never fetishized personal combat like Xiang Yu or Long Zhu. Years ago in Huaiyin, when thugs mocked him and forced him to crawl between their legs, the tall, armed Han Xin had endured it. He understood that brute force was not the ultimate power. Endurance and wise decision-making were the only true paths to victory. At this moment, Han Xin stood on his high command platform, coldly observing the movements of the Lufan cavalry. When he saw the Chu cavalry and chariots begin their chaotic pursuit across the river, he gave the order. The signalman behind him flagged a command to the rear of the Han army, not the front. No one knew what the order was, or where it would go. Then, Han Xin issued another command. The Langzhong cavalry, who had been gathered around him for hours, began to move. They started to maneuver to the flanks, and even the rear of the Han central formation. To Long Zhu, this could only mean one thing. Either Han Xin was fleeing amidst these horsemen, or the Han cavalry dared not face the Lufan riders head-on and had chosen to scatter. Long Zhu was ecstatic. Glory was within his grasp. For saving the state of Qi, surely claiming half its land would not be excessive. What title would Xiang Yu grant him? King of Jibei, King of Jinan, or King of Jiaodong? But then, something happened on the battlefield that stunned Long Zhu. The Zhao and Qi soldiers who had not crossed the river were retreating with the routed vanguard. But when they reached Han Xin's central formation, they stopped. They rapidly reformed, creating a thin but solid line of spears. Some Lufan cavalry and chariots that had charged too far forward crashed against this line like waves against a rock and were shattered. These troops displayed tactical discipline and combat skills far superior to typical Zhao or Qi soldiers. They were Han Xin's hidden ballast, elite Guanzhong infantry disguised in the uniforms of Zhao and Qi. And their commander was the battle-hardened Han general, the man with over 70 scars on his body. Cao Can. Cao Can reined his horse before the line, commanding these disguised elites to hold their ground. Behind them, the routed Zhao, Qi, and Han soldiers found the time and space to rally and reorganize. Faced with a forest of spears and a wall of resolve, even the chariots and Lufan cavalry hesitated. They abandoned their direct charge and idled on the battlefield, waiting for their main infantry force to catch up. And then, at this critical juncture, a low roar came from the southern end of the battlefield, from the upper reaches of the Wei River. It sounded like the first thunder of spring, dense, deep, and intense. Long Zhu wiped the blood and sweat from his forehead and looked up. His heart instantly snapped. Down the Wei River, a wall of water, not high but spanning the entire river, roared downstream with a deafening crash. Its muddy body churned with white foam, pushing dead wood, weapons, and even corpses before it, rushing down with a slow but unstoppable momentum. This was Han Xin's trap. He had secretly dammed the upper reaches of the Wei River with sandbags. The river's wide, shallow, and slow-moving nature meant that low dams could be built quickly with just sandbags to raise the water level, and the low height of the dams allowed excess water to spill over, preventing the river from drying up completely and alerting the Chu army. At the decisive moment of the battle, Han Xin ordered the dams broken. The accumulated floodwaters were unleashed. The volume of water wasn't exaggerated. It wouldn't instantly wash away armored soldiers. But its psychological impact was devastating. Soldiers who couldn't swim panicked and sank. Cavalry and chariots loitering in the riverbed were swept away. More importantly, it instantly filled the exposed riverbed. The sandbars were gone. The reeds were gone. There was only turbid yellow water, depth unknown. Soldiers in the riverbed threw away their weapons in terror and scrambled for the banks. Soldiers on the banks dared not step into the water. No one knew how much more water was coming. No one knew if a single step would lead to a watery grave. The Wei River transformed from a harmless shoal into an impassable natural barrier. The Chu cavalry and vanguard, who had already crossed to the west bank, were now cut off and surrounded. The follow-up troops on the east bank dared not advance. The Han war drums thundered, the horns blew. Cao Can waved his sword, and all the Han soldiers raised their spears in unison, advancing with disciplined steps. Hoofbeats shook the sky, and war cries rose from all sides. The Langzhong cavalry, who had scattered moments ago, wheeled around. They began their charge, brandishing long halberds, ignoring the scattered Chu infantry and heading straight for the panicked Lufan cavalry. Heavy cavalry battles are often decided in a single moment of impact. The Langzhong cavalry, fresh and ready, smashed into the Lufan cavalry, who were exhausted and in disarray after half a day of fighting. The victor was decided instantly. Guan Ying, leading the most elite riders, pierced straight into the center of the battlefield like a red lightning bolt, cleaving through all resistance. Long Zhu screamed in his heart, "No!" Then he was struck by a charging Langzhong cavalryman and fell from his horse, dead. His vice-general Zhou Lan, who had crossed with him, was captured. Lieutenants, marshals, Lufan commanders, they were either cut down or surrendered. The Chu forces on the west bank were annihilated. At this moment, there were still at least 100,000 Chu infantry on the east bank of the Wei River. But separated by the flood, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their elite cavalry and chariots were wiped out by Han Xin. The king of Qi, whose will to fight was weak to begin with, chose to flee once again, taking the remnants of his army and deserting the battlefield immediately. And the nominal Chu commander, Xiang Yu's nephew, Xiang Ta, seeing Long Zhu dead, could only choose to retreat. The retreat quickly turned into a rout, and the rout into a total collapse. After destroying the Chu forces on the west bank, the water level of the Wei River returned to normal. Cao Can and Guan Ying immediately led their troops across the river in hot pursuit. Not far away at Xianyang, they captured the fleeing king of Qi and a host of his generals and ministers. Then they split up to sweep the region. In a very short time, before Qi could organize any further resistance, they crushed all opposition. In this campaign, the Langzhong cavalry led by Guan Ying played a decisive role. With mobility and impact far beyond the enemy's comprehension, they wrote the opening chapter of the legend of Han cavalry, a legend that would continue for centuries. By December of 204 BC, the state of Qi, which originally boasted an army of nearly 300,000, had been reduced to ashes. The 200,000-strong Chu rescue army had also been obliterated. Only the famous lucky general Xiang Ta escaped death once again, fleeing back to Chu. The entire north of China had now fallen into Han Xin's hands, and that included Mount Tai. There is an old Chinese saying, "Tai Shan Ya Ding, Mount Tai pressing down." This was likely Xiang Yu's situation. The only thing he needed to ponder was, will Mount Tai crush him? And when?
是心配事，须不离须追不逝，谁不离心 山西。乞丐世，于是，于是，奈落河，吹破山西，何奈何，于是。奈我何？
寒一点比西方出个数。
A little over a year ago, at the Battle of the Wei River in the state of Qi, Han Xin's army of 100,000 men annihilated the 200,000-strong joint forces of Qi and Chu, led by the general Longzhu. This single battle not only allowed Han Xin to complete the conquest of 5 northern states in a mere 15 months, but it also utterly destroyed the last effective mobile army of the Chu forces. Historical records state that Xiang Yu, who was at that moment relentlessly pursuing Liu Bang on the front lines at Xianyang, was seized with terror. And for good reason. Han Xin, having completely subjugated Qi, had fulfilled his promise to Liu Bang of a grand strategic envelopment. From the north, he now loomed over Xiang Yu's state of Chu like a mountain poised to crash down. Whenever he chose, he could unleash a devastating strike on Chu's rear, including its capital, Pengcheng. Xiang Yu, who had held the absolute advantage on the Xinjiang-Chengao front, felt a chill from the battlefield for perhaps the first time in his life. He immediately dispatched an envoy to Qi to persuade Han Xin to defect to the Chu camp. At the same time, the bargaining between Han Xin and Liu Bang began. The envoy sent by King Xiang of Chu arrived in Qi, and his plea for Han Xin's defection centered on 3 points. First, the world was already settled. The struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han was a war instigated solely by Liu Bang's greed for the empire. This was unjust. Second, Liu Bang was no match for Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu had repeatedly shown him mercy, yet Liu Bang had repeatedly betrayed him. This was faithless. Third, Liu Bang values you today only because he needs you to deal with King Xiang. If King Xiang is truly defeated, do you think you will have a good end? To follow such a man is unwise. You see, the entire argument follows the classic diplomatic playbook of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. First seize the moral high ground, then conduct a theoretical analysis of pros and cons. As for the most critical aspect, the benefits, it was just a light, airy phrase. Divide the empire into 3 and rule as a king. How would it be divided? Who would do the dividing? The key points were never addressed, so it's no wonder that Han Xin could deliver a pointed reply. I served under King Xiang before. Do I not know how he treats his subordinates? Liu Bang is different. Xiang Yu's envoy returned in disgrace, and Zhang Liang arrived with Liu Bang's edict, enfeoffing Han Xin as the king of Qi. When Han Xin sent his man to Liu Bang, his request was still polite. He said, "The state of Qi has just been pacified and is a land of turmoil. It cannot be stabilized without a king. Allow me to be the acting king of Qi for now." Liu Bang, at that moment, was being battered by Xiang Yu to the brink of collapse. He was desperate for Han Xin's reinforcements, but instead of an army, he received a demand for a title. The king of Han was overcome with fury, but Zhang Liang immediately reminded him of the grand strategy they had devised. Liu Bang instantly understood. His acting skills switched on in a flash. He cursed Han Xin's messenger. What is Han Xin thinking? A true man, having achieved such great merit, should be made a king directly. What is this nonsense about an acting king? Is this a joke? A king, a true king of Qi? Amidst this tripartite negotiation, by the time Zhang Liang personally rushed to Qi with Liu Bang's edict to enfeoff Han Xin as king of Qi, it was already the spring of 203 BC. No sooner had Zhang Liang left than Kuai Tong urged Han Xin to declare independence. In the current situation, he argued, if you side with Han, Han wins. If you side with Chu, Chu wins. It is better to benefit both sides and ensure your own survival. Divide the empire into three, stand as one leg of a tripod, and no one will dare to move against you. However, Han Xin said, the king of Han has treated me with the utmost generosity. Kuai Tong immediately retorted, is your friendship with the king of Han greater than that between Chen Yu and Zhang Er? And what happened in the end? Didn't you help Zhang Er kill Chen Yu? Your merit is now so high it overshadows your master, and there is no greater reward left to give. Do you really think you can land safely? Han Xin, at a loss for words, could only say, I know, I will consider it. Yet in the end, this war sage, a man born of the old aristocracy, a man whose mind knew only warfare, a man who, despite his insight into human nature, still harbored a romantic spirit, could not bear to betray Han. In short, Kuai Tong failed to persuade Han Xin to declare independence. The greatest variable in the Chu-Han contention was thus eliminated. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu and Liu Bang were locked in a stalemate at Mount Guangwu, separated by the Hong Canal. During this standoff, Xiang Yu personally wounded Liu Bang with an arrow, but Liu Bang could leisurely leave the front lines, return to his heartland to recover and raise new troops. After his recovery, he returned to the front with fresh soldiers from the Central Plains and continued the stalemate. At the same time, Liu Bang could even spare a portion of his army for Yingbu, allowing him to fight his way back into his old heartland of Zhujiang from the south, retaking a dozen cities. Liu Bang immediately, with a flourish of his brush, declared, the king of Zhujiang is no more. You, Yingbu, are now the king of Huainan by my authority. And by now, Han Xin had also largely completed his sweep of Qi. The last Qi aristocrat, Tian Heng, had fled to take refuge with Peng Yue. Yes, with Peng Yue. After pacifying Qi, Guanying and his cavalry turned south. Using their superior mobility, they began to launch deep strikes into Chu's heartland. Though they couldn't hold every city they took, they had set Chu's rear ablaze with the fires of war. In addition, with Peng Yue and Liu Jie's forces already attacking Chu's rear, the entire state of Chu was now a battlefield, with no corner left untouched. The war could not be sustained any longer. And so, Chu and Han negotiated for peace. As for who initiated the talks, the records of the Grand Historian offers conflicting accounts. But because the terms dividing the empire at the Hong Canal were so incongruous with the strategic advantage the Han army held at the time, it is highly probable that Xiang Yu was the one who sued for peace, offering the return of Liu Bang's captive father and wife as his bargaining chip. The time was now October of 203 BC. Another winter was coming. The histories record that when the treaty was signed, soldiers on both sides cheered, "Long live!" After years of brutal warfare, they could finally lay down their arms and go home. But then, Zhang Liang once again came forward to persuade Liu Bang. They told him he must not pass up this golden opportunity to beat the drowning dog, to pursue Xiang Yu's army on its eastward retreat while it was exhausted and starving. Liu Bang was persuaded. He led the main Han army from the Xianyang front in pursuit of the retreating Chu forces. At the same time, he sent envoys to Peng Yue and Han Xin, ordering them to join the chase. After a half-month pursuit, Liu Bang's main force finally caught up with the Chu army at Guling. But then came two surprises and two inevitabilities. The first surprise, The man commanding the Chu rearguard was Xiang Yu himself. The second surprise, the armies of Peng Yue and Han Xin had not arrived. They hadn't even set out. The first inevitability, in an open field battle, the furious Xiang Yu and his rearguard inevitably crushed Liu Bang's pursuing Han army. The second inevitability, in a defensive battle, Liu Bang once again inevitably held off Xiang Yu's vengeful assault from behind the walls of the small city of Guling and its hastily built fortifications. The historical records from this point are somewhat chaotic, but the general picture is that the two sides were locked in a brief stalemate. Liu Bang held Guling, while Xiang Yu's Chu army halted at Chenxia, a mere 25 kilometers away. And it was then that Zhang Liang once again had to shake Liu Bang to his senses. Why didn't Peng Yue come? Why didn't Han Xin come? Why didn't Yingbu come? Are you really that blind, or are you just pretending to be? Liu Bang finally understood. He remembered his lament after the disastrous defeat at Pengcheng, when he had vowed to give away all the lands east of the Hangu Pass to any hero who would join him in defeating Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was not yet defeated, and there was only one reason why. He had not yet fulfilled that promise. Or rather, the heroes of the empire had not yet seen his resolve to fulfill it. And so, from his besieged position at Guling, Liu Bang sent out a flood of messengers. They carried promises, inducements, and invitations to carve up the empire. All the vassal kings, all the generals understood. The final settlement of the empire was at hand. This was their last chance to bargain. They had been waiting, and now their moment had come. In just over a month, Peng Yue, having been promised a kingdom, mobilized his army. Yingbu, king of Huainan, mobilized his army. Han Xin, king of Qi, mobilized his army. In addition, the forces already operating in Chu's rear, those of Liu Jia, Lu Wan, and Guan Ying, swept through the land, conquering cities and forcing the surrender of Chu commanders. In the end, even the Grand Marshal of Chu, Zhou Yin, whom Xiang Yu had left to guard his heartland, surrendered and joined the Han forces, turning to mop up the remaining Chu resistance. The month that Xiang Yu, driven by fury, spent hammering away at Liu Bang's Guling defenses was the last strategic window he personally threw away. By the time he realized what was happening, the encirclement was nearly complete. Liu Bang's army, in a move to pin Xiang Yu down, then launched an attack from Guling towards Chenxia. Xiang Yu, with no heart left for this fight, chose to retreat. He left his general Zhongli Mo to command the rearguard, while he personally led the main army eastward in stages. The Battle of Chenxia was a catastrophe for the Chu forces. Only the portion of the Chu army that had broken out with Xiang Yu earlier managed to preserve its strength. This is why the Chu army, which had numbered in the hundreds of thousands on the Xianyang front, was reduced to only 100,000 men by the time it reached Gaixia. And this is why the Chu army at Gaixia was exhausted and starving. They were a routed army, their supply lines shattered, their provisions gone. But one must still admire Xiang Yu's military genius. On the long retreat from Chenxia, he led his 100,000 men, mostly infantry, and without a stable food supply, and still managed to break through the Han encirclement, fleeing a full 300 kilometers eastward to Gaixia, a location just over 60 kilometers southeast of the Chu capital. Why didn't he lead his army back to Pengcheng? Because months earlier, Pengcheng had been captured by Guan Ying. Xiang Yu's direction of movement was clear. He had only one objective: go east back to Jiangdong. Years ago, at the Great Enfeoffment, the hegemon King Xiang Yu had taken 9 commanderies of the old Qin Empire for himself. This land was exceptionally rich and highly developed, the heartland of the old warring states. It comprised only 15% of the Qin Empire's area, but a full 25% of its population. And now, besieged by all the heroes of the empire, all that was left to him was Jiangdong, the lands south of the lower Yangtze River. This was the very place where he had first risen in rebellion with his uncle, the homeland of his original 8,000 sons of Jiangdong. For Xiang Yu the man, his home was a small county in Xiaxiang, but for the overlord, his home was Jiangdong. And so the cornered king had only one direction: home, but another military genius had already seen through his plan. At Xiang Xiang Yu was stopped. Blocking his path was Han Xin, king of Qi, with his army of 300,000. They stretched from north to south, a great wall of men. The mountain had finally crashed down. At that moment, Liu Bang's army caught up. Peng Yue's army caught up. Ying Bu's army caught up. The forces of Lu Wan, Liu Jia, and Guan Ying also closed in. In this small place, Gaixia, a featureless plain with no natural defenses, an army of 600,000 men from the Han camp surrounded the 100,000 exhausted, starving soldiers of Chu. And then came the scenes familiar to every Chinese person: the ambush from 10 sides, the songs of Chu from all 4 directions, the overlord's farewell to his consort. The very scene we depicted at the beginning of this film. Xiang Yu, in his final despair, abandoned his 100,000 demoralized soldiers. He abandoned everything, including the woman he loved. With his last 800 elite Lufan horsemen, under the cover of a snowstorm and the dark of night, he broke out of the encirclement from the south. In truth, the histories do not record the weather that day, nor do they even confirm that Consort Yu killed herself in devotion. Both are reasonable later speculations. But the histories do contain a far more chilling record. 80,000 heads were taken, a casualty rate of over 80%. This is an almost impossible number. It was either a clerical error or it was a massacre of prisoners by Liu Bang. Perhaps it was in the midst of this chaotic slaughter that, as dawn broke, the Han army finally realized that Xiang Yu had escaped. Liu Bang waved his hand. "The elite cavalry, after him." Xiang Yu led his cavalry south to cross the Huai River. But the ferry points on this stretch of the river were not well equipped. When Xiang Yu finally found a crossing with boats, he discovered they were too small. Given the technology of the era, most civilian ferries would be fortunate to have 2 flat-bottomed boats. Assuming one boat could carry 4 of these heavily armored cavalrymen and their 4 barded war horses, and that's a generous estimate, ferrying all 800 men would have been an excruciatingly long process. The time advantage gained by his nighttime breakout would have been completely lost. So, Xiang Yu made a wise decision. He handpicked just over 100 of his most elite horsemen to cross the river with him. After crossing, Xiang Yu rode hard for dozens of miles. But then he was suddenly enveloped by a dense fog, a common occurrence in the wetlands of the Jianghuai region. Visibility dropped to near zero. In the chaos, Xiang Yu lost his way. He had no choice but to ask a local farmer for directions. We don't know if the farmer did it intentionally or not, but the path he pointed out led Xiang Yu and his 100-plus heavy cavalrymen straight into a marshy swamp. This type of terrain is a death trap for heavy cavalry under any circumstances, let alone in a thick fog. Here, Xiang Yu not only lost precious time, but also suffered significant non-combat losses. By the time the fog finally lifted and Xiang Yu found the correct road, leading him to the county of Dongcheng, he had only 28 horsemen left. And at that moment, the Han army caught up. The histories state the pursuing Han cavalry numbered in the thousands. Xiang Yu, having been thwarted by the river, lost in the fog, and misled by a farmer, felt his confidence falter. And so, as if in a fit of defiance, he declared, "Since I first raised my army 8 years ago, I have fought over 70 battles and never known defeat. To be trapped here today, it is heaven that wishes to destroy me, not that I am incapable of fighting. It seems I will not escape death today. But I will lead you in one final desperate battle. I will lead the charge, and I must win 3 victories against our pursuers to break through for you. I will show you that it is heaven that is destroying me." Then Xiang Yu divided his tiny force of 28 men into 4 squads. From a high vantage point, he launched an unbelievable charge against the Han cavalry that was just beginning to surround them. Pointing at a Han cavalry general in the formation, Xiang Yu roared, "Follow me. Watch as I cut down a general for you." The Han cavalry, never imagining that a few dozen men would dare to charge, immediately scattered. No one dared to face him head-on. Xiang Yu plunged into their midst and, with a single thrust of his spear, struck the Han general from his horse. The Han army was thrown into panic and fled. At that moment, one of Han Xin's cavalry generals, Yang Shi, charged forward with his men. But just as they were about to clash, Xiang Yu, in mid-gallop, suddenly reined in his horse, turned and charged straight back at Yang Shi, letting out a deafening roar like a thunderclap. Yang Shi and his horse were both seized with terror. They turned and fled. Most of the other Han pursuers reacted the same way. No one dared to meet Xiang Yu in single combat. He led his men for several miles and was about to shake off the pursuit when the Han cavalry, having searched for him in 3 separate groups, caught up again. Xiang Yu, summoning his divine might, turned and charged into the pursuers once more. He cut down a Han commandant. His own men, their spirits soaring, followed him in a ferocious charge. 100 Han cavalrymen were killed. The pursuers scattered again. Xiang Yu regrouped his men. He counted them. He had lost only 2. The overlord's confidence seemed to return. He asked, "Was I not right?" His men bowed in submission. "Your Majesty was right." Having temporarily shaken off his pursuers, Xiang Yu arrived at the bank of the Wu River. And it is here that the historical records leave us with a great mystery and one of the most enduring classic moments in Chinese culture. To this day, we think of Xiang Yu, who would not cross the river back to Jiangdong. The histories say that when he reached the Wu River and saw the ferryman who had a boat ready for him, Xiang Yu, after days of fighting his way from Gaixia, suddenly lost heart. He chose to give up. His reason: "I crossed the river heading west with 8,000 sons of Jiangdong. Today, not a single one returns with me. Even if the elders of Jiangdong take pity on me and make me their king again, what face would I have to see them?" This was almost certainly Sima Qian's final dramatic touch, his last chance to portray Xiang Yu as a man of honor and shame, a chivalrous hero with a strong sense of justice and morality. But the reality was likely not so noble. We find a clue in another historical text. When Han attacked Xiang Yu, Wu Zhu and Yao, leaders of the Yue people, aided Han. When Liu Bang attacked Xiang Yu, the leaders of the Yue people in the south were on the Han side. Later, after the fall of Chu, one of them was rewarded and made a king. So, the most probable reality is this. When Xiang Yu, having exhausted his last ounce of heroism, fought his way to the Wu River, he was met not just with the ferryman's boat, but with a piece of terrible news. In his homeland of Jiangdong, the Yue people were now in open rebellion, attacking cities and seizing territory. His last refuge was gone. What kills a hero is never failure, it is despair. Xiang Yu despaired. He had not despaired when he lost the north. He had not despaired when he lost Xianyang. He had not despaired when he lost Pengcheng. He had not despaired when he fled from Chenxia, nor when he broke out of Gaixia, nor even perhaps when he escaped from Dongcheng. But now he was utterly broken, because the home he had imagined, the place where he could rest and rise again, was no more. The hero chose to die. Watching the Han pursuers gradually closing in, seeing the narrow terrain of the riverbank, Xiang Yu gave his prized warhorse, Wu Jue, to the ferryman. Then he ordered his last 26 horsemen to dismount and fight on foot. They threw away their long halberds and lances, drew their short swords, and charged into the endless sea of Han soldiers. They fought with the certainty of death, roaring, ignoring their wounds and their exhaustion, just as they had on the battlefield of Julu, just as they had on the plains of the north, just as they had at the Hangu Pass, just as they had at Pengcheng, at Xianyang, at Chenggao, at Guling, in every battle where they had stood with their overlord. But even gods can die, let alone mortal men. In the end, after all his followers were dead, the histories say that Xiang Yu himself had suffered more than 10 wounds and had single-handedly killed hundreds of Han soldiers. When all the pursuers, terrified of his divine might, no longer dared to approach and simply surrounded him, Xiang Yu saw a Han general, Lu Matong, in the distance. He cried out, "Is that not my old friend Lu Matong? I have heard that Liu Bang has placed a price of 1,000 gold pieces and a fief of 10,000 households on my head. For the sake of our old acquaintance, I will do you this favor." With those words, Xiang Yu drew his sword and cut his own throat. His blood spilled upon the riverbank. The Han soldiers hesitated for a moment, then every one of them, regardless of rank or unit, surged forward, slaughtering each other. They fought to claim Xiang Yu's head. They fought to carve up his body. They fought to seize the glory of a marquisate, just as the vassal kings had carved up the empire. In the early spring of 202 BC, in Dingtao, south of the Yellow River in China, a coronation ceremony that would change the course of East Asian civilization was taking place. The air was filled with the lingering chill of winter and the smell of smoke from a war that had just ended. The great Han Empire was proclaimed. However, contrary to the imaginations of later generations, this ceremony, which established a 400-year imperial foundation and influenced Chinese history for the next 2,000 years, was rather hasty and unstructured. Generals and roughnecks from the army camps used their skills in building fortifications to pile up a crude platform of rammed earth in a field beside a tributary of the Yellow River. A man over 50, of low birth, his face weathered by wind and frost, Liu Bang, walked past the ranks of fully armed guards. Under the gaze of all present, he ascended the high platform alone. At the altar atop the platform, he read an edict to the heavens, stating his identity and declaring that he had received the mandate of heaven. Then he lifted the imperial jade seal he had obtained from the first emperor of Qin and became the new emperor. On the spot, he decreed that his wife, Lu Ji, be crowned empress, his eldest legitimate son, Liu Ying, be named crown prince, and his deceased mother be honored as empress dowager. And then, the ceremony ended. There were no song and dance performances, no military parades, no public worship or secular revelry, and certainly no floats or processions. This historical moment is filled with immense irony, and it constitutes one of the most fascinating riddles in Chinese political history. If we examine this new emperor through a traditional moral prism, we find he is almost a perfect negative example. In the writings of orthodox Confucian scholars, or by the standards of universal chivalry, Liu Bang's resume is a litany of shamelessness. In his youth, he was a village loafer, idle and lazy. During his escape, to lighten his carriage, he shamelessly kicked his own children off the vehicle. When his father was captured by the enemy and threatened with being boiled into meat soup, he playfully asked for a share of the broth. He was full of contempt for intellectuals, once even snatching a Confucian scholar's hat and urinating in it. Standing against him was Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, high-born, invincible in battle, and deeply sentimental. Yet, in the end, it was this utterly shameless Liu Bang who stood at the pinnacle of power, accepting the cheers of "Long live," while the perfect hero, Xiang Yu, met a tragic end by slitting his own throat by the Wu River. Besides Xiang Yu, there was Han Xin, known as the God of War, Xiao He, the model for civil administration for all ages, Zhang Liang, who was wiser than Zhuge Liang, and countless descendants of kings and nobles from the 6 states. Why? Why did history choose a shameless man?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to China Puzzle. I am ZYQ. Why was Liu Bang successful? This is not just a question of Chinese history. It is a universal proposition, highly relevant to the nature of power, the standards of success, and the logic of how society operates. When Western historians and political observers analyze this phenomenon, they often think of Machiavelli's The Prince. Liu Bang's victory is seen as a crushing victory of cold pragmatism over romantic heroism. There is some truth to this, but we prefer to deeply analyze the personal qualities and characteristics of Liu Bang to interpret the inevitability and contingency of his success. We will use a reverse chronological approach to step-by-step review the 7-year rise of this shameless emperor to see what he did right, or rather what traits he possessed.
Just over a month before this coronation ceremony, in a snow-covered canyon called Gaixia not far away, Liu Bang's greatest enemy, the universally acknowledged strongest man, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, and his army of 100,000 were in a desperate situation. This was not a simple military encirclement, but the perfect execution of the ambush from 10 sides tactic meticulously designed by the Han commander Han Xin. The Han army used the terrain of Gaixia to set up layers of defense and ambushes. According to historical records, the total strength of the Han army reached a staggering 600,000, while the Chu army was not only at an absolute numerical disadvantage, but also out of food and low on morale. Then it was music, not swords, that destroyed the crumbling defense line of the Chu army. In the cold night, folk songs from the land of Chu suddenly rang out from the Han camps. This is the famous idiom, "Songs of Chu on 4 sides." This was by no means impromptu entertainment by Han soldiers. It was a devastating psychological warfare campaign planned by the Han army. These songs sent 2 fatal signals to the besieged Chu army. Strategic despair. The fact that there were so many Chu people in the Han army meant that the Chu homeland in the rear had completely fallen, and resistance was meaningless. Nostalgic blow. The mournful local accents awakened the soldiers' extreme longing for home and family, disintegrating their will to fight to the death. The Chu army's will to resist collapsed completely. The overlord Xiang Yu could only lead 800 cavalrymen to break out, eventually slitting his throat by the Wu River. The 4-year Chu-Han Contention ended, and Liu Bang effectively seized the world. But there is a very amazing fact. This battle was almost the only victory Liu Bang achieved in a head-to-head confrontation with Xiang Yu during the 4 years of war. Let's briefly review their record over those 4 years. 4 years ago, Liu Bang shamelessly raided Xiang Yu's capital while Xiang Yu was away. While he was gloating, the overlord returned with 30,000 elite troops and crushed 560,000 Han and allied troops. In the same year, Xiang Yu attacked Liu Bang's base in Guanzhong. Liu Bang bet everything, mobilizing the old and weak to barely hold the line. 3 years ago, the 2 sides fought a protracted war at Xianyang. Liu Bang won no victories and abandoned the city to flee multiple times. 1 year ago, Liu Bang tore up the peace treaty and pursued the retreating Xiang Yu, only to be counterattacked and sent fleeing in disarray. In short, in the struggle for hegemony, as long as it was a battle Xiang Yu participated in personally, he won 99% of the time. He only lost 1, but that was the decisive battle that settled the fate of the empire. Regarding the strategic and tactical gains and losses of the 2, we will interpret them in detail in other videos. Here, we must point out an irrefutable fact. Although Liu Bang lost 99% of the battles, he 100% undoubtedly won the war against the overlord Xiang Yu. Before this, none of Xiang Yu's enemies had achieved this. Therefore, Liu Bang's Han Dynasty was built on the basis of comprehensive, complete military victory. When he ascended the throne, there was not a single open enemy within the entire scope of China capable of rivaling him. This point far exceeds the later unified dynasties like the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing. When they claimed to have received the mandate, they had not actually completed the war to seize the whole country.
In the historical view of mainland China, there is an interesting point. The so-called mandate of heaven, or the legitimacy of rule, is closely related to the difficulty of founding a dynasty. If a dynasty can beat all rivals under heaven and complete unification through military war, its reign will naturally be long. If unification is achieved through coups or compromises, then the acquisition of the state is improper, its legitimacy is questionable, and its continuity will be problematic. At least from the perspective of Chinese history, this view seems to be confirmed by all facts. 2,000 years later, Mao Zedong said a sentence that is regarded as a standard by communists, which actually means the same thing. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Liu Bang clearly understood this truth very well. Looking back at his war with Xiang Yu, he almost never considered compromise or dividing the land to rule. He understood that from the beginning this was a life and death struggle. So he was the one who actively broke the peace, and he was the one who actively tore up the peace treaty. He understood that what is gained by compromise and concession is far less lasting than winning everything. The desire and ambition for victory, or rather for survival, made him fight on despite repeated defeats, until finally, victory.
This desire and ambition are essential qualities for almost anyone who achieves great things. We can ask ourselves, do we settle for momentary stability? Do we have the confidence to rise again when facing endless failures? Do we become paralyzed by complacency after achieving some achievement or stabilizing a situation? Do we have the shameless determination to win it all? So we must ask another question. Although the Overlord won almost all the battles, why did he lose the final decisive one? This is a question of strategy and tactics. Although this war took place 2,000 years ago, if we examine all wars in human history, there is a tactic that is almost omnipresent: the hammer and anvil tactic, fixing the enemy frontally and flanking from the side or rear. Or in modern gaming terms, tank and DPS. Examining the Chu-Han War, this is almost the paradigm of this method, except Liu Bang elevated it from a tactical level to a strategic level. The anvil. The troops responsible for pinning down the enemy on the front. Their task is not to defeat the enemy, but to hold their ground, sucking in the enemy's main force like an iron anvil, forcing the enemy to engage frontally so they cannot move or turn. Corresponding to the Chu-Han War, Liu Bang. He pinned Xiang Yu down on the frontal battlefield, acting as the iron anvil. The hammer, the mobile force responsible for outflanking. When the enemy is nailed to the anvil, this force launches a fatal blow from the flank or rear, smashing the enemy against the anvil like a hammer. Corresponding to the Chu-Han War, Hanshin and Pengcheng, Hanshin sweeping from the north and finally flanking south, was the iron hammer swinging down. Let's focus on 203 BC. Early in this year, both sides were exhausted from the long war. Xiang Yu, who had the tactical advantage, encountered strategic worries. The war had entered a long and cruel stalemate. Although Xiang Yu still maintained a tactical advantage on the battlefield, his logistics line had been cut off by Pengcheng's guerrilla forces, and food was running low. Liu Bang, although defeated repeatedly, relied on Xiaohe's blood transfusion from Guanzhong and the grain from the Ao granary to remain as tenacious as a cockroach. More importantly, while Xiang Yu swept the Han army on the frontal battlefield and even captured Liu Bang's wife and father, Han Xin was about to pacify the state of Qi in the north, posing a huge strategic threat to the state of Chu in the south. In this deadlock, Xiang Yu agreed to make peace. The two sides reached the famous Treaty of Hong Canal. The Hong Canal would be the boundary. West of the canal belonged to Han, east to Chu. They would divide the world and cease hostilities. For Xiang Yu, steeped in the spirit of aristocracy, a contract was sacred. After releasing Liu Bang's family, he kept his promise and led his army east, preparing to return to his capital, Pengcheng, to rest and recuperate. In his view, the war was over. However, for Liu Bang, born shameless, a contract was nothing more than a piece of waste paper. Its value lay only in the benefits it could bring. When news of Xiang Yu's withdrawal came, Liu Bang originally intended to withdraw his troops back to Guanzhong. But at this time, his two great strategists, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, proposed an extremely vicious but extremely precise strategic suggestion. Now Han possesses most of the world. The feudal lords have submitted, while the Chu army is exhausted and short of food. This is the time heaven destroys Chu. If we do not take this opportunity to destroy him, it is like rearing a tiger to cause trouble in the future. This was the ultimate choice between morality and interest. Choosing morality meant abiding by the treaty and letting Xiang Yu go, which could mean decades of division and endless war. Choosing interest meant shameless betrayal, stabbing him in the back, but having the chance to unify the world once and for all.
Liu Bang barely hesitated. He immediately tore up the treaty on which the ink was barely dry and ordered the whole army to pursue the retreating, unsuspecting Chu army. Interestingly, 2,000 years later in China, when the Kuomintang proposed to divide rule with the communists along the Yangtze River, Mao Zedong said another famous line, "With power and to spare, we must pursue the tottering foe and not ape Xiang Yu the conqueror seeking idle fame."
So Liu Bang broke his faith. So the Han army actively pursued. And so Liu Bang lost again. Although Xiang Yu was caught off guard, the enraged overlord launched a counterattack and, unsurprisingly, defeated Liu Bang again. But Liu Bang continued to display his talent for fighting on after defeat. He built a strong fortification at Guling to hold firm. At the same time, he sent generals to outflank the Chu army's rear, seize strategic points, and persuade Chu generals to surrender. While Xiang Yu, in his fury, attacked Liu Bang's camp at Guling to no avail, the Han army's multi-pronged pincer offensive had already unfolded smoothly. When the overlord finally realized he had fallen into an encirclement, much like Field Marshal Paulus at Stalingrad, it was too late to order a retreat. If the Han troops sent by Liu Bang to outflank the Chu rear were a tactical hammer, by the end of this year, the armies led by King of Qi, Han Xin, and King of Liang, Pengcheng, had arrived on the battlefield. The strategic hammer was in position. A total of 600,000 troops surrounded 100,000 Chu troops at Gaixia. The fatal blow was about to fall. Even if examined against all the founding emperors in Chinese history, Liu Bang's military ability is top tier. First, his own combat power was certainly not low. Historical records state that when he was a precinct chief, he often bullied his colleagues physically. Later, starting from the uprising in Pei County, he visited the front lines of almost every battle and was seriously wounded by arrows twice. In this regard, he had the ruthlessness of a gang leader in a street fight. We have to point out a fact. Liu Bang's military ability should be above Xiang Yu's. The only person he truly feared was Han Xin. But the two have no record of fighting each other. As for everyone else, none were his match on the battlefield. This point would be verified one by one in the years that followed. But most importantly, the hammer and anvil strategy he executed was unrivaled in that era. The reason he could persist, despite losing to Xiang Yu again and again, was simply two things. One was Xiao He constantly replenishing his blood from the great rear, making him like a tank with a healer, possessing an infinite health bar. The other was that he gave free rein to Han Xin, Pengcheng, Yingbu, and others to detour to the rear, constantly achieving victories against forces other than Xiang Yu, bringing irreplaceable strategic value. Like a competent damage dealer, DPS, they accumulated advantages until the final blow. However, we must point out that this genius, hammer and anvil strategy, was not Liu Bang's original creation. The earliest idea was proposed by Han Xin and actively promoted and perfected by Zhang Liang. And as we just said, without Xiao He's continuous blood transfusion from the rear, and without the victories of Han Xin and others on the battlefield, even the most genius military concept would be just talk. So the next question surfaces. Why were these geniuses in politics, military, economics, and diplomacy willing to obey this shameless man? 204 BC. This was Liu Bang's most wretched year. In May, Xiang Yu's army broke through the Han defense line and besieged Liu Bang tightly in Xianyang. The Han army was out of food, with no hope of outside aid. Liu Bang was in imminent danger. On a dark and windy night, the east gate of Xianyang opened wide. A carriage which could only be used by a king, hung with a yellow canopy and decorated with yak tails, slowly drove out. The person in the carriage wore the Han King's dragon robes. The soldiers beside him shouted, "The city is out of food! The King of Han surrenders!" The Chu soldiers thought the war was over, shouted, "Long live!" and flocked to the east gate to watch the surrendering rival. Xiang Yu heard the news and immediately rushed to the east gate, but he was furious. The person wearing the royal robes was not Liu Bang at all, but one of his generals, Ji Xin. Xiang Yu had even seen him at the feast at Hong Gate. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the Chu army's attention being completely attracted by the spectacle at the east gate, Liu Bang took dozens of trusted cavalrymen and quietly broke out from the west gate, escaping to Chenggao. Xiang Yu, in his rage, had not completely lost his reason. He admired Jixin's loyalty and righteousness and wanted to recruit him, but Jixin refused to submit and was eventually burned alive.
The shock of this story is exactly the same as our previous question. Why were they willing? For thousands of years, historians have discussed this core question. Why were so many outstanding talents willing to follow Liu Bang? Amidst the long discussion, a core view gradually took shape. Under Liu Bang's shameless appearance, he possessed another quality: Jianghu loyalty, brotherhood, and personal charisma. Although Liu Bang was arrogant to Confucian scholars, he often showed an infectious affinity to the brothers around him, his childhood friends, and comrades who fought for the world together. He could call out soldiers' names and drink wine from large bowls with dog butchers like Fan Kuai. This big brother style of leadership made his subordinates willing to die for him. However, would you really die for someone just because of their charisma? We believe that even behind the most fanatical personality cult, there is a logic. This person, or the object of worship, must have abilities beyond ordinary people, allowing people to see hope and be willing to follow and be loyal.
Let's look at Liu Bang's subsequent performance. Although Liu Bang escaped from Xianyang and saved his life, he became a commander without an army. His main force had collapsed, and the remaining elite of the Han army were in Han Xin's hands. At this time, Han Xin was fighting smoothly in the northern state of Zhao, holding elite troops. Liu Bang made a jaw-dropping move. He didn't issue orders with great fanfare. Instead, he raced to the border of Zhao like a fugitive, and then infiltrated Han Xin's camp like a stealthy assassin. He did not notify Han Xin, but shamelessly claimed to be an envoy of the Han king. In the early morning, while Han Xin was still asleep, he broke directly into his bedroom and seized his seal and military tally. When Han Xin woke up, he discovered that Liu Bang had already entered the camp and taken back military power with the tally. Han Xin was shocked. Liu Bang immediately reorganized Han Xin's troops, taking the main force to fight Xiang Yu himself, leaving only a portion of the troops for Han Xin to attack the state of Qi. This is another hot topic for historians. Liu Bang stole the seal like in a legendary novel and took back the military power of tens of thousands of people, and Han Xin, holding heavy troops, just nodded and agreed? This is actually not hard to understand. First, the core 30,000 troops of Han Xin's army attacking Zhao were all Liu Bang's old subordinates and base. That is to say, these troops were brought out by Liu Bang. Liu Bang was their master in their hearts, and Han Xin was just the leading general. This involves the issue of Liu Bang's personal ability we mentioned. He rose from a commoner, built up an army of tens of thousands from scratch, and visited every battle personally, risking his life. That is why he could exchange for the loyalty of his subordinates. Jixin, who died generously in Xianyang, was his early old subordinate. If it weren't for Liu Bang, they might never have had a day of success. It was Liu Bang who gave them the opportunity. They were naturally willing to pay for it. Second, although Liu Bang took back the army he had temporarily given to Han Xin, he immediately appointed him as the Prime Minister of Zhao, gave Han Xin the power to requisition all remaining troops in Zhao, and ordered him to attack Qi, promising him a greater reward after conquering Qi. This is what we believe is the reason why Liu Bang can truly make people, whether old fans or new followers, dead set on following him. He is shameless enough to do anything, but he also truly gives everything. Here we need to follow the timeline to tell the subsequent story. Han Xin recruited a new army and attacked Qi. However, just as he reached the border of Qi, he heard that the envoy sent by Liu Bang, Li Yiqi, had already persuaded Qi to surrender. Urged by his subordinates, he launched an attack anyway. Although he conquered Qi, it led to Li Yiqi being boiled alive. After conquering Qi, Han Xin sent someone to ask Liu Bang for a reward, hoping Liu Bang would title him Acting King of Qi. How did Liu Bang handle this situation? He flew into a rage, furious. Then, he said, "What kind of talk is that? Han Xin, you are too polite, too humble. You have achieved such great merit. If you want to be a king, be a true king of Qi. Why be a fake one? It's not pleasing. So Han Xin became King Xin of Qi. 2 years later, when the decisive battle with Xiang Yu reached its most critical moment, King Han Xin of Qi and King Peng Yue of Liang both held their troops back. They were waiting. Sure enough, they waited until it came. Liu Bang sent a letter promising to share the world with them. So they turned out in full force, settling the universe in one battle. Because they believed Liu Bang would keep his promise. Did Liu Bang keep his promise? He did, and he didn't. Regarding the fates of Han Xin and Peng Yue, we will tell them in detail in other videos. Let's briefly talk about Jixin and Li Yiqi. Jixin's son was made a marquis, and the family continued until the time of Emperor Wu of Han, nearly a century later, when the title was removed due to a lack of male heirs. Li Yiqi's son was made a marquis, his brother was heavily reused, and he was ranked 6th among the founding heroes of the Western Han Dynasty. Okay, here comes another question. Not everyone can be moved by profit. There are always people in this world who pursue integrity in name or morality. Does this shameless man have a so-called noble, righteous side?
Xiang Yu made many mistakes in his life, but none affected his fate as much as this one. To rally the world against Qin, the Chu army once elected a descendant of the Chu monarch as king, becoming the nominal common leader of the various anti-Qin armies. After the fall of the Qin Dynasty, in order to become the overlord of Western Chu himself, Xiang Yu actively honored this Chu king with the title of Emperor Yi, the righteous emperor. However, after growing tired of these political games and suspecting Emperor Yi of favoring Liu Bang, Xiang Yu first drove Emperor Yi away, then simply sent someone to intercept and kill this nominal master of the world. This is absolute proof of Xiang Yu's political incompetence, and it gave Liu Bang a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before Xiang Yu killed Emperor Yi, the Chu-Han conflict was more like a fight between two dissatisfied feudal states. After killing Emperor Yi, the Chu-Han conflict became a righteous crusade to avenge the emperor. Liu Bang keenly grasped this moral high ground.
In 205 BC, before setting out from the newly recaptured Guanzhong to attack Xiang Yu, Liu Bang performed a grand political show. He ordered the whole army to mourn. He bared his chest and arms, crying for 3 days, and issued a fiercely worded manifesto to the feudal lords of the world, accusing Xiang Yu of treason and calling on the world to attack him together. This was an extremely shocking move at the time. In a chaotic world where might makes right, Liu Bang suddenly talked about great righteousness. The effect of this move was astonishing. The kings of Wei, Zhao, and other feudal lords responded one after another. Liu Bang quickly gathered a coalition of 560,000 troops and marched mightily toward the Chu capital, Pengcheng. However, as we mentioned earlier, Liu Bang was taught a lesson by Xiang Yu. After the 560,000-strong coalition captured Pengcheng, Liu Bang was immediately carried away by victory and began to enjoy himself day and night in Xiang Yu's palace. As a result, Xiang Yu led 30,000 elite cavalry on a long-distance raid, crushing Liu Bang's 560,000-strong army in half a day. The Sui River stopped flowing due to the corpses, and Liu Bang fled in embarrassment again. During this escape, the famous kicking children off the carriage incident occurred. To make the carriage run faster, he even pushed his own children off. This story has been cited countless times by later generations as ironclad proof of Liu Bang's cold-bloodedness and cruelty, that a tiger eats its young. But at that moment of life and death, this may have been an animal instinct under extreme panic, or a cold, shameless, rational calculation. If he took the children, everyone would die. If he threw the children, the old man could still run. As long as the old man lived, he could have more children later. If the old man died, everything was over. But the question we want to ask is, why, after such a disastrous defeat, where an army of 560,000 was annihilated and his family captured, did Liu Bang not collapse like Xiang Yu later did at Gaixia? The answer is not on the front line, but in the rear. The answer lies with Liu Bang's administrative genius left in Guanzhong, Xiao He. When Liu Bang collapsed on the front line, Xiao He, who stayed behind in Guanzhong, showed amazing administrative mobilization ability. With the regular army gone, Xiao He made an extremely cold but efficient decision. Send all the old and weak in Guanzhong who were not yet of draft age to Xianyang. It was this reserve force composed of the old, weak, sick, and disabled that filled the defense line at the critical moment, allowing Liu Bang to stabilize his footing in Xianyang and block Xiang Yu's overwhelming offensive. But do not think that Xiao He was an administrative machine used by Liu Bang to squeeze the last drop of blood from Guanzhong. In fact, historical records show that during his time guarding the rear, especially in Guanzhong, Xiao He carried out many constructions beneficial to the people's livelihood, stabilizing the state, soothing the people, supplying food, and keeping the grain roads open. In addition, he implemented preferential policies. For families with members fighting on the front line, he granted tax exemptions or reductions in corvée labor. He took special care of lonely elderly people and orphans of martyrs. Then, to restore production, he opened the royal gardens, parks, that were originally closed by the Qin imperial family, allowing the people to enter to farm, gather firewood, and graze livestock. This move greatly solved the people's livelihood problems and instantly won huge public support. In terms of stabilizing the elite class, as long as they had talent, regardless of background, Xiao He employed them. Xiao He's governance in Guanzhong made the ordinary people and the elite class, who had suffered from the harsh politics of the Qin Dynasty and more than 10 years of war, realize that this regime was not a roving bandit, but had governance capabilities. Simply put, Liu Bang's army had a just cause. It was a Tang Tang Ji Shi, an army of justice and order. Liu Bang's regime was effective governance and was what the people wanted. This point often determines the final success or failure more than the ability of military struggle. This leads to a crucial management question. Why did someone like Xiao He, who possessed top-tier administrative skills and absolute control when Liu Bang was at his lowest, not replace him? And Han Xin and Zhang Liang? Why did Liu Bang manage to control these geniuses who were far superior to him? This is the Nanjing district of Hanzhong City, Shanxi Province, China, today. 2,000 years ago, this was the capital of the Kingdom of Han. But in 206 BC, there were no scenes of jubilation here. Liu Bang had just arrived in Hanzhong. This was not the treatment he deserved. According to the previous agreement between Emperor Yi and the various anti-Qin armies, whoever conquered the Qin capital Xianyang first would be crowned king of Guanzhong. Liu Bang conquered Xianyang, but Xiang Yu, who believed Emperor Yi favored Liu Bang, forcibly relocated his title, sealing him in Hanzhong and the remote Ba and Shu regions.
Liu Bang was so angry he wanted to flip the table right then and there. It was Xiao He who persuaded him to accept the title. Furthermore, Xiao He suggested that although the main location of the fief was in Ba and Shu, those two words were not grand enough. He suggested choosing Han from Hanzhong as the name of the kingdom, because Han represents the Tianhan, heavenly Han, the Milky Way, beautiful and magnificent. In the end, Liu Bang listened to the advice. The Han Dynasty got its name from this, and the names of the Han people, Han ethnicity, and Han language also originated here. But who knew the beauty of the future? Everyone knew that this was not a reward. It was exclusion, suppression, and expulsion. Liu Bang was so afraid that Xiang Yu would not let him go, that when he entered Hanzhong, he deliberately burned the plank roads to show that he would absolutely not come out of the mountains again. Therefore, at this moment, the morale in Hanzhong was scattered, and generals were fleeing. At this time, the famous story in Chinese history of Xiao He chasing Han Xin under the moon happened.
Han Xin, a nobody who could only serve as a halberd bearer, a personal guard, under Xiang Yu, ran away in disappointment because he was not reused by Liu Bang either. Prime Minister Xiao He heard that Han Xin had run away and, without time to report to Liu Bang, chased after him overnight. When Liu Bang heard that Xiao He had run away too, he thought he had lost his last trump card and was as angry as if he had lost his right and left hands. When Xiao He brought Han Xin back, Liu Bang was still angry. So many people ran away and you didn't chase them, but you chased a nobody. This shows what? It shows that Liu Bang also had mortal eyes and could not recognize Han Xin's hidden God of War attribute at a glance. Xiao He replied, "Other generals are a dime a dozen. A talent like Han Xin is unparalleled in the world." Next comes the display of Liu Bang's character. Gambler-like boldness and absolute shameless pragmatism. Like a gambler who was dealt a perfect hand, his eyes lit up, and his attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. He asked, "Then make him a general?" Xiao He said, "No." "Grand General?" Xiao He said, "Good." So, on an auspicious day, Liu Bang set up an altar, fasted and bathed, and held a grand ceremony to appoint the general. The whole army thought they were going to be promoted, but they saw the usually inconspicuous, even slightly shabby Han Xin step up to the highest command platform. Please note, at this moment, Liu Bang had not even seen with his own eyes what skills Han Xin had. He didn't even conduct several rounds of interviews, background checks, or a probation period like a modern company. He dared to entrust the lives of the entire army to a stranger solely based on his trust in Xiao He alone. What kind of gambling nature is this? What kind of trust is this? Many of us may be wiser than Liu Bang in judging people, but in terms of using people, very few have his shameless, all-in heroism. Let's look back at the story of the lobbyist Li Yiqi, who was later boiled alive by the king of Qi. When Li Yiqi recommended himself to Liu Bang was sitting on a bed having his feet washed. Hearing that a person who looked like a Confucian scholar asked to see him, Liu Bang was angry. "I don't have time to see any great Confucian." He told Li Yiqi to get lost. Li Yiqi was furious and said to the attendant, "Go back in and tell Liu Bang I am the drunkard of Gaoyang, not a Confucian." Liu Bang let him in. Li Yiqi entered, saw Liu Bang washing his feet, did not kneel to Liu Bang, but only bowed with clasped hands, saying, "Do you want to help the Qin dynasty attack the uprising feudal lords, or do you want to lead the feudal lords to defeat the Qin dynasty?" Liu Bang cursed. "You bastard Confucian! The people of the world have suffered from the tyranny of the Qin dynasty for a long time, so the feudal states have risen one after another. How can you say I am helping the Qin dynasty attack the feudal lords?" Li Yiqi said, "If you want to lead the feudal lords to defeat the Qin dynasty, then you shouldn't be so impolite as to sit casually when receiving an elder." Liu Bang suddenly realized, so he sat up straight, dressed properly, shamelessly apologized to Li Yiqi, and appointed Li Yiqi as a strategist. Li Yiqi successfully persuaded the Qin army in Chenliu to surrender for Liu Bang. Afterward, Liu Bang titled him the Lord of Guangye. You see, this is Liu Bang's logic. I don't understand many things, but there are people who do. I am shameless enough to admit I don't know, and I will find the people who understand and then give them the greatest freedom. This breadth of mind to dare to completely delegate power in areas he is not good at to professionals is something Xiang Yu absolutely did not possess. Xiang Yu was suspicious even of his only second father, Pengcheng, while Liu Bang dared to hand the sword hilt to Han Xin. If we look carefully at the people Liu Bang reused in the struggle for the world, many of them had flaws in their private morals or were uninhibited, and many were desperados of humble origin with no future. But Liu Bang truly achieved, ignoring background, ignoring private morals, looking only at function. But have you noticed the next question? Why is he always quick to admit mistakes? And why can he always listen to others' words? No one is born perfect. Emotions and desires are hurdles no one can escape. Liu Bang was the same. But his biggest advantage was he was shameless enough to change his mind. In October 207 BC, Liu Bang led his army to be the first to enter Guangzhong. When they arrived at Bashang near Xianyang, the king of Qin rode in a simple, unpainted carriage drawn by a white horse, a silk ribbon tied around his neck, symbolizing he considered himself a death row prisoner, holding the Qin emperor's jade seal and military tally in his hands, kneeling by the roadside to surrender to Liu Bang. When Liu Bang entered Xianyang, historical records state that he was truly shocked. Endless palaces, resplendent and magnificent. Mountains of gold, silver, jewelry, silk, and satin. Thousands of palace maids and concubines, as well as exotic animals, famous horses, and hounds. Human greed exploded instantly. Liu Bang felt this was paradise. His legs couldn't move. He issued an order that worried everyone. "I want to rest in the palace." If Liu Bang had really stayed, he would have become the second Qin Ershu, or quickly indulged in wine and women and been destroyed by Xiang Yu. Just as Liu Bang was ready to lie flat on the dragon bed, two people stood up. This is the historically famous Fan Kuai storms the palace and Zhang Liang's admonition. The first to rush in was his brother-in-law Fan Kuai. He was a butcher by origin, speaking rudely and directly. Pushing the door open, he pointed at Liu Bang's nose and asked, "Do you want to conquer the world and become emperor? Or do you just want to be a rich landlord?" Fan Kuai then pointed to the luxurious scene around him and said, "These gold, silver, treasures, and beauties are all poisons that caused the demise of the Qin dynasty. If you want the world, never touch these things. Get back to the Bashang camp immediately. Don't loiter in the palace." Liu Bang received a blow to the head. Although he understood in his heart, he was still reluctant and dawdled, not wanting to leave. Seeing that Fan Kuai couldn't persuade him, the strategist Zhang Liang walked in. He didn't shout like Fan Kuai, but advised from the perspective of the righteousness of destroying Qin. He said, "It is precisely because the Qin dynasty was cruel and immoral that you had the opportunity to fight here. Since you are eliminating tyranny for the world, you should show simplicity, solemn as if wearing mourning clothes." Then Zhang Liang said that famous saying through the ages, "Loyal advice jars the ear but is profitable for conduct. Bitter medicine is nasty to the taste but cures sickness. Please, you must listen to Fan Kuai's advice." After hearing Zhang Liang's words, Liu Bang calmed down completely. Although full of reluctance, he immediately ordered, "Seal the storehouses. Put seals on the gold, silver, and treasures. No one is allowed to touch them. Close the palace gates, dismiss some personnel, and lock the palaces. Return the army to Bashang." Liu Bang led the large army out of Xianyang city and returned to station at the Bashang camp in the wild.
In that moment, he upgraded from a man, a shameless peasant, to a qualified politician, a still shameless politician. After returning to Bashang, Liu Bang realized that not only did he have to restrain the army, but he also had to soothe the extremely panicked and turbulent hearts of the Guanzhong people. The people of Qin had been tortured by harsh laws for decades and needed a sense of security most at this time. Liu Bang summoned the renowned elders and gentry of the various counties in Guanzhong and delivered an extremely important political speech. He announced the abolition of all harsh laws of the Qin dynasty, retaining only 3 simple laws. He who kills shall die. He who injures others or steals shall be punished according to the severity of the crime. Then, Liu Bang gave a promise. "Officials and people will live as before. I came this time to remove harm for you. I will never violate you. Everyone do not be afraid. The reason I retreated to Bashang was to wait for the feudal lords to arrive and establish rules, absolutely not to cause destruction in the city."
This set of combo punches had an amazingly good effect. Historical records state the people of Qin were overjoyed. The people of Qin originally thought the rebel army entering the city would burn, kill, and loot. They didn't expect Liu Bang to be so disciplined and the laws to be so lenient. They scrambled to bring beef, mutton, and wine to the military camp to reward the Han army. Then that country bumpkin from Pei County, Liu Bang, had a stroke of genius, his political level exploding instantly. He flatly refused the supplies sent by the people, saying, "There is plenty of grain in the Qin treasury, enough for us to eat. I don't want to waste everyone's things." This was a completely different person from the nouveau riche who didn't want to leave the Qin palace 2 days ago. This move moved the people even more. The people of Guanzhong were completely conquered. They now had only one worry: fear that Liu Bang would not become their king. So we have to ask the next question. Why were even the common people worried that Liu Bang would not become the king of Guanzhong? The reason is simple, because at this time, Liu Bang was theoretically just a hired hand. What he said didn't count. Legally, he was a subject of Emperor Yi of Chu. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to the overlord Xiang Yu, who had annihilated the main force of the Qin army. Moreover, if we go a step further, Liu Bang could be considered a subordinate of the Xiang family. That was just a short year ago, in early 208 BC. Although Liu Bang had been elected as the Duke of Pei, he only had a few thousand men at this time. He led his army out to attack the surrounding cities, leaving his old subordinate Yongqi to guard his hometown Fengyi, Liu Bang's birthplace and his core base. While Liu Bang was fighting outside, the army of the state of Wei came. The people of Wei induced Yongqi to surrender, saying, "Fengyi was originally Wei territory. If you surrender to Wei, we will make you a marquis. Otherwise, we will massacre the city." Yongqi already looked down on Liu Bang, thinking Liu Bang was shameless trash, so he immediately rebelled and surrendered to Wei. When the news came, Liu Bang was furious. Fengyi was not only his lair, his family, savings, and grain were all inside. Liu Bang immediately turned his army back to attack Fengyi. This was a desperate assault. Yongqi defended the city to the death. Liu Bang lacked troops and siege equipment. Not only did he fail to take it, but he also lost soldiers and generals. At this time, Liu Bang fell into a desperate situation and fell ill, mostly from anxiety and anger. At this time, there were two roads before Liu Bang. Fight to the death, continue besieging Fengyi until he starved to death or was destroyed by the Qin army. Find a backer, admit he wasn't good enough, and bow his head to borrow troops from the stronger anti-Qin forces at the time.
For a shameless man looked down upon even by the traitor Yongqi, what was the first option? Never heard of it. Liu Bang decisively prepared a retreat for himself. He heard that the descendant of the Chu nobility, Xianyang, Xiang Yu's uncle, had just crossed the Huai River. His army was in full swing, and he was advancing north. Xianyang had tens of thousands of elite troops in his hands and was the strongest force in the anti-Qin coalition at that time. Liu Bang did not hesitate at all, nor did he struggle with the face issue of living under someone else's roof, like a scholar. To a shameless man, dignity is a currency. He immediately made a decision: go to Xianyang and borrow troops for revenge. Liu Bang's execution ability was extremely strong. He didn't stop to gather the remnants of his defeated army. Taking Zhangliang and more than 100 cavalry, he traveled day and night to meet Xianyang.
When Liu Bang met Xianyang, he did not put on the airs of, "I am also a regional boss," but put his posture very low. He frankly told Xianyang about his predicament and very cleverly described his enemy as Xianyang's common enemy. "You give me troops, I'll be your man and help you fight." For Xianyang, who was expanding his power, he needed a local snake, like Liu Bang, who had prestige and combat experience in the local area to enrich his wings. Although the aristocratic Xianyang looked down on a shameless commoner like Liu Bang, he still waved his hand and lent Liu Bang 5,000 elite troops, equipped with 10 intermediate commanders. For Liu Bang at that time, this was simply a huge sum of money. Having received Xianyang's investment, Liu Bang didn't delay for a second. He took these 5,000 fresh troops and killed his way back to Fengyi aggressively. This time, with the elite equipment and numerical superiority of the Xiang family army, Yongqi couldn't stop them at all. Liu Bang breached Fengyi, and Yongqi fled to Wei. Liu Bang finally recaptured his lair and family. From then on, Liu Bang followed Xianyang to fight south and north, officially becoming a member of Emperor Yi of Chu's anti-Qin alliance. Let's see, what characteristics of decision-making did Liu Bang show in this case? Extremely fast stop-loss. After the failure of the assault on Fengyi, he did not fall into emotional stubbornness, but quickly realized that he could absolutely not take it down with his own strength, stopped his losses immediately, and sought external resources. Disregard for false reputation. Many reckless heroes would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. To survive, Liu Bang shamelessly gave up his status as an independent warlord and was willing to temporarily submit to Zhang Liang. This decision-making speed of being able to bend and stretch is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Clear goal. He had only one goal: to retake Fengyi and survive. For this goal, face, identity, and status could all be temporarily sacrificed. Okay, by this point, we have summarized 7 unusual characteristics or qualities Liu Bang displayed during the 7-year war for the world. So we finally have to ask the last question. Why? Why did he possess these qualities? We have finally arrived at the origin of the story. Liu Bang was born into an ordinary peasant family in Pei County, state of Chu. Regarding his birth, historical books record legends with mythical colors, claiming his mother once napped by a large marsh in the wild, dreamed of meeting a god, and amidst thunder and lightning, a dragon coiled on her body, and soon after she became pregnant with Liu Bang. Liu Bang had a strange appearance, with a high forehead, beautiful sideburns and beard, and 72 black moles on his left thigh. However, these are forced legends added by later historians. In fact, Liu Bang in his youth was not a good boy in the traditional sense. He did not engage in production, disliked working in the fields, and looked down on farm work at home. He was often scolded by his father as a shameless loafer, even compared to his hard-working second brother. Liu Bang had a straightforward personality, did not stick to trifles, and loved drinking and beauty. He often went to taverns to drink on credit. Despite being a commoner, Liu Bang had strong social skills and leadership qualities. He was charitable, open-minded, and very familiar with people from all walks of life in Pei County. People like the dog butcher Fan Kuai were his iron buddies. Later, Liu Bang obtained an official position and became the chief of Sishui precinct in Pei County. Although the position was low, responsible only for the security of a 10-mile area and receiving and sending off guests, it gave him the opportunity to contact the official system. During his tenure, he established a deep friendship with Xiao He, the head clerk of Pei County, and others. Although he often teased his colleagues and was even shamelessly careless in front of his superiors, Xiao Hu and others saw his extraordinary qualities and often protected him in secret. Later, the imperial court conscripted laborers to build the imperial mausoleum. As the precinct chief, Liu Bang was responsible for escorting the convicts of Pei County. Many people ran away on the way. Liu Bang estimated that at this rate, by the time they reached Mount Li, everyone would have run away. According to Qin law, not only would he be beheaded, but his family would also be implicated. Halfway there, he untied the convicts and said to them, "You all flee for your lives. I am going to flee too." The convicts were greatly moved, and more than a dozen strong men were willing to follow him to the death. 209 BC. In July, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang rose up in Zhexiang, and the world fell into chaos. The magistrate of Pei County also wanted to respond to the uprising for self-preservation. On the advice of Xiao He, the magistrate originally intended to recall the exiled Liu Bang and use his power to control the situation. Fan Kuai was ordered to find Liu Bang, and Liu Bang immediately led hundreds of people to the city walls of Pei County. However, when Liu Bang's army arrived at the city, the magistrate of Pei County regretted it. He was afraid he couldn't control Liu Bang after he entered the city, so he ordered the city gates closed and prepared to kill Xiao He, who proposed it. Xiao He climbed over the wall and fled to Liu Bang. Facing the closed city gates, Liu Bang did not attack by force, but wrote a letter and shot it into the city, warning the elders of Pei County. The tyranny of the Qin Dynasty has made everyone suffer deeply. Now the magistrate is fickle. If he surrenders to the Qin Dynasty again in the future, everyone will be slaughtered. It is better to kill the magistrate, elect a child of the county as the leader, and respond to the feudal lord's uprising. The elders of Pei County were persuaded, so they led their children to rush into the county office, killed the magistrate, opened the city gates, and welcomed Liu Bang into the city. Pei County was occupied. Note, it was not conquered by Liu Bang, but a spontaneous reorganization of grassroots political power by the local people. At this time, everyone did not recognize Liu Bang as the leader. However, the state of anarchy could certainly not last. Everyone needed to elect a new leader. Historical records state that officials like Xiao Hu were the people's first choice, but they were afraid that if the uprising failed, the Qin dynasty would exterminate their 9 generations, so none dared to take the lead. So, with no other choice, everyone turned their eyes to Liu Bang, who had just returned from exile. Liu Bang said, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't have the ability. I come from a shameless hoodlum background. If I can't protect you, then don't blame me. Find someone capable. Who doesn't want to find someone capable?" But the officials wouldn't come forward, so everyone repeatedly asked Liu Bang to come forward, and Liu Bang repeatedly declined. Finally, the fellow villagers got angry. "Stop making a fuss. Don't you usually have many legends and anecdotes about being divine? Besides, we have consulted the divinations, and God says you can do it. God says I can do it? Then I'll really give it a try?"
This is the origin of everything. In this small county town, a group of common people elected a shameless rogue who usually had the temperament of a triad boss as their leader. His birth determined his interest orientation. His life determined his way of thinking. He would use all behavioral methods unheard of and unseen by the original aristocrats to completely change the success criteria at the time of this era change. It is said that when Liu Bang was hiding in the Great Marsh, someone said there was a big white snake blocking the road, and everyone was afraid and dared not go forward. The drunk Liu Bang said angrily, "What is a brave man afraid of?" Without saying a word, he rushed up and cut the white snake in 2 with one knife, then walked away on his own. Later, an old woman came to cry, saying that her son was the son of the White Emperor, turned into a snake, but was cut in 2 by the son of the Red Emperor. This is the famous legend of slaying the white snake. This mythical story was of course to add a layer of mandate of heaven color to Liu Bang becoming emperor. But in fact, Liu Bang's commoner identity and that sentence, "What is a brave man afraid of?" were enough. In an era of violent turbulence, whoever can truly stand out from the vastest common people, whoever can truly make decisions according to the behavioral patterns most consistent with common people, whoever can truly be without dependence, without fear, without shame, without gain or loss, that person will be invincible. The heart of the people, this is the true mandate of heaven.